Heidi ho, chickadees. It is Saturday. And thank you so much for joining me on this bright, well, not very bright here, but early Saturday morning to get started on the Zachary Adams case. Pick up where we left off last night. I did get a chance to find out what happened in the Aiden Carney case. And from what I can tell, they've continued everything until, oh my goodness, my brain is going to fail me now. I believe it is in January the 23rd. They are going to be meeting again. At that time, there will be motions on whether Mr. Cosgrove will be disqualified from the case and whether they're going to join the two cases from 2023 and 2025. There'll be a lot that gets decided on that day or shortly thereafter. I was mildly encouraged by the judge. He did seem to have his act together a little more than what I've seen in the past with other judges. We'll see if he sticks to what he's saying. That's where the rubber is going to meet the road, if you know what I mean. So I did get that update. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else I needed to update on. So let's say good morning to everyone. Hello, KS Granny. Thanks for joining us. Anyone else coming in, just tell me what you're drinking. I got my Janet mug. Says Warrior on one side, Janet on the other, because, you know, that's how I roll around here. And it's got hot chocolate in it, hot cocoa, Starbucks version. I got some snacks set up for me here because sometimes I get a little hungry. And Misdemeanor has already left to go do some work today as well. Hello, Melissa. Yes, I'm sure at 6:00 a.m. it is still dark. It's just overcast and gross here today. So, you know. And good morning, Ava. Good morning, Trust is Love. All of my regulars. Good morning, Kelly. Let's waste no time. Oh, good gosh, Ava. I hope you're not finishing up on that kinky vodka. I mean, hey, it's a Saturday. Go on with your kinky vodka self. If you were on Replay Crew, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, drop me a comment. I know someone had reached out to me last night and said that when they were replaying it, it was skipping. And I kind of checked and I wasn't able to find any issues with it skipping. So I'm hoping they'll get back with me. Maybe it was just an internet connection issue for them on the replay. I do apologize, but I wasn't able to find that same issue for myself. What else? Oh, and if you're watching right now or popping in and out or whatever you're doing, please make sure you hit the like, subscribe, share, all the fun stuff. With all of that business out of the way, let's get to it, shall we? I'm going to pick up right where we left off. Just to give you a recap, where we left off was the judge was explaining to the jury about hearsay. So he just finished that part. This is after Karen Bobo had basically collapsed on the witness stand because she was having to touch, view, and see her dead daughter's belongings that she last had on that fateful morning. So off we go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bobo. I'm Jennifer Thompson. You may have seen me at hearings, but I know we haven't talked before. That's correct. And I recognize that today is a very difficult day for you, and it's been a hard afternoon. I want to be very respectful of you, but there's some questions I wanted to ask you this evening that I think only you or you would be the person to answer these questions. Okay. One, I wanted to ask you about, I found somewhere in one of the reports that you had discussed Janet Britt and the fact that she had worked at Joe's Video. Okay, that's the topic I'm going to go to. So in Parsons, Tennessee, there was a video rental store called Joe's Video. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your family had a membership there, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a matter of fact, you all would go there and rent movies regularly.
I wouldn't say regularly, but sometimes.
Okay. And a woman named Janet Martin Britt worked at Joe's Video.
Not April the 13th, 2011. No, she did not.
But at one point in the past, Janet Martin Britt had worked at Joe's Video.
Yes, she had.
Okay. And she, at one point, you had said that she recognized your family. When
I had her son in school also.
Okay. And so when you would go to the rental store, she didn't have to look up your membership number. She knew what it was.
That's correct.
Okay. And she knew your two children, Clint Bobo and Holly Bobo.
Oh, sorry,
Did
that was
she?
me.
I'm not sure. I did never discuss that with her.
Okay. Didn't you, in fact, at some point tell the investigators that Jan had known Clint and Holly their entire life?
I'm not sure. Do you have that where I can see that? I don't remember making that statement.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to pass this up.
Okay.
Can I see what you're passing forward?
Ruh-roh, I'm getting Jen McCabe vibes right now.
It's not her statement, Your
It's
Honor.
on her statement. It's
Yeah.
a
So,
statement that was
If I
taken
can
by.
finish, my objection would be, it's not Ms. Bobo's statement, it's something somebody else has said, that she said. So that
You
would,
can ask her if she said it.
Right. And this
And
might.
if you've done it, you might have to call someone else that authored that statement.
What is happening?
And you can repeat.
Yes, this might refresh her memory. So I was going to just pass it up to her and see if it would refresh her memory at all.
I do not remember making that statement.
Okay, that's fine.
What is happening? It is too early.
And the conversation that you had with Mr. Adams in July of 2011, you in fact interviewed lots and lots of people in Decatur County, didn't you?
Some.
You taped a lot of the conversations you had with people,
Yes, I did.
and you turned over dozens of interviews to the TBI, didn't you?
Probably.
And the conversation that you had with Zachary Adams that day was in fact recorded.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that's a recording that you had turned over to the TBI,
Yes.
along with dozens of other recordings.
Not at that time.
But over the course of the investigation, you had turned over
Yes, ma'am.
dozens of recordings.
Oh my.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
She
maybe,
gave up. She gave up. Oh God, this one again.
Are you next, sir? All right. Another about the truth, sir. There you go.
I'm moving us
Please
along,
seated.
y'all.
Bobo, CLINTBOBO.
Okay, proceed.
When we, that's your mom, that's your dad, you've heard about your sister. When I ask you questions, I want you to keep your voice up so I can hear you. Thank you, okay?
Sir, keep your voice up. We can't even hear.
A little bit louder now.
Yes,
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What kind of job do you have now?
I am a social worker.
Do you have family now?
I do.
Wife?
I have a wife.
Y'all have kids now?
No kids.
It's you and your wife.
That's right.
We're going back 6-7 years. We're going back to April 13th, 2011. Okay?
Okay.
Where were you living back then?
At that time, I lived at 681 Swan Johnson Road, Darden, Tennessee.
Who else lived there?
It was me, my sister Holly, my dad Dana, and my mom Karen.
You're a little older than Holly, is that right?
About 5 years.
Were you working back then?
I was.
Where were you working?
Well, I had a part-time job at nursing homes, and I worked at 3 different nursing homes at that time.
Were you going to school?
I was.
Where are you going to school?
University of Tennessee at Martin.
Working, going to school at the same time, a 25-year-old, right?
That's right.
Probably every bit of it.
Yes.
That morning, April 13th, 2011, is it a morning that you thought a lot about?
Yes, I have.
Is it a morning that you've been questioned a lot about?
Yes.
By your friends?
Yes.
By your family?
Yes.
By law enforcement?
Yes.
Attorneys?
Yep.
Well, we're going back to it again. That morning, how'd you wake up? When did you wake up?
I woke up to hearing the sound of our house dog Rascal barking.
What kind of dog is
He's a Shih Tzu.
a little bag?
Yeah.
Barks a lot.
He's pretty small. He barks pretty often.
That woke you up.
Yes.
And what'd you do?
I went back to sleep.
All right. So you're woken up by a dog barking. Did you even get out of bed?
No.
Okay. So you wake up, dog barking. Stop barking.
Well, yeah, I waited. I guess I was awake for a few seconds, and then I tried to go back to sleep, but maybe he stopped barking at some point in time. Then he started barking again.
And did something wake you up again?
Just the sound of him continuing to bark.
Okay. So the little dog's still barking.
hmm
What do you do?
I decided I would get up. That he probably wasn't going to stop barking, so I would go ahead and get up and go to try to find out what he was barking at.
What did you expect?
I expected something to see a utility vehicle outside, like a water meter reader or an electric meter reader, something, or a delivery truck.
You expected something normal.
Yeah.
Normally the dog barks or something like that.
Yes, he does. Anytime someone comes up, or even if there's a loud vehicle, sometimes that travels down the road, he would bark.
And what'd you do? Where'd you go?
Well, I got up and I walked into the den, or the. At that time, I walked through the kitchen into like the foyer, and I looked out the front windows that were next to the front door.
Are there some side windows?
Yeah, side lights is what we call those.
You know, say that fast. It sounds like satellite.
That's right,
But side lights.
side lights.
I'm going to show you, Clint, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19 and 20. It's going to be behind you.
Okay.
I don't know why this man insists on whispering in the
Is that the
courtroom.
foyer
I
you're
don't
talking
get it.
about?
It is.
If I show you Exhibit number 20. I'm not good at that. What do you see in Exhibit 20?
That's the foyer area with the front door open.
All right, you got the front door, you got those side lights.
That's right.
All right, you looked out there, what'd you see?
I didn't see anything. I didn't see any vehicles. Didn't see anything.
Okay, what'd you do next?
Well, I looked out. I walked over to the window that
vehicles.
overlooks the attached garage, or carport, and as I was approaching that way, I didn't look at anything really, but as I was approaching that window, I heard voices in the.
So is this, let me interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you a few times, okay?
Okay.
Is this a window that is in the house or is it in the door?
It's in the house.
Okay, so there's a window in the back of the house
Yes.
that looks into the carport or looks out at the detached garage.
It looks into the carport attached to the house.
So you're looking out of an interior window into the carport.
That's right.
Is that right?
That's right.
Are you able to see anything?
Well, I raised the blinds slightly, and I saw the silhouette of two individuals underneath that window knelt down.
Was it dark in that carport or was it light?
It was fairly dark.
There were blinds down in the window.
Yes.
Did you pull them all the way up or did you just?
No, I very slightly opened one of the blinds enough where I could see out,
Why'd you do it like that?
because I heard the voices out in the carport.
At this time in the morning, you've just woken up, right?
That's right.
What information do you have? Did you know where your mom was?
I assumed that she was at school, at work.
You assumed?
Yeah.
You didn't see her leave?
No.
Did you know where your dad was?
I assumed that he was also at work.
But you didn't see him leave?
No.
Did you know where your sister was?
No.
So you're fresh out of sleep to a barking dog. In front of the house, there's nothing. So you walk to the back
Right.
and you look in this dark carpet.
Right.
And you were describing it, you saw like the silhouettes. Pete. Did you see these silhouettes or did you hear voices first?
I was going by what I heard, and I was going by the voices. I heard the voices first, and then I raised the blind to try to look out the window.
Describe the voices to me.
Well, it was a male's voice and a female's voice.
Did you actually recognize either of the two voices?
At first, I didn't recognize either voice, but as I listened for just seconds, I could recognize my sister's voice and what I thought was her boyfriend Drew's voice.
And why did you think it was your boyfriend Drew's voice?
Well, because he was the only male figure in Holly's life besides myself and my dad.
So you were making an assumption.
That's right.
Did you know Drew very well?
Yes.
Y'all are good friends, actually, right?
Yes.
Did y'all go hunting together?
We did.
Ride four-wheelers together?
We did.
And you assumed it was his voice.
Yes.
How were the two voices talking to each other? In what manner were they talking?
The male voice sounded somewhat aggravated, and the female voice would just answer back and sounded upset.
Did you actually hear the words that were being spoken?
No, I wasn't able to make out what they were saying.
So were you going by the tone or volume or something like that?
That's right.
Voices?
That's right.
And is all this happening over the course, as we talked about it here, and it sounds like it's happening over the course of minutes. But in fact, it's happening over the course of what?
All of this is taking place just within a few minutes.
Okay. These voices, how long do you listen to them?
Well, I would say just less than minutes. I would say seconds.
So you're fresh out of sleep.
Yeah.
The barking dog, nothing out front, looking out to the carport, and you hear these voices
That's right.
for seconds.
Yes.
And what do you see when you lift up the blind a little bit?
I see the silhouette of two individuals knelt down underneath that window.
Can you see their faces?
No,
Can you tell which one the male is and which one the female is?
by their voices, mostly I can.
What do you mean by that?
The female voice that I heard, which I later recognized as Holly's voice, was on the right-hand side. And the male voice, who I thought was Drew, was on the left-hand side.
What happens next?
I tried to call my mom, and
Try to call your mom.
I was going to ask her if Holly didn't have school today because I knew that she was still at the house.
Well, let me ask you, if you assumed that male voice may be Drew and he's a friend of yours, why didn't you open up that door and check?
I don't know.
Hey,
Have you
Drew,
thought
what's
about that
up?
question?
Not really.
Odd.
You could have opened up the door, right?
That's right.
Were Drew and Holly having any sort of relationship problems that they'd be fighting in the morning?
Not that I was aware of.
Do you get involved in their relationship problems?
No, I stay out of.
Is that something you'd want to walk into?
No.
And so you try to call your mom.
Yes.
And why do you try to call your mom?
I was going to ask her if Holly didn't have school that day.
Were you able to reach your mom?
I was unable to reach her on the first try.
Were you able to get through to her?
Immediately after the phone call that I made, I also text her, call me ASAP.
Okay. Did you get a response?
She called back about 20 seconds after I sent the text.
So this is all still happening really fast.
Yeah.
As we're waiting for her to text back, call back, whatever it is, what do you do?
I'm trying to kind of listen to the voices.
During this time, are you still thinking it's Drew and are you still thinking it's Holly?
Yes.
I just have to pause a moment, y'all. I'm struggling. I do not mean to pass judgment on Mr. Young Clint Bobo at the time, but I find this kind of odd behavior. Why are you calling your mom to find out if your sister who lives with you and you think is in the carport is in the carport? That's weird to me. Am I the only one? Am I getting too into the weeds? Because it seems a little weird to me. Why wouldn't you just walk out and be like, hey, what are you doing? I thought you were going to school today. Like, what's up? It's odd. I also think it's odd at 20 years old that your mom is making your lunch for you. And yeah, that's just me. I think it's lovely and delightful. I never had a mom like that, so I don't know what that would feel like. And I know at 20 years old, I was raising a son, but I was like, honey, I'm going to need you to man up here. You got to be taking care of yourself. I mean, it happened long before he was 20, but wow. Okay. So it's not just me. You all are giving me validation. Thank you so much for validating me. We'll carry on.
Does your mom reach back to you?
She does. She calls me right back after I sent that text message.
And what do you tell her?
I asked her, did Holly not have school today because her car is still here?
Did you tell her about the voices in the carport?
I don't recall.
What did she say when you asked about Holly not having school?
She said, yes, she has school.
She actually had Tennessee.
Yeah, I was unaware of that at that time.
Is that how the phone call with you and Karen, the first one, ends? Or y'all talk some more?
Well, I forgot to mention, I did see Holly's car in the garage whenever I looked out the window.
When you look out of this window, the carport's right there.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes,
These figures would have been right there,
yes, right underneath the window,
and her car would have been right there.
right there underneath it as well.
So you heard the voices, you saw the car, you asked your mom, did Holly not have school? No, Holly does have school.
She has school.
And then what next?
The reason I ask is, at some point, briefly before this, Holly's car wouldn't start one morning. I think the battery was dead or something, so we had to, I guess, I don't know if my dad did it or somebody had to, jump the car off to get it started. So I thought that maybe it just didn't start and someone was coming to pick her up.
Sure, but what'd your mom say? I mean, what did y'all say to each other after it was established she did have school?
She said she did have school. And I believe at that point I said, well, her and Drew are out here in the garage.
And what did she say in response to that?
I believe she said, that's not Drew. Call all the neighbors.
Well, she knew. She was working with different information than what you had.
That's right.
She knew that wasn't true.
Right.
But she knew where Drew was. But she talked to Drew.
That's right.
Holly talked to Drew. But did you know where Drew was someone?
I didn't. I assumed that he was turkey hunting somewhere, but I was unsure of where.
What?
All right. That's not Drew. That's what she says.
Yes.
And what happens next?
She called back. I don't remember how much time had passed, but immediately at this time, I could no longer hear the voices. So I left where I was standing and I walked over to the back door. And that's when I saw a male and a female walking towards the woods. And I recognized the female as my sister. And at this time, still thought the male was Drew. And he was wearing camouflage.
Did you see his face?
No, I couldn't see either of their faces.
Were they just a few feet from you, or were they many feet from you?
They were several feet from where I was.
You say several. In fact, later on, we're going to skip forward and come back to this minute and have you tell the rest of the story. But later on, did TBI get with you in that house? Have you look out into that yard and have people stand there as if they were this man and as if they were Holly? I think it's actually have your mom because she's the same height. Did that happen?
It did. We did that.
And
Also, we've already seen Drew and his physical
what person? Let me have you look at this picture.
appearance
Tell
does
me if you
not
recognize that.
match
I do.
All right, what is that?
that.
That is a viewpoint from the back door of our house up towards the woods where I last saw them walking.
Okay. In fact, is this a picture from that, I guess you can call it a demonstration,
Yes.
where you were standing at this window telling them where to be so that everybody could see what you saw?
It is.
I offer this as an excellent example.
To be fair, trust is love. The neighbor did actually check as much as he could, and then looked and was like, "Huh, I guess my bad." But everybody's behavior is very odd. I know that was a big suspicion for a long time. Steve ate the great
Is
you
that
ate.
back
I
window
think
you're
that's
talking
what it is.
It is.
So you'd be standing inside the house right here at this back window, right?
That's the back door.
All right. After you heard the voices, and now you finally see something. Is that right?
That's right.
A figure here.
Yes.
It's impossible to see with these lights on, but this is it. It'll be passed around. But a figure
You
here.
want to be on,
Let's try it.
that's,
So this is what he saw. Seems like you'd be able to figure out who that
That seems a little bit
person
better.
was.
The figure
No?
here. Is that right?
That's right.
And if we looked a little bit closer at this picture, we'd see the figure's wearing camouflage. Can you tell that from where you are right now?
Yes.
And then a figure right here, a pink shirt, like Holly was wearing.
switch right there.
That's right.
That's better. So here's the first figure with camouflage. And here's the second in blue jeans and a pink shirt. That's actually your mom,
Yes.
but for this demonstration playing the role with Holly. Is that right?
That's right.
Is this the view that you got that morning? The flash that you got of that man in camo
It
and your
is.
sister?
It is.
You told us before that you're several feet away, but that's to me that's more than several feet.
It's quite a ways.
It's all the way across your backyard.
Right.
this is the tree line, right?
That's right.
The playground area that your dad built and everything for y'all, that would be out this way, right?
Yes, it's just to the right of where they're standing.
That detached garage would be way over here, right?
That's right.
Why aren't you running out there? You
So
know,
this is as much as you saw the man in camera.
Yes,
yes, there are
Yeah,
people in this picture,
that's right.
Ellie.
What
They
are you
are-
thinking when you saw that? What are you thinking that morning when you saw that? When you had
Here.
a flash like this from all these feet away of the man and your sister?
Well, at that time I thought, why is Holly wearing a pink shirt if they're walking into the woods? Obviously, he's wearing camouflage and she has on a pink shirt.
What?
Did you think they were going hunting or something?
Well, I was unsure. I thought it's a possibility.
Is any of this stuff making sense to you?
Not really.
Did you still think that person could be Drew?
It was at this time that his size seemed to be larger than Drew.
When you say
Oh.
larger, what do you mean? Do you mean taller? Do you mean stockier? Do you mean both? What do you mean?
Wider and heavier, stockier.
This flash from all these feet away across this yard. You say he looks heavier, stockier, wider
Yes,
than Drew.
that's right.
So what were you thinking when you noticed that difference?
It occurred to me at that time. I thought, no, that's not Drew. That's Richie.
And who's Richie?
Richie is our cousin.
All right, y'all cousin Rich. Because you didn't see the face, did you?
That's right.
But you're going on like body type.
Yes,
Were you still trying to make sense of what you were hearing and what you were seeing?
yes.
It doesn't sound like you're doing a very good job of it, though.
No,
Right.
I was very confused.
Where did they go?
The last I seen them was about at the spot where they're standing in that picture.
Off into the woods.
I didn't see them enter the woods, but that's about the last view that I saw of them.
Why didn't you see him enter the woods?
I'm unsure. It could have been that second phone call from my mom came in at that time, and I looked down at the phone. I'm really unsure as to why I didn't see them enter the woods.
So into the woods and then you didn't see them anymore.
That's right.
Is there anything in those woods behind your house?
Yes, there's a trail just in front of where they're walking, and that trail leads up to an old logging road.
Yeah, there's actually a road that's, I don't know how many yards would you say it's off into those woods?
From the trail to the logging road,
From where they're standing right there to the logging road.
probably going to be about 8 to 10 steps.
8 to 10 steps to get to the trail.
The entrance to the trail, and then
And how long down the trail to the logging road?
I think that we walked it. It was about 60 yards from the trail
60
entrance
yards.
to the logging road.
So about 70 or 80 yards into these woods, you get to the logging road.
That's right.
Y'all. Okay, this is making more sense to me. I don't know if you caught that. It's about 8 to 10 steps from where they're seen in this picture to the entrance to this trail. And the trail is about 60 to 80 or 60 or 70 yards, I think is what he said, away from a logging road where you could easily put a vehicle and then put her in the vehicle and take her away. Now this makes a little bit more sense to me. I was not putting that together. Maybe y'all were ahead of me and knew that, but I was not getting that. So all the more reason his behavior's flipping me out. I would not, I mean, my sibling is horrific. She's crazy and I don't have anything to do with her. So I would expect her to behave this way, but they seemed all very, very close. And what are you doing to not go check? Like, I don't want to have a big brother like this. I mean, I don't have a big brother, but weird.
That you can have a vehicle and you can take off driving.
Yes.
What do you do when you see him disappear in the woods?
Well, I talked to my mom again on the phone. She called me back.
And how's she acting?
She's panicked at this point.
Panic. And what did she tell him?
She said, "Oh my God, Clint, that's not Drew. Get a gun and shoot him."
That's not Drew. Get a gun and shoot.
That's right.
You've woken up to something. Voices, flash of this, your mama yelling at you to get a gun and shoot somebody.
Right.
What do you do?
Well, I didn't do that. I was
Clearly.
still thinking that it's either Drew or it's Richie. There's no reason for me to get a gun and shoot. I wouldn't shoot Drew. I wouldn't shoot Richie. I have not seen anything to indicate that I need to be trying to shoot anyone. So I didn't do that.
What did you do?
I think it was at this point that I was at the back door, or I went back to the back door. I think I was already standing there, but I opened the door up, I guess just to listen, or I'm not sure what I was about to do, go outside, I guess. And then I felt how cold it was that morning, and I was still in my pajamas. So I come back.
That's just something. You made a rush it. We can tell at this point in the morning that you're confused.
Yeah.
Would you admit that?
Yes.
Confused by what you heard, what you assumed, and then later what you saw.
Yes.
Would you admit that you're also kind of scared of what was going on?
Just unsure.
So you open that door, and you don't run out and chase these two people into the woods. Do you?
Sure don't.
What do you do?
I opened the door and I felt how cold it was, and I realized I'm in my pajamas. So I went and put on some pants and a jacket and some socks and a pair of shoes, and then I went out the back door.
Gun or no gun?
No, I also went and grabbed the 38 Colt revolver before I went out the door, and I also had my cell phone.
Got dressed, got a phone, you got a gun. Now what are you going to do?
I guess I'm gonna go and look and walk up
I
to the
guess.
walking road to see if I can see them or hear them.
What do you do?
I walk out and I look to my left where they were knelt down under that window, and there's a pool of blood in the garage.
There's a garage and there's a carport.
Carport.
Which one is it?
It's a carport attached to the house.
It's the one
then
that
you
were
run?
lifting up that line and peeking into, right?
That's right.
And you were seeing silhouettes of your sister and somebody.
Yes.
And there's a pool of blood.
Yes, just below where they were knelt down.
And what are you thinking at this point?
I'm even more confused because I'm thinking now, if it is true or if it is Richie, they've killed a turkey, they brought it up here to the house and laid it on the carport, and it's been bleeding. And
You're still not thinking that some man or some men came to your house that morning and abducted your sister and dragged her off in the woods.
absolutely not.
Had that even crossed your mind at all?
No.
Why? Your mom is
If
telling
that
you to
crossed
get
your
a
mind, what would you
gun.
have done?
The situation would have been much different. I would have probably not called anyone. I would just got a gun and tried to kill the person that was with my sister.
Sure you would have. I believe
It would
that.
have been either
Walk
him.
outside with the gun and phone, and now you're dressed. What do you see? Other than the pool of blood after that.
Okay. I will go ahead and close the back door, and I'll walk across the deck because obviously I don't want to walk down into the garage. So I take a right and I walk across the back deck and into the driveway, and I make a left, and I walk up through the backyard up to the entrance of that trail.
Walk.
Sort of like over to the left of that playground structure,
That's right.
to the edge of where they walked in.
Yes.
And what'd you see?
I stopped walking just in front of where they are in that photograph at the wood line,
Why'd you stop there?
and I was just looking and listening, and I didn't see or hear anything. In fact, it was unusually quiet. I didn't hear any birds chirping. The wind wasn't blowing.
It's just real quiet.
Just
No man in camouflage anymore.
right,
No voices anymore.
right.
No hollering anymore.
Right.
How long do you sit there or stand there, listening and looking?
I stood there for maybe like 30 seconds, and then I heard a vehicle coming up our driveway.
Okay. What happened then?
Well, I recognized the vehicle as Kathy Wise's Ford
The neighbor.
pickup truck.
All right. Who's Kathy Wise?
She was our neighbor at that time.
You're looking at the front of your house. They live off to the right.
That's right. That's right.
Kathy and James Barnes,
Yes,
his girlfriend or ex-wife, whatever it was.
I was unsure, but
What did you think when you saw Kathy Wise's truck driving up?
well, I was still very confused because she never comes up to the house.
That's not something that normally happens.
Right.
Okay. But maybe it's something that could explain what was going on.
Yeah.
Did you talk to her?
Yeah, she parked her truck and then she got out and approached me, and she saw I had a revolver in one hand and cell phone in the other hand. So I was holding both the objects up. Well, I put the barrel of the revolver in my pocket just to indicate that I don't intend to harm, that I don't intend any harm with the gun. And then she walks up and approaches me closer, and she says, "What's going on up here? My husband Ed heard screams about 15 or 20 minutes ago."
And Ed, same thing as James Barnes.
Well, Ed is actually Kathy Wise's husband, as far as I know.
Somebody
No.
had heard screams.
Yes.
What'd you say?
I didn't say any. I don't think I said anything back to her at that time. I had my cell phone, and then it was at that point that I went ahead and called 911.
So at this point, we had heard voices. We'd seen a flash of a man in camouflage. Her sister through the woods. Drops or a pool of blood in the carport.
Yes.
And now the neighbor talking about a scream.
Yes, which was new information to me.
Had you ever heard a scream?
No,
How did he not hear a
And so now what do
scream?
you do?
I'll go ahead and call 911 as my mom had instructed me to do earlier.
Your
Oh,
mom
now you're
instructed
gonna do
you
what
earlier
Mama
to go out
says.
there and shoot whoever it was, right?
Right.
Your mom had instructed you earlier to call 911, call all the neighbors.
That's right.
But now you do.
Yeah.
As you're talking to 911, does anybody else arrive?
I'm on the phone with 911, and they actually what happened was I called 911 and it went to Henderson County. Well, we lived in Decatur County, so they said hold on the line and I'll transfer you to Decatur County. So I hold on the line briefly, and then they transfer me to Decatur County, and I talked to the individual in Decatur County. Tried to explain. I guess I've tried to explain what.
Tried to explain something you couldn't explain.
Right, basically.
What did you tell them?
I was still very confused at this point. I believe I told them that I thought that my sister was missing.
Did you tell them that you had thought that she was with her boyfriend Drew?
I don't remember going into any of those details.
While you're on the phone with 911, other policemen arrived. Is that right?
Yes, they must have already been dispatched because I was on the phone with 911 briefly, and then I heard an engine of the car speeding toward our house.
Policemen get out?
Police car pulled up, and a deputy got out, asked me what's going on.
Did you tell him?
Yes, I think I told him what I had saw and what I had heard that morning, and he told me that he needed me to write out a statement. So he handed me a statement, and I don't remember him handing me an ink pen or a pencil, and I don't remember him handing me anything to lay the statement on to write it, just a piece of
Yeah,
paper.
some paper.
Yeah.
He says right down what you just told me.
Yeah, so I went back to his patrol car and laid the paper on his hood and asked for an ink pen, and I started writing my statement.
So you started writing your statement about what you saw that morning.
That's right.
But other people started coming.
Yes. This was
more police.
yes. Another Decatur County. This was a Decatur County officer that arrived first. Another Decatur County officer arrived, who is someone that I know. He arrived and got out, asked me what happened, kind of the same scenario.
You talked to him.
Yeah, briefly.
How about your mom and Miss Brummer? Did they get there?
I remember my mom and Miss Cherry Bromley arriving shortly after the second deputy.
And tell us about your mom.
They got out of the car or the vehicle, and then my mom approached me, and I think that she grabbed me by both arms and kind of shook me and said, "Why didn't you do something?" Very upset.
Exactly. That's what we're all
You
saying
understand she
too.
was just upset.
Yes.
And what'd you say?
Didn't you?
I don't think I said anything at that point.
More
Wow.
police.
Yes.
How about people from the community? Did they start showing up?
Yes, a deputy from Henderson County, I believe, showed up next. And I'm not familiar with the exact order, but policemen continued to show up. People from the community started showing up in large numbers. And everyone that showed up walked up to me and asked me what happened. And I would try to go through just briefly, what I saw and heard. And I was unable to write my statement because of all of the people coming up and talking to me. So I decided that I would stop writing the statement on the hood of the patrol car, and I would get in the back of the patrol car and try to write my statement there. So that's what I did.
She was gone.
Yes.
She never came back.
Right.
Your mom told us how she searched, and your dad told us how he searched.
Yes.
How about you?
I searched with them as well.
Just change your mom's life and your dad's life to change yours?
Yes.
Did you ever know Zach Adams?
Not until after this happened.
I'm talking about as of April 13th, 2011.
No, I
Did you
didn't.
know Zach Adams?
No, I did not.
Did you know Shane Austin?
No, I did not.
Did you know Dylan Adams?
I knew of Dylan Adams. I think I had seen Dylan Adams at my grandmother's house on possibly one or two occasions.
Had you ever hung out with him?
No,
Under what circumstances would he have been at your grandmother's house?
he was friends with my cousin Brett Carnett.
Did you know Jason Autry?
No,
Why doesn't he
Since
feel
April
guilt?
13th, 2011. Have you seen him? All four of those people?
yes,
Your mom told us how y'all went and interviewed people.
we did.
Right.
We did.
Now, as that man's walking into the woods there, and you're noticing that he's wider or stocky or whatever it is than your cousin Richie. Oh, no,
Then Drew.
than Drew.
Yes.
That he's about the same size as your cousin
Yes.
Richie. Would you agree with me that, for what height and weight would you assign that if you had to?
The man that I saw, I would describe as about 5'10", 5'11" in height, and about 200 pounds in weight.
Would you agree with me that that is not the same physical size or stature of Zach Adams?
I would.
That is not, correct?
That is not.
That's not the same size because he's real tall of Jason Autry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Jason Autry's huge.
How about Shane Austin?
When I first seen Shane Austin, that does fit the description of size and weight of Shane Austin.
Do you know if the male voice you heard in the garage is the same person as the camouflage man?
That is something that stood out to me because the voice I heard in the garage sounded a certain way, and then the man that I saw walking away with Holly looked a certain way. And I don't know if anyone would understand this, but the voice didn't match the body type.
Oh, shut up.
You don't know how many people were out there, do you?
I don't.
At least one.
Yes,
But the voice could have been a different voice.
it could have been.
There could have been people you didn't see and you didn't hear.
That's right.
But you're here today telling us what you heard and what you saw.
That's correct.
Y'all, I got to stop here. My son is barely 5 feet tall. And if you only hear his voice, he sounds like he is 6'6". He has this massively deep, awesome radio voice. I have tried to get him to go into broadcasting of some kind. He will have none of it. That doesn't matter. Have y'all met radio personalities that you've listened to for a long time and then you meet them in person and you're like, oh, disconnect. This is not what I expected. It doesn't mean it isn't it doesn't mean it's the same, not the same person. Oh my gosh, I'm flummoxed. Sorry.
And you've given this account. A lot of people have asked you to tell them what you saw and what you heard.
Yes, many times.
This is how we weave multiple
In fact,
people
would
into this.
you
There weren't multiple
acknowledge
people.
that there have been some heated conversations between you, TBI, and law enforcement?
There have been.
I bet.
Confronted you, correct?
They have.
They've told you we don't understand why you didn't go out there.
Definitely.
They told you when they were frustrated that you couldn't identify the person.
Yes.
But have you always told the truth?
I have.
Do you regret what you didn't do that morning?
Yes, I do.
If you had had more information, if you had known for certain that Drew was out hunting,
He did.
if you had recognized that voice as a stranger's, if you had seen not just a man walking in the woods, but another man and another, what would you have done?
I would say that everything would be different and we wouldn't be here today.
I agree.
But that's something you live with.
If I had had more information, I would have definitely reacted to the situation differently.
Says you love your sister?
Yes.
That's true.
Wow.
Mr. Bradwell, my name is Jennifer Thompson, and I represent Zach Adams.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you a few questions. this
Okay.
afternoon. You've given multiple statements in this case,
I have.
and you gave a statement on the same day that your sister disappeared,
I did.
or multiple statements actually.
Several statements that day.
One of the statements you gave was to FBI Special Agent Art Viveros. Do you remember Mr. Viveros?
Yes.
And so that was a statement that you made very close in time to when the event occurred,
I don't
when
recall.
your sister disappeared.
Yes, I don't recall the time of that, but I did sit down and talk to Mr. Arthur that morning, just after my sister was taken.
And at that time, you said that initially you had received a call at 7:33 in the morning from Chad Marshall. Do you remember?
I remember Chad calling that morning. I don't remember the exact time, but I was asleep, and I just simply picked my phone up and silenced the call and went back to sleep.
Okay. And it wasn't until about 7:40 that you woke up because your indoor dog was barking.
Sometime around that time, that's correct.
Yes. And you were up for a few minutes. You said you were up for about 10 minutes when you heard the voices from the carport. Do you remember saying that?
Not really.
Okay. You told him that at first you thought people were trying to break into your house.
I don't remember telling anyone that.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that you walked to the windows that face the carport? You pushed out the Venetian blinds. You pushed them open and observed two people squatting down.
I do.
You could only see the tops of their heads. Is that right?
The tops of their heads and maybe the top portion of their shoulder, I think is what I told them.
Okay. And the female had blonde hair,
Yes.
but you weren't sure who they were because you couldn't see their faces.
Right.
One of them sounded male and seemed to be giving orders to the female.
That's right.
They both sounded white.
Yes.
By that, I'm assuming you're just talking about kind of the intonation in their voices.
Yeah, Mr. Arthur and some of the other FBI agents and TBI agents asked me if I knew the ethnicity of the person that I
Okay.
heard.
The female seemed to be
Weird.
agreeing with what the man was telling her to do.
That's right.
And you thought it was Holly, but it didn't quite sound like her.
I don't remember saying that.
What?
Okay. And
You know he
assumed
said
at that
it.
time that the male must have been Holly's boyfriend.
Yes, I did.
Even though you didn't go outside, it was an odd enough situation that you called your mother.
Old mama.
Yes,
Okay. And you then, when you couldn't reach her, you texted her.
that's right.
When you couldn't hear the voices outside any longer, that's when you looked out the kitchen window and saw people walking towards the woods. Isn't that right?
The kitchen door, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, the glass window in the kitchen. If you said glass window in the kitchen, you would have meant the door with a window in it.
That's right.
And as you looked at the woman, it looked like the size and shape of Holly. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
She was wearing a pink t-shirt and blue jeans.
Okay. And again, you assumed still at that point that the male was Drew
I did.
Scott, the boyfriend. And you thought that the reason that they were going into the woods was because Drew had shot a turkey and he was taking Holly to go see a turkey.
I thought that was a possibility at that time, yes.
Okay. And so there was nothing about the way they were walking that alarmed you at that time.
That is correct.
There were some perhaps reports that she was being dragged into the woods, but you didn't see any evidence that she was being dragged into the woods.
That's right, and those reports were false.
If you had seen your sister being dragged into the woods, you would have jumped into action.
That's correct.
Okay. And the man you said had on camouflage pants, a camouflage shirt, and a hat.
To the best of my memory, I think that he had on a lot of camouflage. I know I reported full camouflage, but he did have on camouflage.
Okay. Do you happen to remember what the camouflage pattern was?
At first, I remember it appeared to be Mossy Oak breakup.
Okay. Because actually there's different companies. Mossy Oak is a company of camouflage.
Mhm.
And each company has different camouflage patterns that they use.
Right,
Okay. And Mossy Oak, you said Mossy Oak breakup.
that's correct.
And that would be a camouflage pattern you might use if you were going turkey hunting.
That's right.
And you said at first you thought that. Upon further reflection, did you decide it might be something else?
Yes, I did say that it could have been leafy wear, which is something that turkey hunters wear.
Okay. Was it just that it was too far away for you to really determine?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you said you thought that you saw in the person's right hand something that looked to you like a turkey call,
Yes, I think I described it as maybe a deer grunt call.
a deer grunt call.
That's right.
And what would that look like?
It's a black plastic pipe that's about 7 or 8 inches long, and it has like a flexible end on it.
Okay. And how do you make noises with it? Do you move it around?
No, you blow through it.
No, it was a gun,
Oh,
sir.
excuse me, just 1 minute. I get
Ay,
nervous too. I
ay,
get-
ay.
Okay. And so,
I'm sorry. No, no. Backside mouth. No, I'm there. I'm sorry. There. All right, thank you.
What is going on?
now that morning, you had parked your car in the garage that day, and that was somewhat unusual. Is that right?
I had backed my pickup truck in the detached garage, and that was somewhat unusual because that parking spot was unavailable for a few months prior to that night.
It had been full with things.
Yes, my dad had a project car that he was working on, and he had the car on one side and parts and tools on the other side.
Okay. So if somebody had been that was the first night you had parked your car in the garage for a while?
That's right.
So if somebody had been observing the house, On other occasions, they would have seen your car outside.
Yes,
And that night, the garage door to the detached garage was closed also, wasn't it?
that's correct.
So you wouldn't have been able to see your truck,
That's right.
right? So if somebody had been watching your house for a while, they might have assumed that you were not there.
That is a possibility.
And
Oh.
on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that spring of 2011, you were gone before Holly in the morning. Isn't that right?
On some days I was.
Yes. Now, do you remember also telling law enforcement that the person's hair, that you could see the man had dark hair sticking out from under his cap?
At some point in time, I do. Yes, I remember that.
And you had said that the dark hair was long enough that it appeared to be touching the man's collar or down on his collar,
To cover his neck. That's correct.
to actually cover his neck even.
Yes.
And then, in fact, you had also described the man's voice.
Yes.
You described it as a very deep, low voice.
Yes.
didn't you? Okay. And at some point, Terry Dykes brought you voice samples of different people's voices.
He did.
And you were able to narrow the voice samples down to 2 different voices.
I believe that's correct.
And to you, the 2 samples of voices sounded identical.
Yes, they sounded very similar.
You couldn't distinguish one man's voice from the other.
Yes.
Okay. And one of those men's voices was Terry Britt's voice, wasn't it?
That's what the TBI indicated. Yes.
Oh. Oh. Oh my. I did not know that. Did y'all know that? Didn't know
At some
that.
point along the line, you retained an attorney to represent you, didn't you?
Yes, as well. It was a family. We attained an attorney to represent our family, to give us some family guidance, because our family's never really been involved in any kind of court issues.
Yes. And it was a new and different situation to you.
Yes.
But he actually accompanied you when you were questioned by law enforcement, didn't he?
He later did.
Yes. And law enforcement put great pressure on you to change your story, didn't they?
They did.
They continually accused you of lying,
Yes.
and they continually said that you were somehow holding back on some kind of information.
Withholding information. Yes.
And they again stressed again and again that they would never be able to solve the crime unless you would come forward and tell everything you know.
That's correct. To me, that meant that I was the one that could solve the crime.
Right. And you can't solve this crime, can you? No.
No.
I mean, it wouldn't have mattered to you in this situation if in the beginning you had told some kind of fib. In order to get your sister back, you would have admitted to that right away, wouldn't you have?
Admitted to if I had previously lied.
If you had previously lied, or if you had been confused initially,
Yes, I would have admitted the truth. Yes.
you would have done anything to get your sister back, wouldn't you have?
I would not have lied.
No, but you would have admitted fault on your own.
Oh,
or
yes.
You would not have tried to protect yourself and kept yourself from getting in trouble if it meant hindering the search for your sister, would you?
That's correct.
If I can have one moment.
And KS Franny is asking about turkey hunting and if it was deer season. This was in April in Tennessee, and I can tell you that is not deer season. Deer season is in the fall.
No further questions.
Anything else?
Just real quick. Just about law enforcement pressure you to like change your statement or something. Do you understand the difference between somebody confronting you about what you said,
I do.
about telling you that if it was them, they would have rushed out there,
Yeah,
either they'd be dead or that man would be dead?
I
yeah,
heard something like that numerous times. Yes.
yeah.
Again and again, they confronted you with that.
Yes.
And again, you've told them the truth.
Yes. All that I know.
And every time you tell them what they know, what does law enforcement do? They
It's-
write it down.
Yes.
They write it down. They ever try to change what you're saying?
No, they didn't change what I was saying. They just wanted me to add more and give them more and give them more.
They're doing their job.
Yeah.
They confronted you and confronted you and confronted you. And then they wrote down or wrote memos or recorded or whatever it was every time what you said.
Yes.
They never made up lies that they said.
No.
They never had you sign statements that weren't true.
No.
You saw a black, what'd you call it again? I don't very much.
The
Did you see his
object.
hands?
The object in his head. It appeared to be a deer grunt call.
Because it was black.
It was black and it looked like it was just kind of a matte black and it looked like it was about 7 or 8 inches long, like a pipe or a tube.
Did you make any assumptions that's what it was because he was in camouflage and he was walking in the woods?
Yes, I believe that's skin. Of course, he was a pretty good ways away from me as well.
It's a very good way. You saw the picture.
Yeah.
Could that have been a gun?
It could have been.
Your Honor, objecting to speculation. I'd ask to strike that.
You said could it have been, you said it could. That's not speculation, it's just voice of opinion. There's no room. None.
That's what's.
Anything?
What?
All right, step in. Let's take a recess to our last evening recess, invite us to let me know when everyone's finished wrestling, and then we'll go a little further into the evening. Yeah.
Just so we're all aware, if you say something could have been whatever, that's your opinion. That's not speculation, sir. Oh my goodness, this judge. Wow. Oh boy, do we need to go back? Kelly said she missed that. Did anybody else miss it? Because that was special right there.
Everyone sit up and just voice. You said could it.
Saw the picture.
Yeah.
Could that have been a gun?
It could have been.
Your Honor, objecting to speculation. I'd ask to strike that.
You said could it have been, you said it could. That's not speculation, it's just voice of opinion. There's no room. None.
That's what's.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, step in. Let's take a recess to our last evening recess, invite us to let me know when everyone's finished wrestling, and then we'll go a little further into the evening. Yeah.
All righty. I'm going to try to take us forward a little here. Let's see what bad Jennifer has for us.
Thomas, wait, that's funny about the kid, that's the truth, no proof, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please state your name and spell first and last name for the court reporter, please.
John Babb, JOHNBABB.
Thank you, sir. All right, proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Babb. I'm going to ask you to speak up. You're a little soft-spoken and me. It's sort of hard to hear in here. So
Not as much as your co-counsel is.
not asking what your address is, but where do you currently live?
Collierville,
And where's Collierville?
Collierville, Tennessee.
And is that close to Memphis?
Yes,
And prior to moving to Collierville, where did you live?
in Lexington, Tennessee.
All right. And prior to living in Lexington, where did you live?
Kansas City.
At some point in there, did you have a house, property on Swan Johnson Road?
I did. I did not live there. I just owned the property there.
And what kind of property did you own? A house, a lake, what?
150 acres, mostly woods, five lakes, recreational property.
And I asked you whether it was close to Swan Johnson Road. Actually, was it right off of Swan Johnson?
Right on Swan Johnson Road on the east side.
Right. Are you familiar with the family last name Bobo?
Very much so.
Karen Bobo, Dana Bobo, Clint,
Certainly.
and Holly?
And Holly.
Do you recall approximately when you met their families?
They were probably the first family I met when I bought that property,
And when was that?
2004.
And having bought that property in 2004, did you basically watch Clint and Holly grow up?
I did.
Did you ever do any business with Dana, or did he do some work for you or around your lakes?
A great deal. He had heavy equipment, and I needed a lot of heavy equipment work done on the lake property. We worked together for about 10 years.
And how much interaction did you have with Holly?
Every now and then, I would see her whenever I went over to their house. In fact, she rode her horse on our property from time to time.
And she rode her horse with your permission, I assume?
Yeah, sure.
You said you didn't live there. Did you go there frequently or infrequently?
About 3 times a week.
Was there a place for you to spend the night when you wanted to?
There's a small cabin on the place.
I want to draw your attention, please, sir, to April the 13th of 2011 and ask you, do you remember that morning?
I do.
Had you spent the night in your cabin there on Swan Johnson the night before?
No.
How specifically do you remember that morning?
I was to go fishing with a good friend of mine who had come in from Atlanta. We spent the night at my home in Lexington, came there the next morning. I remember we were running a little bit late, 30. Went down to the house. I had to rig up or put a boat on the trailer and then hook up the trailer, get our fishing gear together. I showed my buddy a boat that I had built over the winter. Then we went over to a lake some 300 or 400 yards away from the cabin.
So all of the activity that you described, when you said at the time you went through the gate, that was on that property?
Yes,
Gate to your
Right.
cabin and to your lake ponds and lakes?
yes.
You sort of have given us some specific timeframes. Are you a person that makes note of detail based on your history, your work history, your career?
I had to do that for many years, yes.
Just so the jury understands why you might be a person that pays attention. What was your career?
I worked for the U.S. Surgeon General. I was an Assistant Surgeon General and Rear Admiral in the Public Health Service.
And attained you were a rear admiral, weren't you?
Yes,
And when did you retire?
2010.
So this point, this April of 2011 was really shortly after your retirement. You're
Yes.
enjoying yourself, being able to go fishing in the middle of the week?
Indeed.
Okay. Now, to go back to, you entered the gate, you said around 7:30?
Around 7:30,
Okay.
yes.
And how much time did you spend getting things ready, getting the boat on the trailer? And
I would say probably 20 minutes. Then we rode over to the lake. My buddy is a little bit decrepit, and as I had my stuff ready to go. He wasn't quite ready yet. He was gathering his stuff together. I was standing on the levee of the lake. He was down next to the boat at the lake surface there trying to get his stuff ready. And that's why I saw what I saw and he didn't see it.
All right. And so that the jury understands, I guess, the layout, you were standing where you were on the levee and looked back towards the road. What did you see? Did you actually see Swan Johnson Road?
Yes, for about maybe a 50, 60 yard swath of road there, yeah.
And you said that he was not your buddy, and was that Mr. Williams?
Bob Williams, yes.
He was not able to see what you did because of where he was.
Right.
Okay. What did you see?
Well, first I heard something, a motor revving up loudly on the road. I looked over and a white truck came by extremely fast, probably faster than any vehicle I've seen on that road before or since, probably traveling 55, 60 miles an hour. And I turned to my buddy and said, man, that white truck was flying. And of course, he didn't see it. That was the end of that conversation.
Were you able, other than making the observation that it was a white truck and going fast, were you able to make any other observations about that truck?
I thought it was an extended cab truck.
Okay.
But
Did you think that it may have been a Ford as well?
I thought it may have been a Ford, but then it was 250 yards or so away. So I couldn't tell for sure.
When you reported what you saw, though, you reported those things, that you thought it was an extended cab and you thought it was a Ford.
Yes.
And Mr. Hagerman just reminded me to ask, I'm glad he did, was it a pickup truck?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
an actual pickup truck.
What else could it
Other
be?
than hearing the truck, and let me ask you which direction it was going, and we have a map.
That truck was going south. And just at the very north end of the Bobo property and my property, Swan Johnson turns into a gravel road. So I find it inconceivable that somebody could have been going that speed with that made any sense whatsoever after coming off that gravel road unless they were in one heck of a hurry. That's why it drew my attention.
Got your attention. In addition to hearing and then seeing the white pickup truck, did you hear some noises shortly before that you thought were cats fighting?
I did. Two of the neighbors owned quite a few cats. And when I heard it, I thought, that sounds like a couple of cats fighting. And it was off towards the Bobo house. My buddy, who is actually a cat person, said, no, I don't think that was cats, but that was all we heard, and we didn't
And did you
figure that out.
Did you hear what you thought at the time were cats fighting, two cats fighting, before or after you saw the car speeding past?
Well, I heard that as soon as we got to the lake, so it was before the car.
So you heard was it screeching or yelling or crying or?
A screech or a squall, like I say, I thought it was cats.
But your buddy told you it wasn't.
Right.
Do you remember when you were kind enough to let me come to your home and talk to you about what you saw and heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in telling me, describing for me the layout of your property and the Bobos, did you hand draw a map?
Yes, I did.
Let me pass that forward to you. And Your Honor, the defense has it.
Yeah, Captain.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that map, to the best of your ability, truly and accurately reflect sort of the layout of the road, the land, the Bobos that morning?
It's a crude map, but yes.
Your Honor, ask this be marked as the next number of the exhibit.
Should be 36, I think, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'll pass you a pointer. If you'll look over your left shoulder.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Especially on this one, it's a little thing on there.
Just a second.
We're not going to say anything.
Pretty quick study. 5 o'clock on Monday, we've already had to get the lights down.
Stand-up time again by the judge. Ugh.
All right, Mr. Babb, you have to tell me, is it focused enough for you to point out the writing or not? I can't tell.
Hard to make out the writing.
Okay.
This point right here is the levee on the lake where I was standing. Right in here is where I saw this truck speeding, coming from that direction, and I saw the lake for that time period right in here.
Where do the Bobos live?
There.
And what distance, if you had to tell us down the road from the Bobos to where you saw the car?
Well, from there to there, I would say 150, 200 yards.
150 to 200 yards. And the area on here where you believe you heard two cats fighting or screaming, where did that sound from?
Generally in this direction here. This lady here had cats, and there was a man that lived here who had 60 cats. 62 actually. So,
What?
But the sound wasn't from where he lived.
no, it wasn't coming from that direction. It was back over here.
Let me ask you, and tell me if either way, is it a possibility that what you heard were voices or high-pitched screaming as opposed to cats?
It was.
I'm going to object to the speculation.
The question's proper, overruled.
Let me ask that question again. Is it a possibility that the sounds you heard that morning was someone crying or screaming as opposed to cats fighting?
I didn't think of it in that terms whenever I heard it. I wish I had under the circumstances, but no, I didn't think of it that
Biased
way, but
by
it's
the
certainly possible that it was.
Now, this information that you shared
Wow.
with the jury, at what point did you tell someone in law enforcement what you had seen regarding that white, possibly Ford extended cab pickup?
Well, the first thing that happened that I knew anything had gone on over there was that Dana
Yes, sir.
All right, lights up.
Bobo called me, I'm not sure, somewhere around 9 o'clock
That morning or that evening?
that morning to ask me what the age requirement to report what's the Amber Alert, what the age requirement was for an Amber Alert. And I said, I think it's 21, but I'm not sure. And then he said, well, Holly's been taken.
I'm sorry, there was a thump. Holly's been what?
He said, Holly has been taken. And he tried to explain what was going on. And so, well, I said, he said, are you at the lake? And I said, yeah. And so I then stopped fishing, went to all of the buildings on the property there to be sure that nobody had come over there to our side of the road. And then I went directly over to Swan Johnson Road, walked up to his house. There were police cars, et cetera, all up and down the road. And I talked to the sheriff of Decatur County and the sheriff of Henderson County, who were together on the roadway there, and told them what I'd seen. And directly somebody from Homeland Security and the FBI came over to the cabin and talked to me. And then later on that evening, they asked me to come to the command trailer, and I spoke to them again there.
So from within, I guess, an hour and a half or so after you heard and saw this, you were taking steps to report it.
Yes, but I didn't know there was anything to report until Dana's telephone call. Right.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Cross.
No further questions. No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Babb. Before you go, you can be in the courtroom with us.
Thank you.
Call your next.
Tony Weber.
Testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir, I do. Please state your name, spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Tony Weber, TonyWeber.
You can proceed.
Just want to recall your attention back to April of 2011.
Yes, sir.
Where were you working back then?
Decatur County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you a deputy there?
Law enforcement in Decatur County, approximately 15 years.
15 years.
Yes, sir.
Now you got a new job though, right?
Yes, sir.
Got a new, better job.
Yeah.
Make a little more money. Right?
Yes, sir.
Motion.
April 13th, 2011. Did you have occasion to respond to a crime scene in Swan Johnson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell me how that came about.
That morning we were leaving, or I was leaving the high school. I'd been working traffic patrol, just trying to detour speeders through a school zone. After that, I had went to 911 dispatch center and was made aware of the call. I then responded emergency traffic to the Swan Johnson Road address.
Did you respond to emergency traffic, don't you say?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean fast?
Lights and siren, yes, sir.
Lights and sirens?
Yes.
Was it just you or was anybody with you?
It was just me and my car.
Tell us what you saw when you arrived there.
When I arrived at the address, as I was pulling in the driveway, I noticed two people standing in front of a residence. One was later identified as Clint Bobo. The other was a neighbor. I believe her name was Kathy Wise.
Okay. So you pull up that long driveway at Swan Johnson, lights and sirens, and you see Clint Bobo and the neighbor, female.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I exited my vehicle, went up, and was kind of trying to determine what was going on, if a crime had occurred, or the nature of the call, what exactly had been going on.
This call was some type of kidnapping call, right?
They said that Holly Bobo had been taken, or a female had been taken into the woods.
That doesn't happen every day.
No, sir.
Did you talk to Clint Bobo?
I did.
Did he give you a brief version of what was going on?
Yes, sir. He said that somebody in camouflage had taken his sister into a wooded area behind and to the right of the house from where we were.
So what do you do in response to that?
We began to walk towards the area where he had said that his sister was taken into the woods.
Who's waiting?
Mr. Bobo and I. I don't remember at that time whether the neighbor had come with us. We started walking back through there and just generally asking him questions. Are you sure, this is what happened? Are you sure there's nothing going on? I actually asked him, I said, are you sure she didn't get a ride to school? Because I believe he had made comment that she was supposed to be going to college that morning. And I asked him, are you sure she didn't get a ride? He was sure she did not get a ride to school. Kept saying that she was taken into the woods. I asked to see where her vehicle was. At some point, we ended up over near her Mustang in the carport.
What did
And
you see in the carport?
that's when I noticed there was a blood spatter and a puddle of blood on the floor.
This is previously marked Stacy City number 27. You show you 28 first. Yes, sir. You recognize that?
Yes, sir. It appears to be the carport of the Bobo's residence.
And was that car there?
Yes, sir. It was.
That's her car.
That's the front
This
of a
is what you're
vehicle.
talking about?
Okay.
It appears to be. Yes, sir. It's in the general location for sure.
And I got a close up of at least part of it. Is it 27? Right there at the base of the steps, right?
Yes, sir.
Things were serious.
At that point, I realized it was more serious than I was first made aware. Yes, sir.
Had first made aware of it or expected.
Expected, I guess. Well, I guess just the demeanor of the persons when I first encountered. I wasn't expecting to find a scene of that magnitude or of that nature.
Around frantically.
No, sir, they were not.
Were other
Walked over
law
him.
enforcement there about the time you found the blood?
I believe I don't know exactly what time, but I do know that Deputy Jeremy Pratt had arrived sometime therein, and also Ricky Inman with the sheriff's office had arrived sometime at that point.
Did you stay there for a little bit there in the house?
Initially, I did. when I found the carport, I had actually at that point tried to get Clint Bobo to write me out a statement, realizing how serious, hey, I need to get something on paper. I need to get some facts. Tell me what you saw for sure. Write it down.
Did you give him some paper?
I did.
Or you could write it down?
Yes, sir.
Other officers get there.
Yes, sir.
These other officers have various responsibilities.
Yes, sir.
Other people get there.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Miss Aaron getting there?
Yes, sir, I do. We spoke briefly in the front driveway. I believe I was coming back from roping off the area around the carport with sheriff's tape and met her in front. Again, it was brief. I started asking her specific questions about Holly, trying to get a little bit more information. I believe at that point is when I realized that she had her cell phone with her still.
Okay. The fact that she has her cell phone with her, or at least it's not there,
Yes, sir.
does that mean something to you?
Yes, sir. That means that there's a good possibility that we can actually start using that data off of that to triangulate some sort of location.
Try to figure out where her cell phone is.
Correct.
And maybe that's where she is.
Correct.
And maybe we can go get it.
Right.
So what do you do?
I contacted our 911 system and asked them to contact the cell phone carrier so they can initiate the tracking of the phone.
Under certain circumstances, can law enforcement make contact with a cell phone provider like AT&T?
Yes, sir. Life and death situation, they can.
And was that process started?
Yes, sir, it was.
To complete that process, though, what do they need?
They needed a supervisor signature.
So what'd you do?
I had to leave the residence and get to the 911 center so I could fax a copy of my signature and a letterhead so they would relay the information to me.
Lights and sirens again, or just
2011.
plain old
I'm
fashioned?
sure I did, sir.
Did you sign that order, that paperwork, asking for this cell phone information?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, when you ask for that sort of cell phone information, like from AT&T, how does it come to you?
They actually emailed it to my departmental email.
And in fact, AT&T that morning emails you several, what I'm going to say, nobody's asking about cell phone expertise or anything right now. They email you several pings of Holly's phone. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
In what sort of form? They don't send you a map of like,
No, sir. It's a lot of numbers. Looks a lot more like longitude, latitude stuff.
is that stuff you're trained in or not trained in?
I'm not trained in that, sir.
So what do you do when AT&T emails you all these numbers that's a cell phone ping?
We were relaying them to TBI agents, and also I believe Highway Patrol or Jackson PD had a helicopter in the area at that time,
Okay.
and we were relaying that to them.
So AT&T starts sending you pings from her phone. You start relaying that information to whoever you can,
Yes, sir.
but including the TBI.
Yes, sir.
Um, do you actually go chasing these cell phone pings?
No, sir.
Okay, so what are your responsibilities once these cell phone pings start coming in?
My responsibilities at the time were to follow those until they stopped, or until she was found.
Those pings stopped, and we'll hear testimony about it a few hours into that day.
Yes, sir.
Were you tasked later that day or during that day with going out and trying to investigate a little bit or trying to talk to people a little bit?
Yes, sir. After we realized that there were no more pings coming through on the cell phone, I was given a job along with Deputy Jeremy Pratt to go and interview our local sex offenders throughout the county.
In your travels that day, you had to drive from place to place, I assume.
Yes, sir.
In any of those travels, first, do you know Zach Adams?
I do know Zach Adams.
Do you know Shane Austin?
I did know Shane Austin.
In your travels that day, from place to place, or wherever to wherever, did you ever encounter Zach Adams?
No, sir. Not that I recall. No, sir.
Would you recall?
I believe I would have recalled, but no, sir, I don't
Did
recall.
you ever encounter Shane Austin?
No, sir.
Did either Zach Adams or Shane Austin ever talk to you that day?
No, sir. Not that I can recall.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Hello, Mr. Weber. I'm Jennifer Thompson. So you're the first officer on the scene that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And to be clear, you never walked back into the woods first thing looking for Holly, did you?
The initial thing? No.
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Matter of fact, you had Clint Bobo come over and begin to fill out some paperwork.
We spoke briefly and walked around the house. Yes, ma'am.
So when you first got there, he was standing in the front of the house?
Clint Bobo, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he tell you that there was some blood over in the carport?
I don't remember that ever coming out until we'd already made it around the house.
Okay. But you didn't see the blood yourself, did you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Well, initially, when you made your first day report, you said you didn't see the blood that told Inman about it.
I don't
Remember
know.
that?
No, ma'am, I don't. I don't know how I could have told him about it if I hadn't seen it.
Well, Clint told you, you told Inman.
No, ma'am, I don't believe that's right.
So you say you did walk over and look at the blood.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So you walked all the way through the carport to look at the blood?
No, I stepped into the carport without seeing a picture. There's a breezeway, I guess you could say, from the back porch area going over there, and you could see down in through there.
Okay. And you weren't the first person to put up tape that morning around the crime scene, were you?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Dana Bobo had already put up some pink ribbon to block off the carport, hadn't he?
Ma'am, Dana Bobo was not there when I got there.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you're the first person that put up crime scene tape around the carport.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay.
Not what he said. Just saying. Dana Bobo said.
How long after you
tape up first?
arrived did it take for Mr. Officer Pratt to arrive?
Ma'am, I don't know.
Can you give us a guesstimate?
The 911 log would probably show. I honestly don't know.
Okay. So at what point did you walk back in the woods looking for Holly?
I don't know. It'd have been after we. It might have been about the time that Karen and I had spoken up front, and I remember some of our last words. She hollered at me to find her daughter. So
Okay, but she actually ran into the woods looking for Holly before you did, didn't she?
I don't know. I didn't see her do that. No.
You never saw Karen Bobo run into the woods?
No, ma'am.
Now, Karen Bobo got there after you got there, didn't she?
She did.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
And so that's something you did not observe that morning?
No, ma'am. I did not see her do that.
Okay. So you think that you maybe walked into the woods after Karen Bobo arrived?
I don't know. I never saw her go in the woods, so I couldn't tell whether she did after I had been or not. I don't
Okay.
know.
So when you walked into the woods, did you run through the woods or did you just
No,
walk?
ma'am. No, ma'am. It wasn't a run. We walked through the woods.
Okay. And what did you observe?
Honestly, we were looking for any sort of blood trail at that point because I'd already noticed the blood in the carport. I was looking for any sort of disturbances that I might find, potentially even her.
Okay. So when you say disturbance, what were you looking for disturbance-wise?
Disturbances in the leaves, drag marks through dirt, anything like that.
Did you find anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you take any photographs as you were walking through the woods?
I don't recall having taken any photographs. No, ma'am.
So when you walked through the woods, how long did you walk and where did you come out?
I come out on, it may have been Swan Johnson Road. I believe it cuts right through there.
And did you take any pictures of the logging road that was back in there?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. So did you make any kind of observations about tire prints or tire tracks back in there?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you were walking around in the carport area, did you have any kind of booties on or anything to prevent you from leaving footprints?
I didn't walk through the carport. I walked up to the threshold of the door.
How about when you were walking on the trail? Did you do anything to prevent yourself from leaving
No,
footprints?
ma'am, I did not.
Did you do anything to try to preserve footprints that were on the trail?
I didn't observe any footprints on the trail.
Did you put out any kind of information about getting a roadblock?
No, ma'am, I don't recall doing that.
Okay. Did you send out messages that somebody should go and start checking roads or intersections?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
Okay. So when you finally called and started to get the pings, you didn't call to get the first ping and get the paperwork in until just a few minutes before 9 o'clock. Isn't that right?
I don't remember. I remember calling Henderson County Sheriff's Office for some assistance. I believe they had a tracking dog. That was during the time I was at the house also, but to say at what point that was during the whole ordeal that morning, I couldn't specify time.
So that's just a detail you don't remember today?
Excuse me?
That's a detail you don't remember today?
The time?
The time that you started to get the first ping?
No, I'm sure it's documented, the time of the first ping.
Do you have that documentation with you today?
No, ma'am, I don't. They
Oh my
collected all of
word.
my case file, anything that I was involved with, the TBI picked up, so.
So you don't even have your case file with you?
No, ma'am.
In order to testify today, did you review the case file?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So when was the last time you reviewed the case file?
About the last time I was involved with it before the TBI took it, I'm sure.
And the TBI, did they take it that very day?
It was within the first early days of it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're saying it's been a good 7+ years since you reviewed the materials?
No, ma'am, it's 6 years.
Okay, 6 years since you reviewed the materials, sorry.
Yeah. It's probably not been exactly 6, but it's getting pretty close.
Okay, if I were to tell you that the first ping came in at 8:56 and you actually got a no hit back on the first ping, would that refresh your memory on that?
It wouldn't mean anything to me, ma'am. I don't know anything about what all that data and what all that pinging is supposed to do. I know that they're supposed to be able to use that information to triangulate the location off of it. Somebody way smarter than I am.
If I were to tell you the second ping came in at 8:57, would that refresh your memory on that?
No, ma'am.
And that there actually was a hit on the 8:57 ping. You recognize that you're the person that told AT&T, you had to, you fill out a form and mail it into a fax number, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. An exigent circumstances form.
And it's actually a kind of a warrant saying we have emergency circumstances and we believe that if you can give us the location of this ping, we can stop a crime in progress or save a life.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are kind of the two exigent circumstances that they need to do a ping.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're the person, you've already testified, that filled out the paperwork to get that ping and faxed it over.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you do remember that the AT&T call that you made was recorded on the 911 system, right?
I'm sure it is. All the 911 lines are recorded.
And AT&T actually asks you, how often do you want to get a ping back on the phone? Do you remember that they asked you
No,
that?
I don't remember the specifics of the conversation.
Do you remember you telling them you just would get one every 15 minutes?
I don't remember that.
Did you recognize it would have been possible to get one every 1 minute?
No, I did not know that.
What did this man do? Other
So
than
after this happened, you were assigned the job of going around and looking for the sex offenders that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a memory that there's over 90 sex offenders that lived within a short distance of the Bobo home?
I remember there's several.
oh,
To
sweet
say a
niblet.
specific number, ma'am, honestly, I had a yellow legal pad and it was full of people that we made contact with. So,
Okay. But several is different than saying it was close to 100.
okay. Yeah, I don't remember the specific number, ma'am, but I know it was a lot.
Okay.
I don't remember anything.
And you were
'Cause I'm a
given,
doof.
they actually kind of just set you up on a road and you kind of started on one road and started just going in order. Isn't that right?
No, ma'am. Deputy Pratt and I decided that we would start closest to the Bobo residence and start working a spiral grid outward from that.
Oh, he remembers that.
I'm sorry, but what I meant was you had a list of where everybody lived and what their address was, and you were going in address order when you were checking on people.
I was not going in address order. I was going in proximity to the Bobo home.
Okay. Maybe I'm not phrasing it. You were doing it alphabetically. You started at the Bobo home and you were kind of moving from house to house, getting further away.
I would say that's correct, yes.
Okay. And so do you have a memory now that one of the people that you were to check on was a man named Eric Christensen who lived on Jeanette Holiday Road, 2700 Jeanette Holiday Road?
I'm sure we did. I don't remember his specific name. No, ma'am.
Okay. So what you're saying now is you have absolutely no memory of that.
I remember speaking to a lot of people that day, ma'am.
Okay.
You went to the Massachusetts State Police School of Investigating where you remember
Okay, Your Honor,
nothing.
if I could take a few minutes,
do
I'd like to pull
nothing.
together some of the materials I have from his case file so that I can hand it up to him, see if it refreshes any of his memory. I didn't know that he was going to be called today, so I don't have my materials ready.
There's one of those things.
I was just told he was being called a few minutes
How
ago.
long will it take you?
It's probably going to take me about 15 minutes. I do have significant more questions to ask him once I can get his memory refreshed on some of the materials.
Let's break for the evening at this point, then we'll continue tomorrow once you be ready to go like that. Okay?
It is difficult when I don't know which witnesses are going to be called in advance, Your Honor.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet it is.
The order in which they call their witnesses is up to them. If you call witnesses, the order in which you call is up to you. I want our bailiffs to be apprised so that they can kind of have them in waiting, okay? 5:30. You folks gonna have to get settled in, so it won't hurt us to break for the evening. They'll feed you. Not gonna identify by name, but we've got one of our jurors that has a birthday on Thursday. I want that juror to be treated very favorably on the birthday, okay? And like I said, I'm not gonna identify who it is. The Sheriff's Department will know that.
We may have a birthday tomorrow.
Oh, there's one tomorrow? Maybe I had the wrong
What
day.
are we doing, Judge?
Mine's Friday, okay? I'll still be here Friday, but the birthday's tomorrow. I wanted to be treated special, okay? All right, your admonitions, don't, just put this out of your mind as best you can, okay? Do not form or express an opinion. Keep an open mind on the case until you're instructed to do so. Do not discuss the case with anyone, not even your fellow jurors, until the case is submitted to you for your final consideration. Do not allow the case to be discussed in your presence. Ignore any news reports. Avoid conversations with parties, witnesses, or attorneys, and promptly report any violations of these rules to the court. The jury may now be excused. You leave your notebook look in and see. Courtroom will be secured overnight.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What? Things went off the rails a little bit there at the end of day one for this particular trial. Holy cannoli, y'all. Yes, the prosecution has the right to call the witnesses in whatever order they want to. Yes, sir. And she should have fought on that. She should have pushed back and said, yes, sir, I agree, Your Honor. Respectfully, I need to know the day before who they're calling. Oh my goodness. You are right, Kelly. I think that Reba did sing about this, and so did Vicki Lawrence. Vicki Lawrence was the first one the night the lights went out in Georgia. You are absolutely correct, except we're in Tennessee and this is happening. Oh, hang on, y'all. I'm going to get us there. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe how flagrantly obvious the bias the judge has toward the prosecution. Am I the only one shocked by this? I mean, I lived in Tennessee at this time. I had no idea this level of corruption and craziness was existing at that time. Okay, guys, let's move on to day 2. Let's see what excitement is in store for us on this day. I don't know what's happening, so.
Please listen to the entire message as the Constitution effective April 8, 2011. You have reached APP Mobility Court Order Compliance Center of AT&T. If you're calling from a 911 emergency center, if this is a light or detonator, press 4.
I don't know what we're doing.
This is Judy. I'm working behind the 1 Taylor County building. I've got a missing 20-year-old female that was pulled away from her home. We need to try to put on her cell phone, please. Okay, what's the phone number? Okay, 731 549 7352. Okay. Her name is Holly Bobo, B-O-B-O. Okay, that's 731 549 7352. No, sir. Her brother reported her missing. She was pulled away from her home and she was outside into the woods. And my sergeant, Tony Weber, requested me to call you and put trace on her cell phone, please. Okay. The brother called in the name? Yes, her brother reported her missing. She was in her home. All right. No, okay, one more day. The zip code of my station is 38329. Where is the total? Yes, my callback number is 731-852-3911. And the fax number is 731-852-3914. I'm sorry. No, I don't have a location phone, but you need. Yes.
Okay, I can go
go ahead and provide the information to you quickly. I just need to record the conversation. And you can give the details on the body, the third body, Okay, so the only thing I can tell you is, she was outside, to my knowledge, her brother heard her screaming. He looked out, there was a boy in camouflage clothing that pulled her into the woods. He heard her screaming, and I think a neighbor also reported her screaming. Okay. It's around 8 a.m. this morning. Okay, no problem. I'm going to go ahead and put you on this paper and we'll issue the recording. When I come back, I'm just going to ask a few questions about all the coffee and you're also going to provide information. Okay.
What are we doing?
Conversation has been recorded and send the information to the court. Is that correct? Can you verify your name and your case between the conference and the conversation? Yes, my name is Judy Wilkins. I work at the 911 Center, Decatur County, Tennessee. Phone number 731-852-3911. Okay, thank you. So we're going to receive a call from the second party, referring that our customer, telephone number 721-549-7352, is possibly kidnapped. Is he about to put that in the phone number possibly find the call from them, the phone number of the third party? Okay, sir, the recording party was a Chris Bubba, then her brother, called the 911 Center and reported his sister had been possibly abducted. She was screaming concerning a male with camo pulling into the woods, and they were also on her screen. Hold on, Sheila, what time is this talking? Is it 7:59? 7:59, I get it.
Are y'all getting anything out of this? Because I'm not.
I'm not getting a location on the phone right now, because I'm sure the power on. So unfortunately, we're not getting a location information on the phone right now.
Okay, let me ask you one thing. So if you don't have a signal, what I call a signal in that area, will that affect it then?
Yeah, possibly. I just used a location, it's not it's going to be a pretty big radio to it. So, we say that, social questions to get into
No, I'm involved. They're looking for it. Okay. Right now, that's in the conversation, that that's in the conversation, I'm not understanding what you're saying, party.
Pretty sure so let me give you what I've got here. I requested a few times, I've got
Some notes I have here.
Even they agreed it was pointless. Oh, the
Some of it does
mono.
appear to be my handwriting, yes, ma'am.
I think one of the problems with these notes is when they're copied, you can see a little bit of what was on the back of the paper also. But would you agree with me that it appears that these rough notes on the piece of paper I just handed you are the same information that eventually got transcribed into your supplement number 1 of your report?
I would say yes, ma'am. Some of them described into my report.
Would it be helpful if I passed you a copy of your supplement of your report?
That'd be fine, ma'am. Described into my.
I can't tell y'all if this is me or if it's them.
And yesterday you testified, you kind of started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there,
Okay. Let me see if I can reload this because I truly can't tell. That little spinny circle is not something that I get. So I think it is them. I'm gonna keep going here.
Turner, number one.
Mm,
It's probably
his name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say it's,
and he lives on Eastwood. You know where Eastwood is. But I'm sorry, you located him at Melton Lane
yes, ma'am.
at Eastwood. Okay. The second person is on Manus Lane. That's close to Bo's house.
What is happening? Let me see if I can get us to some actual testimony. How about that? Because my sound went mono also. Oh, now I have both again. This is the awful recording. We're going to fast forward through this awful recording because we got nothing out of it. I think maybe Law News Network, which is now Law and Crime, may have had some issues.
So that was an
Okay.
okay. So that was an accurate reflection of the phone call that day. Is that right?
Sounded accurate, yes, ma'am.
And at some point, you heard the AT&T person give a location of Holiday Circle.
I heard him give a lot of locations, pings, and numbers.
We heard nothing.
And the I guess the 911 operator was asking if they had an address, and he said, "Well, it was coming back with an address." And he was trying to give the closest address possible, and he said a Holiday Circle.
Okay.
So, and he also said at some point that the phone was pinging over by Interstate I-40.
Yes, ma'am.
And, but at that time, you did not send a group of officers up that direction, did you?
No, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, once you got these two readings, the latitude and longitude readings, you didn't send officers to those readings, did you?
I relayed the information that I was given to officers to try to go to certain locations. Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. But as you know, officers did not go to those readings within the first hour.
Ma'am, I don't know. I was clearly at the dispatch center and obtaining the information as to what officers or if any went there. I don't know.
Okay. And then let me. And since yesterday, you had an opportunity to review the report that you prepared in this case, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I looked at it this morning.
And as a matter of fact, you, as the first officer on the scene, were charged with making the preliminary investigation report in the whole case.
Yes, ma'am. I have to.
I am terribly sorry. I'm trying to get the closed caption so you can read it
Start a
easily.
case so we can have a case number for follow-up things, just like the AT&T track.
Okay. And so in your report that you filled out on the very first page under the accused, suspect, other category, you actually put Clint Bobo's name in there, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
And then on the second page, you wrote out a narrative,
Yes, ma'am.
and a narrative is just a brief paragraph of kind of what had occurred.
Just a brief summation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you wrote this. Do you remember what day you actually sat down and wrote out the report?
No, ma'am. A lot of that stuff was kind of running together. I mean, there was a lot of things going on during that time.
So you're saying it was all kinds of information coming in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And because of it all, it's possible that it was several days until you wrote out the report.
There may be a timestamp on the report. I don't know.
Okay. And if there's not a timestamp on the report, then no telling when it was actually typed into a computer.
It would have been there pretty quick. It's not going to be a week later or anything like that. It would have been within the first day or so because other people are going to need that case number for their files also.
Okay. And you put down in your report that upon arriving at the scene, you spoke with the brother Clint Bobo.
Yes,
who
ma'am.
reported the victim, Holly Bobo, of the reported victim, Holly Bobo.
Sounds right.
And you're saying that Mr. Bobo gave you a verbal statement that he was asleep in the home and heard a scream.
If that's what I put down, that's what he told me. Yes, ma'am.
But it's possible that you got that part confused because it's the neighbor that heard the scream.
It's possible. It's in my report. Unfortunately, that's what I typed up, so that's what I have to stand by.
But you didn't have any specific notes from when you spoke to Clint Bobo first thing that day, did you?
No, ma'am. The statement form that I gave him, I don't know whatever happened to it.
Okay, so you would agree with me that whatever piece of paper you gave him that day to fill out has been lost at this point?
I would say that I never gained possession of it back at that day. No,
Wow.
Because you didn't review that paper in preparation for your testimony today.
no, ma'am. I have not seen that paper.
Okay. And so you also put down that Clint Bobo checked outside the home and he saw his sister in a pink shirt and light colored blue jeans walking into the woods.
That's the description he would have given me. Sounds right.
But he had also told you that he had seen his sister kneeling down, speaking to somebody outside the window. Didn't he tell you that?
I don't remember that.
Okay, so it's a detail you don't remember today.
Yes, ma'am.
And Clint Bobo advised you he didn't think much about his sister heading into the woods with her boyfriend.
Seems like that's right.
Okay. He explained to you that the boyfriend was a turkey hunter.
I do recall that. Yes.
At some point, he realized what was happening and he called 911.
Yes, ma'am.
Upon the arrival at the scene, you put down that you did locate and photograph some blood inside the carport.
That's what I put. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yesterday, when you said you didn't take pictures, you did in fact take some pictures.
It says that. I don't know whatever happened to him, but it does say that. So I imagine I would have probably on my cell phone because that would have been what I would have had on me at the time. I don't carry around a camera with me. So
What?
Back in 2011, did you have a cell phone that took pictures?
it was a department issued iPhone. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That part you remember.
What?
You remember that you had a cell phone an iPhone that took pictures.
I remember that I had a department issued iPhone. We all had them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then it says that you went inside this home. And you're one of the people that cleared the house?
No, ma'am. I don't remember ever going in the home.
Okay, so it was only Jeremy Pratt that cleared the home?
I don't know that, ma'am. I did not go in the home.
Okay. And you tried to get a dog up there, but they told you that there was going to be a significant time delay on the dog.
I do remember trying to get a dog up there, but I don't remember being told. I did read that in my report this morning, so obviously somebody did tell me that.
I thought you didn't review anything.
Okay.
What is going on with this dude?
And did you stay in your office to get the emails, or was that something you could get on your iPhone? The emails from AT&T with the pings.
I believe I had to use a computer there at dispatch, but I don't remember. I remember them coming in by email.
Okay. And a matter of fact, you were able to get 4 pings total. Is that right?
I don't remember exactly how many, ma'am.
Okay. Well, and I take that back. The very first locate on the phone that we heard there, that locate, there was no hit at the time. Did you?
I heard him say that. Yes, ma'am.
And so then we heard 2 locates on the telephone just then.
Yes, ma'am.
And then they ended up sending you additional 2 more. Isn't that right?
Ma'am, again, I don't remember the number in total. I remember some emails coming through, but I don't remember how many.
Okay. And at that point, then, you did not have the means by which to use this latitude and longitude information they gave you to pinpoint it on the map, did you?
No, ma'am, I didn't have a GPS or anything to use that information.
Okay. And it never occurred to you when you were talking to the people on the phone to ask them to update the system every 1 minute?
No, ma'am.
You did hear the man say on the phone that he was constantly refreshing the data to see if it had changed.
Ma'am, he never told me that.
You didn't hear him on the phone just now say that?
I heard him on there say that, but he didn't say that to me. So no, ma'am, I was not aware that you can do that.
Okay.
What? I thought he was the
very
one on the
last, when
phone with
he
them.
said to you, I've been refreshing, and then he said, oh, it's just changed. I've got a new reading for you. Did you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
Okay.
I feel like I'm in Judge
And
Cannoni's
then
court
you
right
did
now.
a supplement to your report at a later date. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that supplement, you added all the sex offenders that you had gone to visit.
Yes, ma'am.
And you went to see sex offenders with Jeremy Pratt.
Yes, ma'am.
You teamed up together to do that.
We did team up for some of them. I think John Reichard, one of the other road sergeants, assisted with a couple also.
Okay. And so in doing that, I'd like to pass to you some papers I have. I have some copies, and granted, they're not very good copy. Of, some notes I have here. Can you tell me if that's your handwriting?
Some of it does appear to be my handwriting, yes, ma'am.
I think one of the problems with these notes is when they're copied, you can see a little bit of what was on the back of the paper also. But would you agree with me that it appears that these rough notes on the piece of paper I just handed you are the same information that eventually got transcribed into your supplement number 1 of your report?
I would say yes, ma'am. Some of the information was transcribed into my report.
Would it be helpful if I passed you a copy of your supplement of your report?
That'd be fine, ma'am.
And yesterday you testified that you kind of started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there that you go see is John Turner, number 1.
Mm,
It's probably easier if you look at the typed report.
his name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say that's about right.
Okay, and he lives on Eastwood. You know where Eastwood is? But I'm sorry, you located him at Melton Lane
Yes, ma'am.
at Eastwood. Okay, the second person is on Manus Lane. That's close to the Bobo's house. Is that right?
I'm not sure mileage wise, but it's within the city limits of Parsons, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's Melvin Stegall. You checked on him.
Melvin Stegall. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Seagull. The next person is Timothy Wheat,
Yes, ma'am.
also on Manus Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Then is it Michael Broughton?
Yes, ma'am.
The fifth person is James Riddle.
Yes, ma'am.
He's on Rawson Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you move over to Jeanette Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know where Jeanette Holiday Road is located.
I do.
And it's close to the Bobo home.
Yes, ma'am.
It's certainly closer to the Bobo home than Adams Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
And you checked on Eric Christensen,
That's what it says. Yes, ma'am.
and he was home when you got there.
That's what it says.
And then the next person on the list is Terry Britt, number 7.
Yes, ma'am.
And he was at 3138 Jeanette Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
He gave you his story of what he had been doing that day. He said he woke up at 6 a.m. Wife woke up at 8:30ish, and they left going to All Goods in Camden to buy supplies for remodeling the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember that upon arrival, they were unloading, Jan and Terry Britt were unloading a tub from a truck.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say truck, you mean a pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you got there sometime that afternoon after approximately 2 o'clock, didn't you?
I don't remember the exact time, ma'am.
Do you see a time written on your sheet? On your handwritten notes? I couldn't find a time, but
Ma'am, I'm struggling here. It's kind of copied over and it's hard to read, but not that I can tell. No, ma'am.
okay. And do you remember that deputy? You just mentioned another deputy who was also doing checks on sex offenders. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that other deputy, what was his name?
Jonathan Reichard.
And Mr. Riker, and he was paired up with a second person also, wasn't he?
Ma'am, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay.
I would say probably.
Okay. And so do you remember that they had already been by the Britt home that morning and nobody was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a list, a timetable that was included in all, well, I guess officers, when they came in, then began to try to form some type of timeline and keep a record of who was doing what.
I would hope so.
And you remember that you worked pretty late that day.
I'm sure I did.
Okay. So if at
What?
8:38 you were still out there checking sex offenders, that would make sense to you, wouldn't it?
I'm sure. I don't remember getting a whole lot of sleep there for about a week.
Okay.
He looks like he's going to go to sleep on the sand. What is happening?
And that day also, you said that you had gone, you initially were at the Bobo home, but you left sometime that morning to go back to the Parsons or the Decatur County Sheriff's Department.
The dispatch center, yes, ma'am.
And where's the Decatur County Sheriff's Department?
It's on Main Street in Decaturville. I don't know the numerical address.
Okay, so in order to get there from the Bobo home, you would have driven past the hospital, the Parsons Hospital. Is it Parsons or Decatur County Hospital?
Decatur County General Hospital.
So you would have driven past the Decatur County General Hospital going that direction.
That's one way to go, yes, ma'am.
And that's the way you went that morning, isn't it?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know which road I took. I would imagine I took that road just because it's the main thoroughfare.
Okay, if I can have one moment.
Oh my goodness, this guy. This is the biggest case you would have ever worked on and continue to have ever worked on in your entire career. And you have memory issues?
For the director of the state.
Yeah, a few
Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I did want to put that phone call in as.
I'm wondering, let's put the disc in, it will be 37.
Can we have his report put in also and his handwritten notes? He recognized them as.
I'm sorry.
Something else to make of note.
I'm getting this from South Coast.
This will be exhibit 37.
This is exhibit 37. We are in day 2. That's a pretty low number. Yeah, I can't recall driving down Main Street past the only hospital in town. Yeah, I mean, this guy, oh, he is giving me massive MSP vibes. I'm going to try to get us past this. We don't need to watch them get this 37th piece of evidence.
Yes, bring that with you.
Oh, sweet niblets. And now we've got a sidebar. And there's a cougher in the courtroom too. I believe it's female. I hear her yakking away.
Reports that have just been filed as evidence were introduced for purposes of him refreshing his recollection. Your hearsay and not to be considered for the truth of it. Okay? All right.
Which one is going to be 38?
The big one was, or the multi-page was on top, I think.
What are we doing, sir? This is your courtroom. Get it under
And
control.
39 is practically illegible.
But if they want it in, put it in. No one objects to it.
You know,
Oh my goodness, the closed captions.
You're not a cell phone expert.
No, sir.
That wasn't your job.
No, sir, it was not.
So I'm not going to try to make you one. Okay. But did you hear what I heard on that phone call?
Yes, sir, I did.
No.
AT&T guy couldn't give you an address, could it?
No, sir.
He couldn't tell you Holly's phone was here,
No, sir.
at a place or on a road or anything like that.
No, sir.
Object to the leading.
No, sir. Good enough.
And then he answered it anyway.
Instead, what did he tell you?
Latitude and longitudes of possible locations.
And did you hear him mention something about like a radius,
Yes, sir. 4,000 kilometers, approximately 2 miles, I believe is what I heard him say.
approximately 2 mile radius?
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about a 2 mile swatch.
Yes, sir.
And not
We
a
know what
place or a
radius
road.
means.
No, sir.
Did you hear him say anything about a city?
No, sir.
Did you hear him ever mention Holiday, Tennessee?
Not that I recall. No, sir.
Did you ever hear him mention Interstate 4?
Yes, sir. I did.
Do you know, you were asked where Adams Lane is.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who lives on Adams Lane?
Yes, sir. I do.
Who?
Zach Adams and his grandfather.
Adams Lane near Interstate 40?
It is, sir.
It's right there, isn't it?
It's pretty close. Yes, sir.
Adams Lane near Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes, sir. It is.
Right there, right?
Yes, sir. It is.
Now, even though you weren't a cell phone expert, and they gave you these things, like emailed things, right?
Yes, sir. They did.
Did you just ignore them?
No, sir. We give the information to people that I thought would be useful to them.
Because that was your job.
Yes, sir.
The
I
TBI
agree,
get 'em?
Kelly.
They did it. Yes, sir.
Highway Patrol,
Highway Patrol did also. Yes, sir.
other people responsible for trying to find them.
Other people that were trying to help us. Yes, sir.
Why don't
you
they
went about
ever
your
use a map?
Yes, sir. I did.
There's a list of sex offenders you talked to.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Object to the leading.
Yes, sir. There is.
Oh my gosh. I have to pause this. I don't know if you all are noticing this, but when there's an objection, this particular witness, and I noticed it with Holly Bobo's mother, Karen Bobo, they hurry up and answer the question, even though there's an objection. Oh my word. I am so infuriated by the conduct in this courtroom. And I'm going to need Dora the Explorer to come to this courtroom and provide a flippin' map so that we can figure out what the heck they're talking about when they talk about all of these different streets. Goodness. She objected to the leading, Kelly, is what the issue was. And he hurried up and he answered the question anyway. These people.
Overruled.
Dr. Terry and Janet Britt.
I did, yes, sir.
You saw them that morning, is that right?
Yes, sir. At some point during that day, I did run into them.
He didn't say morning.
You asked, you saw them doing something, is that right?
When we,
What did you see when you encountered them?
when Deputy Pratt and I pulled up into the driveway of the Britt's home, they were outside unloading a pickup truck with some remodeling supplies to their home.
Okay. Previously, the word tub was used, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
A bathtub.
Okay. Stuff with a bathroom?
That's what it appeared to be. Yes, sir.
Not like a big bucket or something like that.
No, sir.
You did all that after you'd actually been at the crime scene where she was taken, right?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
We talked about this yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
What are we doing, sir? What are we doing? We're just letting some people wander around in the well? What are we doing? Trying to figure out how to prevent the defense from knowing who else is coming on the stand? What are we doing?
Takes a second, Judge, sorry.
Okay.
What's going on?
While we wait for it to warm up, did you describe for us that one of your things you did out there was put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, sir. I did.
Now, were you the crime scene officer?
I was the initial officer on scene, sir.
You know what I mean by that when I say crime scene officer?
A tech that examines.
Absolutely.
No, sir. I'm not.
You weren't doing that.
No, sir.
You weren't taking samples of blood.
I was not.
You weren't walking every step of the crime scene, putting tape and everything.
No, sir. No.
Did you put some tape up though?
I did at one point. Yes, sir.
Okay. If we just resume the lights, Judge, I'll pass him this and we can, we'll figure it out over the next break.
Okay.
My pass you list been previously marked as Exhibit 7.
Lordy.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you see the tape that you put up?
I see some crime scene tape, and that's the area that I put it up. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I approach a witness, Your Honor? My first witness. Can you show me?
The judge never answered.
Yes, sir. Over here next to there's an alleyway going down the carport. All right. Over here would be the door walking down into the carport where Holly's car would have been. Just to the left of that, there was some sort of decoration, and then the door going into the main entrance of the home on the backside. I tied the tape between there, strung out through here, and back over to a brush, small tree on the back corner of this right here.
Okay. And would you agree with me that you put tape that stretched from the porch or from the carport? I guess it's more the porch than the carport, all the way across this back area to a tree or something.
I did. Carried it all the way across to the shed back here where you can see Clint Bobo's truck. I was trying to preserve this area just in case, because we'd already observed the blood on the carport, or in the carport, I should say, and then the spatter on the wall. So I was trying to preserve this area just in case there might have been some sort of indication of a trail of which way they had left outside of that area.
On the other side, it spans from some trees or something over next to the carport. All the
This
way
is
across to
pointless.
other trees.
That's correct, sir.
Because we have no
You
idea
didn't
what he's
put any
pointing
crime
to.
scene tape across the mouth of that carport.
No, sir, I did not.
If somebody put crime scene tape across the mouth of that carport, that would not have been you.
No, sir, it would not.
Might display this to the jury. Just states exhibit number 7.
Put it on an Almo. Oh, for
You see crime
heaven's
scene tape
sake.
going across the backyard, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On both sides of
It
the.
covers up a big section of that driveway there at the end of the carport.
But you can see that you didn't put crime scene tape actually on the mouth of the carport.
No, sir. Yeah, or yes, sir. You can see that.
So somebody later came on and did that. That wasn't you.
If it was there later, yes, sir. It was not me.
That's all my questions, John.
Further cross.
Mr. Weber, you did not put up that crime scene tape right away, did you?
No, ma'am. I put it up after I noticed the blood in the carport.
First thing you did when you got there was you handed Clint Bobo a form to fill out, didn't you?
No, ma'am. I spoke with Clint Bobo first. And then eventually during our discussions, yes, ma'am, he was handed a form to fill out.
He was handed the form to fill out.
I would check this goes beyond the scope of recalls.
It does, Your Honor, because
She can.
you gave him the form to fill out after Karen Bobo arrived, before Karen Bobo arrived.
I would say that was safe to say, yes, ma'am.
And the crime scene tape was after that.
After what?
You gave him the form to fill out.
At which time? No, it'd be hard pressed to say. It all happened pretty quick within the same moments therein. Once the blood was noticed, there was several things that happened. I realized the severity of what was going on, and things
So
started
you
happening
didn't
a lot
believe
quicker.
Clint when
But
he
once you
told
realized
you?
the severity of what's going on, you still didn't go in the woods.
No, ma'am.
No, he didn't.
No further questions.
Ay, ay, ay. That was not good.
We have a minute to see if we can get the projector working, because our next witness, we're going to use that.
Yeah, get your crap together,
Well, let's
prosecution.
utilize that time. We'll take a morning recess.
Why don't you have that thing all queued up?
No placards, no T-shirts, no stickers, things like that, in support of the victim's family. I instructed the sheriff if they saw any, that they were to cover those. There were some yesterday, there were some today. I don't think it's the family. I think it's well-wishers from outside. One car was Chester County, one was Madison County. So just be aware, please cover anything that would indicate support for anyone. If you don't, the sheriff will cover it. I don't think it will be an issue because this jury is very closely guarded. They're on a bus where they can't see out and they come directly in the courtroom. But please, if you would, be cautious about that. You folks can be seated until the jury comes in.
So, my fellow jurors, how are we feeling so far? We're one full day in. I meant to say this before we started the second or day two. But I have seen zero evidence or heard zero evidence up to this point that Zachary Adams had anything to do with it. Like what I'm still waiting. I'm sure we're going to get to it, but we're a full day plus in. And by the way, I also find it interesting because this was a very, very well-known case in Tennessee when it took place, that they don't boot the people from the courtroom because they have things on that are in support of one party or another. They simply make them cover it up. And I swear, I think in Massachusetts, the way that was handled is you got booted. So at least that's refreshing. And in Tennessee, I do happen to know the license plates put the county that you live in on them. So that's why he was stating that he knew what county these particular vehicles were from, because it's on your license plate. You're in, Bedford County or Shelby or Davidson, Williamson. I think he mentioned Chester County it's going to say that. So here we go.
Thank you. All right, be seated, please. Mr. Show, birthday yesterday.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, I'm Friday, and we're not going to sing, okay?
What is he doing?
All right, call your next witness for the state.
I would say call Special Agent Warren James.
By the way, I heard you all making comments about this courtroom and where the judge sits. Interestingly enough, I believe the post-conviction relief hearings are taking place in this exact same courtroom. Interestingly enough.
Yes, sir. Be seated, state your name and spell first and last.
My name is Lawrence James. Lawrence, Lawrence, James, James.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, Agent James.
Good morning.
Also go by Lauren, Loren.
I do.
Where do you work, Mr. James?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
What do you do at the Bureau of Investigation?
I am a special agent forensic scientist supervisor in the Memphis laboratory. I supervise forensic scientists as well as forensic technicians in the evidence receiving unit.
Agent James, how long have you worked with the TBI?
I've been employed with TBI since January of 1999, so a little over 18 and a half years.
Both as a special agent and as a forensic scientist?
That's right.
When did you become a supervisor of the forensic scientists?
It was a
June
big
2013.
trial. It was a really
Agent James,
big
I wanna ask
trial.
you about, your education and how you came to be a forensic.
Let me coach just a minute. Stipulate,
Yes, sir.
all right, stipulate that he's an expert in the field of forensic science. You can go into whatever you want to, but I'm going to give them the opportunity to board here if they weren't going to stipulate.
I'll shorten this up.
Okay.
Thank you. Agent James,
I went to Union University,
and you graduated with what degree?
a bachelor of science degree in biology.
What year?
Y'all, I've never seen that before. That was the judge just stepping in. He's like, hey, we're not going to go through all of his background and everything. Defense, do you stipulate that, he's an expert? Great. We're going to move on. What? Okay. Sir, you're a judge. You don't get to practice law in that manner anymore.
1997.
Of honors?
Yes.
And have you worked in the area of science and law enforcement pretty much since that time?
Yeah, there were a couple of years when I was flirting with grad school, but started working at TBI when I was 25.
One of the areas that you're involved in is forensic biology and DNA.
That's right.
Tell us how you have experience in those areas.
Yeah, my background is in forensic biology or DNA testing. I trained for approximately a year and a half under the supervision of other qualified DNA analysts at TBI. During that time, I had hands-on experience with approximately 300 cases. I also spent a lot of time in the scientific literature. I had to prepare presentations for my peers to establish my grasp of the material. And at the end of my training, I had to complete a simulated case and defend my work in a simulated court environment. Also, during my training, I completed the TBI's forensic scientist school. This was basically, it was a 6 weeks course. They gave me an overview of all the disciplines
And we're
provided by
doing it
TBI,
anyway.
Specifically within the context
Oh, yeah,
of
yeah.
applying those at crime scene processing.
Didn't we just stipulate
And
to
so
all
when I
of
completed
this?
that course,
What are we
I was
doing?
qualified by TBI to participate in the violent crime response teams for West Tennessee. So I have a slight working knowledge in some of those areas, such as microanalysis or latent print analysis. My specialization is DNA.
Okay.
I still do some DNA
Stay in your
testing,
lane, sir.
on a good day,
DNA.
if I get
Gotcha.
lucky and
You're a
have enough time to
DNA
do some of
dude.
that.
Let's head on down the road.
I'm also required to attend a certain amount of continuing education every year. Generally, that takes the form of attending forensic conferences, or sometimes we'll bring training in-house within TBI and train our analysts within the discipline. Besides that, I've completed training. I've completed the FBI's DNA auditor program, which qualifies me to audit DNA laboratories. So that's kind of an overview of it.
Thank you, James. How many number of serological and DNA examinations have you conducted over your time as a special agent forensic scientist with the TBI?
I stopped counting a long time ago. It's at least thousands, if not tens of thousands of tests.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in courts in Tennessee in forensic serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times?
I believe I'm at about 95 times right now.
You know, there's been a stipulation as to his qualifications, but I would enter him as an expert last time.
He's 96 now, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent James, you talked about the violent crime response team. Tell us some more about that.
So TBI provides, we offer the service of violent crime response team for West Tennessee. Generally, that entails responding to violent crimes. Over 90% of those, I would guess, are either homicides or officer-involved shootings. Essentially, what we do is we go into the scene that has been made secure by the local agencies. We document in various forms, such as video, photography, things of that nature, sketches, And we'll also collect evidence, search the scene for any evidence that we can find, package it, bring it back to the laboratory for testing, things like that. And then after the scene is over, the team leader generates a narrative of what we did and provides that to the investigators.
Agent James, I want to take you back to April 13, 2011. Were you one of the leaders of the violent crime response team on that day?
I was.
And were you dispatched to the Bobo home at 681 Swan Johnson Road in Decatur County, Tennessee?
I was.
Please tell the jury what you did that day.
The laboratory supervisor at the time called me that morning. He told me that to get in contact with Brent Booth, one of our TBI agents. I called Brent. He told me that there had been a young lady who had been abducted, and that they had already done some searching of the scene, but they wanted specialized forensic assistance. And so I got 3 of my coworkers, and we drove to Decatur County.
What did you do when you arrived at 681 Swan Johnson Road?
I was briefed by Terry Dykus. He gave me an overview of what he knew of what they believed had happened. And he told me that my team's job was specifically to focus on the garage area. That was where Holly Bobo's car was, and there was believed to be some probably important evidence in that area. He told me that her brother had observed Holly being led towards the woods behind her house with a man in camouflage. And Terry told me that they had already searched that area for footprints. And of course, my team, we still went back there and looked for anything. We were looking for blood. We were looking for shoe prints, anything like that. But we were primarily we were concerned with the area of the garage, and later did some work inside the house as well.
Were pictures taken of the surroundings, so to speak?
Yes, photography and video were both collected.
I probably would.
Yes.
I want him to look at it first. Agent James, I'm going to pass you what's been previously marked as exhibits 3 through 13 and ask you to identify those.
I'm going to flip us through this part while he's flipping pages. Everybody's going to be flipping.
Recognize those? I'll put these on your overhead. Agent James, I'll tell you that the jury's already seen these, but I want to run through them if I could. Let's see if we identify exhibit, first one, exhibit 3.
Shoot, we're getting good with these lights.
Once I got the projector working
I'm
on it.
not talking about you, I'm talking about it here.
What is that?
That's a photograph of the Bobo home taken from approximately the road leading into the driveway.
Next exhibit, please. What's that?
It's a photograph of the front door, the entrance to the Bobo home.
These are both on April 13, 2011.
Yes.
Next, please. What's that, Agent James?
This is a photograph taken from behind the house on roughly the north end, taken from a bird's eye view, looking down at the garage floor. You can see 2 steps up at the top of the frame that are steps leading between the back door of the residence and the garage.
What happened?
And basically, you can also see over the step bird's eye photograph taken from behind the house on roughly the north end, taken from a bird's eye view.
I don't know what happened, guys.
You can see 2 steps.
I've got mono again.
That are steps leading between the back door of the residence and the garage. And basically, you can also see the Mustang over in the lower left-hand corner. It's our car. So these were presumed blood drops, later confirmed to be blood.
I want to pass you forward 12 pictures and ask if you can identify them as well. Agent James, what is this, exhibit 20?
This is another photograph taken from the south looking north. The steps leading up to the back door are at the far end of the frame. Obviously, Holly Bobo's vehicles in the frame. And it basically shows, at least it gives an idea of the proximity of various where blood evidence was located at the scene.
Okay.
You can see, you have a laser pointer?
I do.
So basically, these approximately right here is where the blood drops are, and on the south end of that carport area. And there was blood droplets going. There was a fairly large pool right here, and there was some up on the step as well. And so this photograph just kind of gives an area, a representation of the area where the blood was contained.
Thanks, sir. Let's return to those additional pictures. James,
I do.
what are those generally?
These are photographs that were taken in the carport area.
I'm saying that's those be admitted in the evidence as separately numbered exhibits as we have done with the other pictures. You're all right to share those with the next. Hey, Jay, we're now looking at exhibit 40. Could you tell us what we see here?
This is a photograph of Holly Bobo's vehicle as it was when I arrived on the scene.
Again, you took pictures of a number of areas of the house and the outside and what you believe to be the crime scene.
That's right.
Next, please. Let's turn that. This is exhibit 41. Agent James, what do you see here?
This is a photograph again of Holly's car parked in the carport, and basically just getting kind of a proximity of how close it was to the walls.
Do you understand anything about the surface of the carport?
Well, yeah, definitely. We were the carport had a good bit of dirt that had blown in, and so it was potentially a good surface for shoe prints, and that was definitely something that we wanted to be mindful of. And also too, just the fact that it's close to the walls. You know, when you're working crime scenes, you work with what you've got. You make intuitive decisions. There was also definitely an aspect that as close as that vehicle was to the walls, you know, someone may have brushed up against the vehicle or brushed up against the walls. Maybe left a handprint or, put their hand on the car. I mean, obviously the fact that blood is there indicates there was probably some sort of struggle. And so all of that kind of factors into our decision making is when we're looking for potential evidence.
Excellent. What we see here?
This is a photograph of Holly's car taken from the far side of the carport or garage area.
Next, please. This one, sir.
That's a photograph taken from the front driver's side corner of the bumper. It was relevant because there was a good amount of dust on the car. I mean, the car had some dirt on it, and which was good for us because we could see where contact had been made to it. And so there was an area on that corner where the dust had been brushed off, where something that had obviously made contact with it. And so hopefully, it could have been anything. It could have been the side of someone's leg. It could have been a hand as well that knocked that dust off. And so that ended up being, I ended up taking a swabbing of it in the hopes that someone had put their hand down on it or something like that.
Next, please. And James, this is exhibit 44. What did you see here?
This is a photograph that was taken of a partial shoe print that we located in the garage. It's got a ruler in it because the idea is that before we try to lift shoe prints, we try to photograph, with high quality, high resolution camera for the purposes of comparing if we have any shoes that become submitted later, so we can make a comparison whether to eliminate or include as a possible source of that shoe print.
The fact that there is a ruler there, trying to get a more specific or precise measurement.
That's right. Yeah, it's the rulers in there is placed in the photograph so that there can be a one-to-one comparison if you actually get a shoe submitted at a later point. I said we earlier. I'm we have a specific unit in our national laboratory that specializes in microanalysis and items such as shoe tracks or tire tracks.
Is this picture taken with the camera on a tripod?
Yes, it is.
Explain. What we see here, exhibit 45.
This is another, some sort of print that I thought might have been a shoe. We saw this pattern. There's kind of like a crosshatch pattern, and I saw that pattern a couple of places on the garage floor.
You're showing
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Say that again.
Yeah, so I believed that this was a shoe track that I observed on the garage floor, and this was, I believe we saw this in a couple of locations, and so it's just an attempt to photograph it, hopefully obtain something of for comparison purposes.
Do you have any observations, conclusions here about the condition of the floor?
Well, just that the floor of the garage was quite dirty, for better or worse.
Yes, please. This is exhibit 40, I can't say 46? 46. Please tell the jury what you see here.
Again, this is a photograph of a possible shoe track.
Look like pebbles or rocks or stones on the floor.
Yeah, you can see dirt. I mean, obviously that track appears to be in dust.
Yes, sir. This is exhibit 47. Tell the jury what you saw here.
Again, this is a photograph, and I'll be honest with you. Just looking at the photograph, I'm not sure if there was any part of a shoe print there. It definitely looks like something went through that dirt or dust that disturbed what was there. But ultimately, just looking at the photograph, I couldn't tell you right now if I think that's a shoe track or not. I think it's ultimately just documentation that somebody was moving through there was movement in and out of the garage.
Again, what conclusions do you have about the condition of the floor?
And there were areas where there was a lot of dirt.
Next, please.
It's a carport, sir. It's going to have a lot of dirt.
Similar to what you saw earlier in one of the other exhibits. This is exhibit 48. What is that? What are we seeing here?
So again, this is a slightly zoomed in photograph of what I showed you earlier. You can't see the stairs very well anymore, but it's basically a photograph that contains most of the blood evidence that I observed around the vehicle.
That's the front of the car.
Yes, this is the front fender on the left.
Where are the steps?
For the bumper, I mean.
Where are the steps?
The steps are, that concrete is the bottom, and I guess that's the first step right there.
Agent James, this is exhibit 49, and there's some Post-it notes on there. Are those yours?
I did add those Post-it notes.
They weren't in the original picture.
No.
What was in the original picture?
So this is a photograph taken slightly from above. This is the step right here. First step, Holly Bobo's car is right here. It's the bumper, and this is the wall of the house. And so basically, I was trying to give an overhead shot again of the blood evidence that I observed at the scene.
This was looking down on the other side of the car, still in front, kind of on top of the step.
Yes. It's a little bit awkward. It's definitely not parallel with the ground, but I was doing the best I could standing on the stairs.
And those groupings have some importance with respect to your scientific testing later or not.
That's right.
I'll come back to those. Let's see. Let's see the next one. This is exhibit 50. Again, those are Post-it notes you put on there.
That's right.
Tell the jury what this view is.
So this is the stair going up to the back porch. The wall would be on this side of the photograph. The vehicle would be on the left side of the photograph. This is a zoomed in area. There was a pool of reddish brown stain that was close, within a couple of inches or so of the stair, a few inches of the stair. And there are also some other blood stains in this view. This one it caught my eye, and I can explain that later.
So let's go to the next exhibit.
Okay.
He calls them blood stains. He doesn't call them red-brown
One here.
stains.
That's right.
What is that? That's again your Post-it notes.
Yeah, that's it ended up being reported out in my report as Exhibit 1E. Basically, it's a blood stain that it appeared different from a lot of the other stains. Many of the blood stains appeared to be drops that were on the floor of the garage. This one looked like a smear. There were also, I don't know how well you can see it. This photograph is pretty It's, focus isn't the best, but there
Yeah,
was
there's
one
a
spot down
glare.
here, and then this kind of an extended. It's almost like that the stain together looked like an exclamation point. But the thing that stood out to me was that there were like striations or lines that were observed. They looked as if some sort of pattern had been impressed on that stain. I don't know. I called it ridge detail because I've got that terminology in my head from latent print examination, but ultimately it looks to me like striations from fabric, like denim or I don't know. I think my khaki pants that I wear to work most days tend to have striations in them that are real subtle, but they look like that.
Striations is a big word. That's kind of like pattern.
Yeah. Just parallel lines.
Striations is a big word.
I'm going to ask you a question about two more photos. My standing approval to approach.
Yes.
I'll show you two more pictures.
Some of these pictures I find excessive and not necessary.
Yes.
What are those?
These are photographs that were taken of Holly Bobo's car.
Do you recall if these were taken the next day?
They were taken the next day.
I'll say would ask that these be admitted into evidence as the next 2 weeks.
52 and 53.
Is Exhibit 52, Agent James. That's the same Mustang
It is.
in the garage, carport the next day.
It is.
It was in the same spot.
Yes.
And what are you doing here? What were you trying to do?
So I've been called back to the scene around involving a possible what appeared to be a latent print on the hood. And so this is a photograph of the front passenger side fender near, the
I see
area of
nothing but a
where
black
the
blob.
hood kind of curves down onto the side of the vehicle. And yeah, I think the next photograph will explain it.
Next week.
I hope so, because that one isn't doing anything
It's
for me.
self-explanatory. So there were.
Is this the hood?
This is the hood. You can see the wheel well down here. And this line right here is the hood. And there was a smear area right here, but you can see it's not small. It's large. And likewise here, you can see where the dust kind of, like on this side, the dust was totally wiped off. On this side, it was just disturbed a little bit. And there's a smear in there, and it very much looked to be like a palm size smear. There was even ridge detail that was observable in it.
Good, get it. I mean, it has to be Zach Adams.
Easy way. You responded to the scene that day, and the next day took pictures, took samples, and did crime scene investigation. And you also acted as a scientist after that, correct?
That's right.
Go back up. He's in 49.
Back to
Exhibit
this.
49 has these post-it notes that may not be entirely clear, but when the jury gets it in the jury room, they'll see.
Not clear at all.
Tell them what will they see.
Okay. So obviously blood evidence can be a valuable tool in terms of, examining crime scenes and examining evidence.
You think?
There was a good amount of blood here at the scene. My approach generally, I'm speaking for myself and most of the people that I work with, we don't process every blood drop we see. We don't swab them individually. I might have had 50 or 60 blood drops here. My approach.
That's a lot.
Number one, I'll just give you my mindset. The importance or the significance of blood evidence is to establish who was at a crime scene, who was bleeding at a crime scene. Obviously, if you've got a victim of a violent crime, a reasonable assumption is your victim is very possibly going to be bleeding at the scene. That's the case in the vast majority of the crime scenes I respond to. At the same time, my goal is to seek to put someone else, a possible perpetrator, at a scene using DNA evidence. And so my approach here was to group these blood droplets, the blood stains, into manageable group sizes that would allow me to cover most of what is represented here, to test most of it, and at the same time, not spend the next 6 months analyzing blood drops on the garage floor. So what I did was group these into 5 different areas and collect a representative sampling of blood droplets from those areas. I told you earlier about the the shape that looked like an exclamation point. It looked like something had been pressed into it and left a striations or the pattern in it. I sampled that one separately just because I thought it was interesting. You know, my feeling was either somebody knelt down onto a blood drop and smeared it a little bit, or it was already on somebody's clothing and they knelt down and transferred it onto the ground. Either way, it was a different stain than most of the drops that I observed.
Which one is it?
So you can't see it very well in this photograph, but it's roughly in this area, right? I can't see it. It's right there.
Is that 1E?
What are we doing?
Yeah, I called it swab number 5 in my original notes, and when it got submitted to the laboratory, it began exhibit.
Thank
E.
you, Kelly.
And I believe my report says
This
area of
guy
ridge detail.
analyzing.
It's a swab from the floor of the garage. It says area of ridge
What
detail.
are we
There's
doing?
another area. The first stain that I collected was roughly this area right here that encompassed this large pool right here. I mean, that was a fist size approximately blood stain. So
I'm trying
just
to.
a couple of
I'm
drops.
figuring this out and that
That's
out.
1A. And
Sir?
I called it a large stain. on my
Collect
report
the
for-
evidence
Just to clarify.
and go
There's
test
another
it.
grouping of the second swabbing that I took was a grouping of
What
what
on
appeared to be blood drops
earth?
that were over close to the wall. And again, thinking maybe if two people are scuffling in this area, maybe if both of them are bleeding or whatever, maybe one person's blood might be over here versus right here. And so I took a sample right here that became exhibit 1B in my report. So swabs from floor of garage near wall.
I don't even
The
know
third
what is
grouping
happening right
was
now.
This is the grouping that's the furthest south. It roughly lines up with about the middle of the hood. I mean, that license plate on the front of our vehicle is a pretty good estimate of where those fell in the scheme of that area. And so I called that swabbing ended up being exhibit 1C, swab from floor of garage, south end of the pattern.
It's because I'm horrified.
And then the
I know
fourth
Kat
stain
covered
was a
this.
grouping that was kind of
Love
in this
her,
middle
by the
area,
way.
and you can't see it very well.
This
It's kind of
guy's making
disappointing
me
how the
lose my
photographs came out,
mind.
But there was a stain up here on
Did
the,
Kat lose her
on the
mind
step
too?
as well, a good sized stain. And so I swabbed that area along with those. So that was my fourth grouping, and I called that swab from floor of garage stairs.
So let me see if I can summarize. This area.
Yeah, try to summarize that, sir.
Like,
Yeah.
going on.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You took 5 different swabs, 1A, B, C, D, and E.
That's right.
Tell the jury what it means to be taking a swab.
Well, we use
You take
cotton
a
swabs,
Q-tip kind of thing
glorified
and you
Q-tips on a
wipe
wooden
it.
stick, swab on one end, just put some sterilized water on it to wet it, and then swab
Oh, my
swab the
word.
surface of the area. In this case,
What
blood
bizarro
droplets.
world have I entered?
Pass you a. Turn the lights back on. Okay.
Oh. I'm getting dizzy from this. Preposterous. Oh boy. I don't need to see him look at pictures.
Nice package. This bag contains the swab samples I collected from
Swab
the floor of the
sample.
garage.
Great. Let's get him into evidence. Skip, skippity, skip, skip. Skip, skip, skip to Maloo. Because it takes him forever to get
I'll
evidence.
say what has the bag and its contents being marked and individual evidence.
Oh, Lord. Yes, we got it. Evidence. Get it in. Mark it.
What I did was I've broken the sticks off of them, but every one of these contains a pair of swabs, and some of them still have a good bit of sample left, and some of them are, I believe they're mostly consumed on one of them or something like that. But basically, every one of these little plastic petri dishes contains a pair of swabs, and most of them have some reddish brown stain on them.
What are we doing? Clickety clanking like they're massage stones? What are we doing?
So you've been to the house, you've taken pictures, obtained these swabs, and you've obtained the panties which are exhibit 26, correct?
That's right.
What was the purpose for getting all that?
So the panties specifically, or the other things, or?
All of them. Let me ask you this. What were you ultimately trying to get to?
Well, ultimately, like I said earlier, we're wanting to hopefully establish a link with a suspect, whether through shoe prints or through blood drops, grazing against the bumper of a car, things of that nature.
You're ultimately going to do a DNA analysis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell the jury what DNA is.
Oh,
DNA
for
stands
the
for
love of
deoxyribonucleic
Mike.
acid. It's a chemical that's present in most cells in our body. Basically, it's a
No,
chemical.
no one has
blueprint
worn
for everything
any
that goes
gloves.
on in our
I'm talking
body,
over him because
from
we
how we
all
process the food
are
we eat,
educated jurors
to,
and we know what
um,
DNA is.
how our body transmits nervous
Ay,
signals.
ay, ay.
There's also a component.
No one has worn
DNA
any
is
gloves.
inherited
So
from our
I'm
parents.
curious
We
to
get
know
half from our mother, half
if
from our
that gets
father.
a new
And so
trial,
even
they want
physical
anything
characteristics,
retested again. Can they even
the fact that we
retest
look like
it?
our siblings or we look
Because
like our
it's been
parents, it's
fondled by
attributable to
every
DNA.
witness that
It
possible
determines those
that's come on the
characteristics
witness
as well.
stand.
Do individuals have different DNA?
Oh my
Yes,
gosh,
much
do
like
individuals have
fingerprints, DNA is
different
unique
DNA?
to
Oh,
each
sweet
individual,
niblets.
with the exception of identical twins. So for my testing purposes, identical twins would not be distinguishable by DNA testing. But besides that, as far as we know, we've never seen any two individuals have the same DNA profile.
And how do you go about your DNA testing? What do you do first? Or you got these samples. What did you do first to start down this path?
The first thing that I do is called serology. Serology is just the identification of body fluids. Most of the samples that come into our laboratory undergo some degree of determination of, is there a body fluid here that might be relevant? And
That's
so
right,
in this particular
Chaos
case,
Granny.
I did testing to determine that, yes,
Everybody
indeed,
under the sun has
these stains that
fondled
I've swabbed
this
off of before they
evidence
dry, they
in
are blood.
one way or another.
You thought it was blood.
Sure.
But you did a test to determine that.
That's right.
And that test generally came back with blood.
That's right.
Okay.
Once I determine that a stain is blood, for example, I'll proceed with DNA testing at that point. DNA testing it's a 4-step process. The first step involves extracting DNA out of everything else. In this particular case, I showed you that I've got cotton swabs. So what I would do is take a cutting from some of that stain and run it through a process where the DNA is removed from all the substrate or the cotton swab, as well as the other biological debris that's present in that stain.
Business as usual.
I'll run a second step that gives me an idea of how much DNA is
Touch
present
away.
in that sample that I extracted. The third step is called amplification. Basically,
They're like 3-year-olds in a toy store. Have to touch everything.
Specifically isolates. In 2011, we were looking at 13 specific areas on DNA. And when I say that, I guess a lot of people think that maybe DNA analysis consists of sequencing or something like that. We don't do. The testing that we do is we're basically looking at about 12 pages out of War and Peace novel. We're looking at a very small amount of the DNA, but there are 13 specific areas that are known to be highly variable in the human population. And once I've done amplification on the sample, in other words, I've made lots of copies of what I've already got. The last step is just putting it on a genetic analyzer that separates out DNA fragments by size and then attributes a DNA type to those DNA fragments.
DNA has come a long way in 8 years.
Then I'm able to compare it back to DNA profiles that I've generated from reference samples from individuals in question.
Talk about a few pages of War and Peace. Let me see if I can understand that. If you're looking at DNA attributes, so to speak. Right.
That's right.
This is giving me a headache.
13 specific ones that can distinguish different people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that what you did here?
Yes.
Is that what's typically done?
Yeah, we've since 2011 we've gone from 13 to 15, and now I believe it's 24 areas that we're looking at. But that was the standard in the forensic community at the time, and still is pretty representative of what's done.
That's fair. See if a profile matches someone or doesn't match someone. Correct.
That's right.
That can be a suspect or a victim, too, not.
That's right. It may also be a mixture, so we may have multiple people present in a profile.
Move it along,
You guys
sir.
protocols for this?
Yes.
Most solid in this instance?
Yes.
Pass forward to you, document and execute.
Oh, goodness, another document.
Is it copy?
This is the report you prepared.
Yes, sir.
Have the application on it, the same as on the swab you took earlier?
Yes.
So you have these 5 swabs. You have this pair of underwear. I want to switch for a second and talk about the underwear. What did you do with the underwear?
The underwear was collected in lieu of, because I didn't have a reference standard from Holly Bobo. Generally,
Let me interrupt. What's a reference sample?
yeah, reference
Sir?
standard is a sample that's collected.
You
from a
couldn't
person
get
of
her
interest in a case.
toothbrush?
And generally,
You wanted
it's
her
done by a cheek swab.
panties?
It's quick, easy, but that's assuming you've got the person of interest available to collect a sample from.
So if I was a person of interest, what would you do to get a reference sample?
Well, law enforcement would, we actually provide kits for, they're called buccal swab kits. And it's just a pair of swabs, and they would ask you to open your mouth, and they would swab the inside of your cheek and then package that up and send it to me.
One of those fancy Q-tip type things?
Yes.
That's a reference sample.
I am shook.
Historically, they've also collected blood for that, but the cheek swabs are just less invasive and don't require a nurse. And so that's where most of law enforcement has transitioned at this point.
At this point, you didn't have any reference.
That's right. Yeah, both. I use them interchangeably. Standard is kind of the word that implies this is an item of evidence that's specifically collected for generating a profile as a reference.
So you didn't have that here, but you did have all these underwear.
That's right. Yeah. So obviously Holly was missing. We didn't know. Ultimately, I had to find something personal of hers that would generate that I could obtain a profile from that would reasonably attribute to her. I looked at toothbrushes, and from what I remember, there were several toothbrushes in there. I believe it was a shared bathroom, and the investigator was out. Ultimately, she was the only young lady living in the house as far as and using that bathroom. And so just from many years of
You didn't have her
experience
brush?
with underwear, I expected to be able to get a profile out of it, and I did.
What did you do to get that profile?
I just took a cutting of the.
Am I the only one
and,
horrified
through the
that
same
the
DNA
only
process that I
article
did
of
with
clothing
swabs.
he thought would be
That's like a four-step
significant
process.
That's right.
is
After you
panties?
took the cutting, and you actually cut a piece of fabric out
Yes.
and then ran your tests on it.
Yes.
And it did produce a profile.
It did.
Now, with respect to the blood, there were 5 different samples. And each of those tested, they were in fact blood, correct?
That's right.
Y'all, I gotta say this. She was an asthmatic, so she had one of these. Guess what you can get off of one of these? That nobody else in the household would have been using, right around this spot where you put it in your mouth to actually use it. It has nobody's DNA but mine on it. You did not need to get her panties. Oh, for the love of everything holy. What has been done to this family?
Let's talk about 1A. We got back up on the screen. We don't have to darken the lights, but 1A is there at the bottom left.
That's right.
Tell us what you did with respect to that. Did you run that through the process, the DNA process too?
Yeah, I generated a DNA profile from that sample.
And what was your conclusion, the reason for your certain scientific certainty?
The profile that I obtained was partial. In other words, there was indication that there was, and I'll just go on and tell you what my suspicion is, but dirt is known to be, and it is known to be something that interferes with the DNA, specifically the amplification process. And so it became an issue on several of these samples. But ultimately I got a partial profile, and that profile matched the profile that I obtained from the Bobo, the underwear that I assumed to be Holly Bobo's.
And her mother identified with you on that. That's exhibit 26 that you looked at earlier.
Okay.
Because the clothes hamper, of course, only had Holly's clothes
That's
in
right.
it. That wasn't a shared hamper. Oh my word.
That's right.
This man enrages me.
It's fair to say just because you see what you think is blood, but test it presumptively to be blood, you don't necessarily get a complete DNA profile from it. In certain instances, correct?
Sometimes it doesn't. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, like I'm, you know, it's my feeling and opinion that the dirt interfered on this one.
did get a profile from his underwear,
Yes,
and that was based on using these 13 specific markers of DNA.
that's right.
All right, so we talked about 1A. 1B, which is, point that out to the jury again.
1B is the area that's up close to the wall up here.
What was your result of testing on 1B?
So the profile that I've got there, I actually ran that sample 3 times. The first time I got data that was below my reporting limit.
And I tell the jury what that means. Data below your reporting limit.
Yeah, so the DNA profiles that I obtained, there's kind of like, we set a point. This is hard to explain, but I would.
Oh,
if I
give
could
it
make an
the old
analogy, I
college
would
try,
liken
Lauren.
it to radio signal for those of us who use radio.
Bad internet
where
connection.
If you've got a little bit of signal, sometimes you can. Sometimes if you're rolling through the stations, you'll hear some stuff, and you can pick up enough to know that it's a talk show or it's music or this or that, but you can't really hear lyrics. That's kind of, there's a range where my instrumentation is similar to where we acknowledge, yeah, that is human genetic data that's being generated. But when you start getting down in these low levels of sample, you get interference, you get data that drops out. Ultimately, what I would say is that data is, we've decided through our own internal studies that below a certain point, that data is questionable. It starts to get gray. It's a gray area where we're hesitant to use it. We certainly won't use it for inclusions. We might use it to exclude people if that's the case. But this sample fell in that range where it was just low level. Again, my suspicion is the dirt was interfering.
He's got a lot of words.
And ultimately, I ran it 3 times. 2 of the times I got data below the point where my laboratory allows me to interpret it, and one of the 3 times my DNA ended up in it, which I think has happened twice in 18 years. So,
what?
I don't know. There was a period
He contaminated one of the samples.
If you talk over
Shut
something,
the front
you're
door.
liable to show up on a piece of evidence or on an evidence profile. But I did. My DNA showed up on one of those 3 examinations.
Let's go to 1C.
Sir.
Test on it.
That's right. Same test.
Oh my
What were your
word,
results
y'all.
for scientific certainty?
That's
the profile that
pretty
I've got
doggone
was a complete profile. It
significant.
matched the profile that I got from
We're
Holly
just
Bobo's
like
underwear.
going on down the road.
You were able to get a complete profile that matched all those important markers.
Yes.
They gave you the result on all those markers.
Right.
And it matched the profile that you obtained from Holly's underwear.
Yes.
Can you use the laser and show us which that was? Which D?
1C.
C.
Why is this judge interjecting so much?
On the far south end.
His DNA got in the
That one
sample
did.
because he wouldn't
Thanks for
shut
that.
up while he was taking care
Yes.
of it.
Yes, 1D is the area on the step and immediately below it, kind of in the middle between the wall grouping and this large foot grouping.
What was your conclusion to reach for your scientific certainty?
Again, I got a partial profile from that area, and it matched the profile from Holly Bobo's underwear.
And lastly, 1E, one that had those striations, you call them.
That's right, the one that kind of resembled an exclamation point that was right in the center, roughly. But yeah, I wasn't able to generate a DNA profile that met my reporting limit.
And again, that's because of, what do you think?
Again, just and I will say there wasn't as much sample on. I mean, it wasn't like droplets, like some of the other 4 samples. I still would expect to get a DNA profile from it, and I believe it's my opinion that the dirt played a factor in that.
This man is so unprofessional.
We saw on cardboard floor.
Yes.
Lawrence, I'm sorry. I don't mean to dog you. I hope you're better now than you were 8 years ago, because this is
it's not uncommon.
awful.
I mean, there are several things that we know of that we encounter on a regular basis. Leather gives us problems. Blue jean dye, the blue dye in denim gives us problems. Ultimately, I guess one of the frustrating things is that, I mean, we've developed tools to cope with these issues that arise since then, but that's where I was in 2011. And so I didn't go back and retest.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said 8 years ago. This testing was done 6 years prior to that.
The profile from the underwear.
That's right.
What was the probability of an unrelated individual having the same DNA?
Which exhibit are we on again?
1C.
1C.
Come on, Lawrence.
So the probability of obtaining that profile, if I were to go out and randomly select out of the population, I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 812 trillion, 300 billion individuals from the Caucasian population. I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 1 quintillion, 260 quadrillion individuals in the African American population. In the Southeastern Hispanic population, I would expect to find it approximately once in 3 quadrillion, 595 trillion individuals. And in the Southwest Hispanic population, I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 62 quadrillion, 660 trillion individuals. Point. Yeah, it is a lot.
Exceeds the world population, does it not?
Yeah, that's how we report it, just to summarize it concisely.
I just moment, John. You might.
Oh, you goodness.
All right. That light, unless you're going to use it. All right.
All right, good Jennifer.
Is it previously been marked or not?
It has not previously been marked, so you go ahead and identify it.
You need gloves?
I think I'm okay. Do we have some available? Are you going to want me to cut into it?
Did you just hear that question?
Okay, so this bag, let's see, it's
Y'all.
Some available.
You need gloves?
marked, so you go ahead and identify it.
You need gloves?
I think I'm okay.
Oh my gosh. The judge asking, do you need gloves? I think I'm okay. I'm okay to fondle all the evidence. After all, I've already put my DNA on a couple of samples already. What's one more? I can't. I'm sorry. It shouldn't be funny, but this is so horrific. Oh my gosh, this guy. Oh boy. I had no idea this would be, and I don't even feel like we've gotten to the good stuff. This is the stuff that's supposed to be like no big deal.
Do we have some available? Are you going to want me to cut into it? Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay, so this bag, let's see, it's, I know it is Exhibit 5. So I'll
Okay.
pass it up to you.
But that's not our exhibit.
It's not our exhibit number, it's just the number
I'm
on.
trying to keep our records straight.
Right, I think that's the lab number. So I'm gonna pass it to you. Now, I'll tell you what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a report. Do you have all your reports with you?
I hope so. I'm not, I believe so.
There's so many reports.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
At one, it's a microanalysis report, but it's dated 5/25/11. It's not a report you did, but this report's telling me, I believe you collected this bag.
Okay.
Is that your writing on there?
It is my writing.
Okay. If I couldn't identify the signature, it was a little scratchy.
Yeah,
Okay.
Did we have scissors earlier?
I have them.
Okay.
Can you go ahead and open that bag for me? If you can, I think there's a pair of shoes in there.
I believe there may be.
There might be other clothing, but I was interested in the shoes.
I think you're okay, Ava. There's lots of good parts in Tennessee, and this was a long time ago. That I want to say they've come a long way. But this guy and some of this law enforcement, oh my word. Oh boy. Let me flippity flip us.
Okay.
Okay, and can you pull out the two shoes in there for me?
Oh, he's got gloves on. Yay! Looky there.
All right, there's E.
Shoes is what I'm hearing is inside of it.
Here's D.
Now, can you tell me where you collected these items from?
I'm gonna have to look at my notes.
It doesn't say on the bag where you collected it from. What? Oh boy. Oh boy. He's still looking. I'm flippity flipping, y'all. I don't want to sit here for.
And where did it,
They were collected out of his room.
and where did these clothes were collected from Clint Bobo, weren't they?
They were collected out of his room.
So these were out of Clint Bobo's
And where did the
room,
clothes
these
that he was
shoes.
wearing that morning?
I'm not sure if I was privy to that information or not. We just found clothing in his room. I don't remember.
Clearly, you didn't take all the clothing in his room.
Definitely not.
I mean, these, as far as you remember, the only clothes that were collected that day.
Right.
And you would have collected clothes that would have been relevant to the investigation,
Sure.
not just any clothes that were laying around.
Right. I remember looking through his clothing for bloodstained items. Because one of the waiters were collected.
Sure. In case somebody's changed before you got there and they had blood on their clothes.
Right.
And these shoes, can you go ahead and open the two shoes? They're a left and a right cross, aren't they?
I believe so. Actually, there are two pairs.
Two pair of
So I've
shoes.
got, this is exhibit 5E, and these are
Those are
Crocs.
Okay.
They don't look like it
Slipper
on top, but they're Crocs.
looking things.
The 5E was the one that I was interested in anyway.
Okay.
And tell me, can you look at them again? Tell me what size do they say they are? The Crocs had a size on them.
9.
9. Okay. It's not necessary we open that then.
Okay.
So Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that we put these into evidence. Since they're all packaged in one bag, I don't know if we need to put the whole thing in. Just do the, put the whole bag in. Okay.
Okay.
It takes them forever to get evidence in, so we're gonna flippity flip again. I don't need to see all this mess.
Mr. of Tennessee, James, did you do any of the crime scene investigation when the state of Tennessee searched Terry Britt's home?
I did.
Okay, and you're familiar with that also, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have your reports with you from that search?
I do.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
tell me everything.
What's the first date on one of those reports?
I'm not sure if I'm, okay, because I'm going to get confused.
I don't go by the first date. What's the first date you pick up?
The first,
Reports from the same day?
What is confusing,
I'm a little
sir?
bit lost because we weren't generating reports on crime scene responses at that. We weren't issuing violent crime response team reports in 2011 or 2012. And so
Okay.
I may have done work in the laboratory on stuff that was collected. And it's going to be in a different location from my actual violent crime response notes.
Okay, so are you saying you didn't bring it with you or?
I think I've got it, but I've got a lot of paperwork that I'm going to need some direction.
Me too. Okay. Well, we'll just start with the search of Terry Britt's house. You remember that this is a home that's owned by Janet and Terry Britt? Yes?
Okay. I remember the property.
And they're a husband and wife. Do you rem-
Okay.
Oh, for heaven's
And they live
sake.
there and close to the Bobo residence. Do you remember that part?
Well,
Woo.
no, because I got there from an airport. I drove from an airport to the residence, and I
Okay.
couldn't get there again. But
Okay. So when you searched their home, some of the things that you searched there were cars. Do you remember that you searched, there were 5 cars there?
what I remember is that we had numerous teams and numerous agencies involved in that, and my entire day was spent in one house.
Okay,
I don't believe I ever looked at vehicles.
vehicles. Okay.
Well, that was dumb.
Which part then did you participate in?
The residence.
Okay, and there were multiple buildings there. Do you remember that there were multiple buildings and then a big,
I believe there was like a semi-trailer or a
Yes,
storage
semi-trailer.
container or some a
There was a-
shipping container may have been out
there
there.
was a semi truck trailer that was a refrigerator trailer, had very thick walls. Do you remember that part?
Yes, and I didn't go into it.
Okay. And then there was like a mobile home trailer that had a lot of items stored in it. Did you go in there?
This is not the residence.
Not the residence, no.
I don't believe it. I may have stepped in there, but I really don't remember much about it.
So you did go in the residence.
Yes.
And do you remember finding some cell phones that were hidden in the residence in the bathroom under some personal hygiene products?
Hidden cell phones, you say? Do tell. Do tell. Keep flipping your papers there,
I'm sorry.
sir.
I'm refreshing off my notes.
Mm-hmm.
It's no problem. Take your time.
Take your time. A man's freedom's only in your hands right now. It's cool.
I have in my notes that there were 3 cell phones that were collected, but
3
they weren't collected by forensic personnel.
Okay.
for
Or at
2
least
people.
When I say forensic personnel, I mean my team, my coworkers.
And
There was one TBI person, I believe from Nashville, and there was an FBI employee who was involved in those.
and there were some blonde hairs collected there. Were those collected by the forensic team?
Blonde hair.
Don't remember. I do have in my notes that there was a possible hair collected.
Okay. And where in your notes, where was that particular hair collected from?
Oh, Lawrence. Oh, Lawrence. Even my dog Oscar is like, what the heck? Vivica's sound asleep. She could care less. Oh my goodness, what are we doing here?
Narrative.
Okay.
Can I ask you right now, what is it that you're looking at?
I'm reading my narrative that contains an overview of.
I guess, Your Honor, at this time I'd asked for Jinx material. I know I'd asked yesterday and understood I had everything, but I don't believe I have that narrative he's looking at. I'd like to have copies of his notes and narrative, which may help me narrow my questions.
Honor, it's a safe understanding everything's been turned over on multiple occasions. In fact, at the end of June, there was a whole nother run of the TBI lab information that was brought to Nashville, copied and made available to the parents.
And that is what I have, Your Honor, and I don't believe I have a narrative from the Brittenhouse. I know I would have
Oh.
read it and studied it and had it right here.
I think there's
I
absolutely
can help.
no objection on the part of the state for her to look at whatever she wants to. We stand by the fact that we've turned over everything we've provided.
Okay,
She
well,
can look at it. He's
let's
got-
hand it to the bailiff, hand it to her, and you can examine it. If you haven't been able to find this, we'll run copies.
What on
If
earth?
it helps, that narrative is actually an extension of the original crime response from April 13th, 2011.
Okay.
So if you've got the narrative for my original response on April 13th, then the Brit portion of it starts on page 5.
I thought you said that you didn't used to do narratives from 2011 from a crime.
We did. We wrote
Exactly.
narratives and we turned them over to the investigators.
That's what he
but
said.
About a year and a half or 2 years ago, we actually started issuing reports that are accessible in our LIMS system. So they actually, it's actually a report. It's not just a Word document as it used to be.
Why
essentially.
are you trying to make
Okay.
it sound like you didn't have anything and now you're making it sound like you absolutely have something? Lawrence, I need you to do better. Lawrence, Mr. James. Oh,
Procedure of investigation, and then it's a brief crime scene description. It has a lot of a lot of drawings in here, and measurements of the home, and some notes from that day, like what time you arrived, what time you went into particular rooms. But I don't see anything at all in here from the Britton home, and I don't see any typed narrative in what I have. I have handwritten notes
exactly, Lawrence.
because it looks like you were there the next day also. And this is at the Bobo home.
That's right.
So if I could just see those papers then, and maybe that'll.
Oh my word. This doesn't look good. And I'm not even talking about good Jennifer. I'm saying this doesn't look good, that there is someone sitting on the witness stand talking about something that the defense attorney is unaware of. Like, what in the wide world of sports are we doing? Oh my word. Now she's trying to
You aren't
read
the
it,
person that tested.
read it
says
on
that
the
you
fly.
Found one possible blonde hair in the portion that you searched, but you aren't the person that tested that blonde hair, are you?
Definitely not. I've got mention of it. Ultimately, what I have in my notes is that one of our agents, Mike Frizzell, was designated as an evidence custodian for that day in relation to that specific search warrant. And so I've got that all evidence was turned over to him. So I don't even have an evidence log from that day,
Okay.
which we would normally complete as part of VCRT responses. And so
So he's the one that might have that evidence log.
And
He's
it's-
the one that would have done it.
I think so. And
Evidence
what I would
log?
expect is that the bag would probably contain
Don't
more information on where it was collected.
Have an
It would contain what?
evidence?
More information on where it was
log?
collected.
Okay.
It's
very
just kind of a
And
typical.
do you remember collecting a photocopy of a yearbook with a young woman's picture on it, and somebody had highlighted her name and then rewritten and highlighted her name out to the side?
That does ring a bell.
I'll pass this one.
Woo! I did not have this on my bingo card, y'all. I was like, oh, forensic guy, gonna be a piece of cake. Oh, I don't know what just happened.
I don't know how tall he is, but I don't think he'll be.
I said 10 minutes. I didn't say a short witness.
I didn't want to tell you short, but I think he'll be across the way.
All right, let's call the next one.
Ward Rainey.
What just happened? I see the time went like way in the future.
You should have a 10-minute witness.
What?
You should have a 10-minute witness.
Oh, hey, I guess we were done
I
with
said 10
him.
minutes. I didn't say it.
Ward Rainey.
What just happened in this trial? Okay, cool.
So state your name and spell first and last name for the.
All right. On to witness number 9.
WARRENRAINEY.
And you just will tell them, I stole your ink pen 25, 30 years ago, but I did give it back, right?
No, sir, that is incorrect. He stole my ink pen and I did not get it back, but he bought me one.
Okay, okay.
That's the truth.
Some people never forget, I'll tell you. That goes back many moons ago.
Your Honor, I realize you have a captive audience.
Tennessee Highway Patrol,
How long have you been doing that?
31 years.
31 years. What area of?
Oh, we've got
Tennessee
Mr. Whispers
you live in?
again.
I live in Carroll County in Huntington.
I want to ask you about April of 2011. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Did you take part at all in the search and investigation to try to find Holly Bobo?
I have to pause again. Because, yes, the video jumped. However, I just need to point out to everyone that was cross-examination of the TBI agent that did forensic testing in this case. And I do think that good Jennifer was onto something with not having all of these reports and things that he was saying and who collected what. And there isn't an evidence log. And does this person have the evidence log? Do you have the evidence log? Is there even an evidence log? We don't really know at this point. And it just cut away. Now, I checked the time. It was about 2 minutes of video or of time that jumped. She would not have had the opportunity to get into all of that. So she gave up. And I only bring this to everyone's attention because we are trying to look at this from a retrospective perspective because of Zach's post-conviction relief hearings. These are the kinds of things that support what Good Jennifer testified to. As horrific as it all sounded, this supports that. And Kelly, is that guy's family portraits on the wall too? I'm telling you, this judge is giving me like mad Murdoch vibes, like the family, and yeah, it's unbelievable. And you're right. Yes. Bad Jennifer objected. Good Jennifer started looking into it, and then we lost 2 minutes, and we have a new witness. Yikes. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled programming.
For about 18 months.
Just you or other members of the highway patrol?
In the beginning, it was anywhere from 12 to 15 members. And in the end, it was just a couple of us.
When did y'all first get started?
The very day.
The day after?
Yes, sir.
Y'all out scrambling and running?
Yes.
After that, still scrambling and running?
Every day.
At some point, did you have occasion to focus on one Zach Adams?
Yes. 2 occasions.
Did you have an occasion to visit his home?
Twice.
What brought you to his home?
Very soon after Holly was taken, I began asking people for anyone who lived north of Parsons, who'd been in trouble, drug user, sex offender, which I could look that up on the internet, which I did. And I would ask anyone, and one of the names that came up was Zach Adams.
I object to the hearsay coming in, even though he's not saying.
This is not being offered for the truth. It's to show why he did what he did. Okay? And once again, the jury won't consider it in any way for the truth. It's just explain the officer's actions.
Why north of Parsons?
It is
I had
being
mapped
offered for the truth.
Where Holly's cell phone had went, what direction. I knew where the evidence was collected. And when I drove those routes from their house on Swan Johnson to get to this area on Yellow Springs Road,
And where's Yellow Springs Road?
it runs right beside the interstate, right beside I-40.
Is that in Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. Drove those routes.
And went to the last area in that area where a credit card receipt that she had signed was found in the man's yard. So in my mind, this someone knew exactly where they were going. They knew these roads because I've worked in and out of this area for 25 years. And I don't know that I could drive through there today without having them out.
You're looking not for a tourist, but for somebody to do these roads.
They had to know it.
Someone in the area of Yellow Springs and Holiday,
Yes, sir.
an area that you have been in years and years and years.
Yes.
So what men did you go to? What men near Holiday did you go to?
Sometime around the second Saturday, I had been speaking with FBI and the TBI, and I decided that I was going to go to Zach's house, see if I could find him at home.
And you said second Saturday after what?
Second Saturday after the abduction.
Which was on Wednesday.
Yes.
So this would be about a week and a half after the abduction. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Best of my memory, it was.
To your knowledge, was Zach Adams a local?
Yes. My troopers knew of him well.
To your knowledge, does Zach Adams live near Yellow Springs Road?
Not very far.
North of Parsons?
Yes.
Near Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes.
Well, why'd you go talk to him?
His name kept coming up.
What was your purpose in talking to him?
Matter of fact, just to knock on his door and see if he knew anything about this.
So is that what you did?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Knocked on his door, took a trooper with me. It was fairly early in the morning, not real early. The door opened up and Zach came to the door, opened it up. He looked like he had just woke up, just got out of bed, had on a pair of blue jeans, some kind of shoes, no shirt. Asked him to step outside, asked him what his full name was. He said, Zachary Adams, what's this about? And I said, well, just let me ask you a few questions. And I said, "Do you own a cell phone?" He said he did. And I said, "Well, give me the phone number so I can put it on here." And he said, "No, my girlfriend's already gave that to him." And I said, "What gave what to who?" He said, "He gave my number to other agencies." And I said, "Well, just give me your number so that I can have it in case I want to talk to you. And what's your address?" And he said, "Wait a minute, I need to get a shirt." So he starts into the house to get a shirt. Well, I'll go in right behind him. We take about 3-4 steps. He stops and turns around and he says, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, we're coming in here to get a shirt. I'm not gonna let you walk in here by yourself." And there was a shirt laying on a pool table, I believe it was, and he got it out and he wanted me out of the house. So we went outside.
I would too.
And he kept telling me that he didn't have anything to do with it, that his girlfriend had turned him in. And I could tell he was just visibly shaking. He was scared.
I would be
Why did you
too.
conclusion that he was scared?
No, he was shaking.
Shaking so much that you noticed it?
Oh, yes.
A lot or a little bit?
A lot.
How long did that meeting last?
It was pretty short. I went over and talked to his grandfather because I knew from looking on the internet, but I wanted to know where their property line was in the back of the house. His grandfather, very nice man, was very helpful. And then we left.
Okay. And did you leave and just forget about it?
Nope.
Tell me what you left and did.
When I drove down to the end of the driveway, I was doing more driving, looking out my left rearview mirror than I was looking where I was going. They live on a road. Their driveway is very long. We was left from the grandfather's house, which is next door, and I saw Zach in my mirror and even keyed the radio up and told the trooper behind me, "Look out your mirror." Zach ran. I'm not talking, a little jog, a little sprint, wide open back to his house.
Ran wide open. What did you think about that?
Why does he need to get back to that house? Something's up.
You've been shaking? Is that right?
Yeah.
And now run.
Yes, sir.
So what you did next?
I went and hid up the road.
You hid up the road.
I went up the road by the CB shop and hid. I wanted to watch. Told a trooper to go back down 641 toward Parsons and stop somewhere. I called, I'm going to say a command post, someone there, told them, "You need to get someone up here because I'm very suspicious about Zach Adams. He's
a drug addict.
There's something here." And about that time, a pickup truck pulled out and headed toward Parsons.
Pulled out where?
Out of their driveway.
Who was in that pickup truck?
Dylan.
Dylan Adams?
Yes, sir. I did not know that at the time, but he left out there so reckless, I had probable cause to stop him. So we had a trooper stopping him before he got to Parsons.
So he took out driving fast out of that place.
Oh, yes. He took back roads to get to Parsons.
And he was stopped later.
Yes.
All right. And what'd you do?
Just continue to watch the house. And at some point in this, I'm not sure it was that afternoon, but I described to the agents, and they could be TBI agents and FBI. But anyway, they came and talked to him. Someone did. I know Sheriff White was one of them, and someone in a suit, from what I could see in my binoculars, was with him.
So you're head out with binoculars watching this place.
Oh, yes. So I assembled either that afternoon or the next morning, and I've been told it's the next morning. 3 K9 teams.
All right, you can't testify to what he's been told.
If I ask you for an exact date when what you're about to tell us happened, well, what would you tell us?
I have absolutely no idea. I took reports, wrote reports, and I don't know what happened to him.
Was it close in time to when you had encountered him and he was nervous and he was running and
Yes.
Dylan took off driving?
Yes.
Within a day or 2 or 3 or weeks? Which one?
A day.
Okay, so within a day,
Yes.
either that day or the next day.
Yes. I think it was the next day.
What happened the next day?
I assembled a search team at 3 K9 units with cadaver dogs and sent them, showed them where the property line was, and I sent them all behind the house. There's hundreds of acres of county property back there, and told them to go search.
And how about you? What did you do?
I think I went back around while they were searching to the front of the house where I'd been parked.
Front of his house.
Zach's just down the road.
Okay. Did you, this next time when we got dogs and searchers in the woods behind,
Mhm.
did you encounter Zach at all?
No.
At this time?
No, I did not.
Okay. We're going to hear from one of the searchers. So
Yes.
I'm not asking you to, you can't testify to things you didn't, do.
Right.
As a result of any of the searching, the information that was conveyed to you, did you take any other step? What did you do next?
I went back. I had to go back to his house.
Back to Zach's house?
Yes.
All right. What did you do at Zach's house the second time?
Told Zach and his grandfather
His rocking is
searcher-
annoying me.
saw something behind the house.
All right, let's just leave.
I'm gonna object to the fact that he's talking about what he's learned from another person.
No, he can say what he said to Zach.
Well, not if he's saying somebody told me and then he starts to say what somebody
And
told
the
me.
jury will not consider that for the truth.
But it is for the truth. He's telling Zach something.
Well, he can give Zach's response then.
Oh my!
I asked Zach and Dick Adams for permission to look at an area behind Zach's house.
On the way to that
What?
area, did you notice anything that you thought was odd?
Absolutely.
What did you notice?
I went around the north side of the house, headed in the direction where this area was that I needed to look at. And I noticed a mattress leaning up against the house on the northeast corner.
Okay, why did you find that odd?
It looked like a decent mattress to me. I could describe it. I just don't know why. If you would why would you would lean a mattress up the side of the house like that and leave it?
So it didn't look like an old mattress.
No.
It looked like a decent.
Yes.
Leaned up against the house of Zach lived in.
Yes.
Did you ask him about it?
No, I did.
What'd you do next?
I walked down the hill behind his house, turned the corner, and this is right on the edge of the county property. I noticed that someone had cut a tree up high and had felled it, and it was over a dirt area about half the size of that table. I'm going to say 6 foot by 8 foot spot that was bare dirt with no grass.
Had somebody been afraid or something that this was a grave or something?
Yes.
Did you check it out?
Oh, yes.
Did you dig?
Yes.
I'm gonna object to that leading question about the grave.
Well, to establish that it wasn't. I mean, I think it'd be fair.
He can continue.
Yes.
To establish that it was not.
Yes.
I'll
the shovel
allow
and I asked
it.
Zach, and he went and got me
That's
one.
what that is.
And he dug.
Yes. I knew
was
that
no
it was
grave.
no grave. It's roots on top of the ground. There was no way.
You saw the mattress, you dug, it's not a grave. So do you just leave and forget about it?
I spoke with him and his grandfather briefly. Then I left and called a TBI agent.
Did you tell them what you saw?
Absolutely.
Did you still have people in the woods?
Yes. All but one had to come out.
You still have one person in the woods?
No, I
And
had
everybody in the
6, 8,
woods.
10 in the woods. One had to come out.
Still watching?
Yes.
Whispering rocks here. He makes
We'll
me
take lunch as soon as we finish crossing.
woozy.
So, Mr. Rainey, did you know Mr. Adams before Holly Bobo disappeared?
No.
So you basically went around town asking who's a bad guy,
Yes.
and somebody, based on what they said, you decided you were going to focus on Zach Adams.
Yes, because his name had come up several times.
Okay. So.
Well, it must be true
Were you
then.
aware that he was involved in methamphetamine?
I'd been told that.
Okay. So you show up to his house on, what day of the week was it?
I do honestly believe it was a Saturday morning.
Saturday morning, you show up at his house, and this person who's involved in meth looks like he's been asleep that morning, right?
No, most definitely.
And I see today you're wearing a highway, is that the highway patrol, Tennessee Highway Patrol uniform?
One of them, yes.
And when you showed up at his house, would you have had a Tennessee Highway Patrol uniform on?
Yes, as a utility.
What do you mean as a utility?
It's a lot cheaper uniform than this one because we've been doing a lot of searching and it tears them up.
Okay, so you had your
BDUs.
outdoor uniform on, maybe
Yes.
is what you call it. Okay, but it still would have clearly indicated you were law enforcement.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And you knock on his door, cold call.
Yes.
Okay. He opens the door. He looks to you like he's sleepy.
Mhm.
And he doesn't have a shirt on, just has on some pants.
Correct.
And you say, first thing you notice about him is he's looking nervous.
Oh, yes. His eyes came. Well, he was not asleep anymore.
He opens the door and hears the police standing there, and his eyes are big, you said.
Yes.
Okay. And you said at some point as he's talking to you, he begins to shake.
Immediately.
Immediately. Police are at his door, and he opens the door. You've got on a uniform. Do you have a gun when you are in your uniform?
All the time.
So you have a gun strapped to your waist,
Mhm.
and
Yes,
he
ma'am.
begins to shake.
Yes, ma'am.
As a drug
And
addict who
so
also
you're-
deals.
Next thing you're
Hmm,
asking him
not a
for is,
stretch.
and you don't have notes of your activity that day with you, do you?
I turned him in.
Okay. So the next thing that you ask him is you say, well, you want his telephone number.
I think something to that effect. His full name, his address, his cell phone number.
And he begins to get nervous when you ask for his telephone number. Is that right?
Now, he was nervous when he opened the door.
He begins to object to giving you his telephone number.
Yes, he did.
I
And he
wouldn't
says-
either.
It's already been provided to law enforcement.
He said his girlfriend had turned it in.
Okay. Now, when you were there that day, had you been specifically told to go talk to Zach Adams?
Absolutely not.
So this is kind of what you're doing as a searcher, an assistant. Is that right?
Yes.
Going rogue.
And I mean, you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart because you're wanting to help find this missing person. Is that right?
I'd have done anything to found her.
Okay. And so you say you want his cell phone number.
Mhm.
And he does not provide it to you at that point. Is that right?
Not at the beginning.
Okay. And he eventually provides it to you.
Yes.
Okay. He says, well, wait a minute. I need to go get a shirt.
Mhm.
Okay. And so he turns around and he starts to walk back to get a shirt on.
Right. Correct.
And you, without invitation, step into his house.
Absolutely.
And you recognize you have absolutely no legal right to be in his house.
I wasn't going to go all the way through his house, but I was not going to let a man that I did not know step
Sir,
in the
you were
house,
trespassing.
obtain a firearm, and shoot me.
Okay. But that's a position you've put yourself in.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Exactly.
And so you took it
Go,
upon yourself
Jennifer.
to step on into his house.
Yes.
Now, if somebody wearing a gun showed up at your house and began to walk into your house, you personally might, let's say they're not wearing a uniform, they just are standing there with a gun on. You might find it offensive for someone with a gun on to step into your house without invitation.
It would probably cause me some concern.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
There's an honest
he turns around
answer.
and says, wait, what are you doing?
Yes, ma'am.
And for all you know, no telling what he had in his house, right?
I have no idea.
So you're certainly trying to imply here today that your suspicion is he had something to do with Holly in his house.
When I went in the house, it had nothing to do with Holly in his house. It had to
No,
do
no.
with him obtaining a weapon.
You're implying to the jury here today that the reason he was so nervous was there's probably some kind of Holly evidence in his house. Is that what you're trying to suggest?
No, ma'am.
No.
I
Really?
stepped in door.
I'm not talking about why you went in the house. You went in the house to make sure he wasn't getting a gun to shoot you.
True.
But what you're saying is the reason he was so nervous, the reason he didn't want you in the house. You suspect the reason he didn't want you in the house was because there could have been, or you suspect there was, either Holly's body in the house, Holly alive in the house, or some kind of evidence about Holly in the house.
Any of the above.
But that's your suspicion.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you're clearly trying to indicate to the jury here today.
Yes.
But you would
You go,
agree with
Jennifer.
me, it is just as likely that he could have had all kinds of drugs in the house, and that might be why he would be nervous.
Absolutely.
Because after all, you've already heard that he was involved in methamphetamine and other drugs.
Oh, yes. I know that for a fact.
Okay. So
That's why he
besides
was
the fact that he
nervous.
might have been nervous about having Holly in the house, he could have had marijuana plants growing in the house.
And he did.
He probably could have, but I know where they were.
Okay.
Hundreds of them.
What?
I know where hundreds were right behind his house.
Okay. So right behind his house, is it close to this cleared plot of suspicious land you saw out there?
Looks like the county property was used to grow marijuana.
Okay, so he has hundreds of marijuana plants growing right behind his house.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my, y'all,
You're not drawing.
y'all. Oh my gosh. Oh, my electronic equipment is expensive. Janet, please, you cannot smack it. Did y'all see that? I gotta back this up because I cannot believe
Hundreds
this
of marijuana
happened.
plants growing right behind
Watch
his
the
house.
judge.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, it is her case to defend and take however much time she wants to take. You, sir, need to shut up and let her present her case. Oh my gosh. I'll back it up again. As soon as the camera starts to pan, I want you to look at the judge. Oh my word.
Do you grow marijuana?
Okay, so he has hundreds of marijuana plants growing right behind his house.
Yes.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're not to draw any inference whatsoever concerning the defendant's guilt or anything on this case based upon the fact that there might or might not have been marijuana plants on the property. That's not an issue before us. That's why I told the police just leave it.
It's not your case, Judge. It's hers.
And then you say that there's this
Wow.
mattress that's outside that you thought looked like a perfectly good mattress.
Yes.
Now, it's very possible that that mattress might have belonged to his girlfriend.
I have no idea who it belonged to.
Okay. And did you know at the time he had been living with a girlfriend on and off?
I have no idea.
Okay. So it's possible that that mattress might have been on its way to be moved out of the house.
I find that highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely that it's on its way to be moved back to a girlfriend's house.
Highly unlikely.
Why do you find that unlikely?
The mattress was leaned up against the house on the northeast corner. The carport is on the south side of the house.
Okay.
The front door is on the west side of the house.
Right.
This was near nothing.
But the master bedroom is off the back and it has a deck back there.
Ma'am, I don't know. It was at the far north corner of the house.
But the far north corner of the house would be where the deck and the master bedroom are.
If it was going to be moved, why not leave it on the deck?
It's not your house.
You know,
Would you agree with me that people that use drugs don't always make the best decisions?
Oh, I know thousands of them that hadn't.
That haven't made the best decisions?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh boy.
But you would agree with me that. So you're also indicating here that you think that mattress was outside the house because it might have had some kind of evidence about Holly Bobo on it. Some kind of Holly Bobo evidence related to the mattress?
When I saw the mattress, it gave me the gut feeling of something is not right.
Okay.
Oh, well, your gut has to be right. You probably
so
had
you're thinking that
indigestion, sir.
Somebody that has evidence to hide might hide that evidence outside?
Could.
Okay.
Yes.
If I can have just one more moment.
This is unbelievable.
Dylan Adams' truck was stopped. They're aware. You're aware of what came from that, aren't you?
Yes.
It turned out that there was no evidence related to the disappearance of Holly Bobo in Dylan Adams' truck.
Not that I know of.
Imagine
and were there
that.
any drugs in that truck when it was stopped?
I don't know, ma'am.
If there'd have been giant drug bust related to that, you would have heard about it.
Yes.
That's all yours.
Any other questions? All right. Take lunch recess. We'll take 1 hour to bring lunch in for you.
Wow.
So we'll confine it to an hour. Council, are you ready to go at 1?
Oh my goodness gracious. I need to make sure that we are in the right church and pew here. So, what did we just watch? Oh my word. Has there been a single witness that has testified that's been solid? The boyfriend, Holly's boyfriend, I think so far has been the most solid witness. Everybody else, What are we doing here? Jurors, y'all let me know. Wow. Just wow. Oh boy. Let me make sure I've got us at the right speed because some of these people, they talk really slow. Really slow. And oh, the neighbor. Yes, Ava, the neighbor. Yeah, you could tell he did not want to be there. He's like, y'all accused me for over a year of taking her and killing her. No. Yeah, the dad was good too. Yes, Dana Holly. But everybody else, even Holly's mom has a little bit of that shiftiness to her. Like, I'm like, some of her testimony, I was like, what? Oh my goodness. All right. Carrying on. I can't believe we're at the beginning of day 2 and my jaw has been on the floor like 4 times. Ay.
I want to make a general inquiry without making any promises at this point. Do we have any Hardin County Tiger football fans? Wow.
What are we doing?
We'd like to see if we can get you folks out there in the presence of guard. You understand we'll be isolated, but probably could put you on the visitor side. We play south side. If you want to go, there should be adequate place in the visitor side where we can put you without danger of exposure. All right, number 2. Saturday, Gainesville, Florida. Anybody know what's going on? They're actually going to play the game in Gainesville. They debated for a while. Comes on CBS at 2:30. Is there interest in watching that? Okay, several of you. Now, what we'll end up doing on that, since it is a local affiliate, as long as the game's going on, the screen will be there. When they go to timeout or breaks, we're going to kill it just out of a extra sense of precaution to make sure there's not some flashes across the screen.
Why does he not have his clerk of court take care of these arrangements? Why is he doing it in open court?
We're going to try to accommodate those things, all right?
These are accommodations.
We have on Hardin County football.
These are accommodations for a sequestered jury.
Wow, okay.
You don't need to do it all pomp and circumstance like on your bench. Oh my word, this man, I need a bazooka.
Rather do that than up and about out. Okay. Saves a little time. We're actually starting about 10 minutes. We're actually, the pace is moving along pretty good. I'm time compulsive, as you folks know, and so far I'm fine with our pace, okay? I want both sides to have an adequate opportunity to explore their theories of the case. I'm not going to try to cut them off, but I probably don't need to play poker.
Thank you, Kelly. You're right. He planned the birthday party, so he is in charge of the social calendar.
Brian Young.
Oh.
Go ahead and face me, raise your right hand. Hey, Steve, I want you to state your name for the record and spell first and last.
Stephen Brian Young, STEPHEN, Young, YOUNG.
As you probably figured out when you leaned up against that mic is it's hot, so you can talk into it and it should amplify you, okay?
Can you hear me, Mr. Young?
Yes.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
Commercial fisherman / restaurant owner.
You commercial fisherman, and you also got a restaurant, don't you?
Yes.
Where's your restaurant at?
Little Josh's in Parsons, Texas.
In Parsons. Do you remember back in April of 2011?
Yes.
Did you take any part in the searches for Holly Bubba?
Yes.
And why did you take part in the searches for Holly Bubba?
I knew the Bobo family some, and I also knew Drew, which was Holly's boyfriend at the same time.
Did you ever had any military experience or anything like that?
Yes.
What's that?
Army National Guard.
Were you ever called upon by law enforcement in this case to help them search, to go to certain places?
Yes.
Do you know Warren Rainey with the Highway Patrol?
Yes.
I want to ask you.
Of course you do.
Did he have you on one occasion
go in the woods behind Zach Adams' house.
Yes.
Tell me what you saw that day.
That day when we first got there, Warren just got through talking to Zach.
All right, so Warren had gone to the house,
Yes.
and where were you when Warren was at the house?
We were actually 6 of us.
6 of y'all?
Yes.
And were y'all in the woods or standing on the street?
We were standing in the woods,
Standing in the woods.
or kneeled in the woods, actually.
Kneel down in the woods? Is it fair to say hiding?
Yes.
Did y'all have binoculars or anything?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Rainey talk to Zach?
No. He was on the opposite side of the house.
What was the view that you had through the woods at that time?
Well, we couldn't see Zach at all at that time. We were just supposed to be covering the outside perimeter of the house.
Okay. Is that the back of the house or the side
The back of the house.
The back of the house? At some point, we were notified that Warren Rainey had left the house.
Yes.
How was that done?
Warren had called us.
Warren called y'all?
Yes.
And what happened next?
Actually, what we're supposed to have done is seen the movements of Zach, watch the movements of Zach after Warren had left.
All right. So y'all were there because you wanted to see what Zach did after Warren left.
Yes.
What'd Zach do after Warren left?
He come outside, went to the garage, got a vacuum out and started vacuuming a black pickup.
Started vacuuming a car?
Pickup.
Pickup. Started vacuuming out a black pickup.
Yes.
And where was that black pickup?
It was in a shed, in a green shed down behind the house.
And was he doing that slowly, fastly, or how would you describe it?
Slowly,
Where did you get the vacuum from? Could you tell?
I couldn't tell.
How long did you vacuum that truck out for?
Approximately probably an hour and a half.
An hour and a half. And the whole time y'all were kneeled down in the woods.
Some of us was kneeled down, some of us was still actually just combing through the back of the, there's a big thicket, probably 20 to 30 acre thicket. And some of us are still in the movement back there trying to find it.
There was a thicket to contend with too.
Yes.
After Zach got done vacuuming that car, a pickup out for an hour and a half, what happened next?
I had found a pair of surgical gloves and a water bottle
Is that just some stuff you found in the woods?
northeast, probably northeast of the house, the back of the house.
Let me ask you, did you ever see a mattress at the house?
There was 2 mattresses leaned up against the back of the house. Yes.
Two mattresses leaned up against the back of the house?
Yes.
Did you ever see Zach do anything with regard to those mattresses?
I didn't, but my partner did.
And was this at the same time? Is this before or after the vacuuming of the car?
It was after the fact.
After the vacuuming of the car?
Yes.
So you saw the vacuuming of the car, and then your partner saw whatever he saw afterwards.
Right.
With regard to the mattresses.
Right.
You found some stuff in the woods?
I found a pair of surgical gloves and a water bottle.
Did you turn those in?
Yes, I had to meet Mr. Ramey at Teasers off of, I'm trying to think of the name of the road,
This area here, there's the interstate, is that right?
Sugar Tree Road.
Okay. There's the interstate, not far, is that correct?
Right.
There is you just said the name of the Teasers. What kind of place is that?
It's actually a strip bar.
Strip club.
Right.
Close to Teasers. Close to Teasers, there's woods, is that right?
True.
You go through those woods, you can eventually get to what?
Back to Zach's house.
To Zach's house. So all of this is close together.
Woodbury, yes.
And is this close to Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes.
And close to the interstate?
Yes.
Did you ever see the dirt or whatever that had been disturbed behind the house?
Yes.
Okay. And did y'all report that to Rainey?
Yes.
Were you there when Rainey checked it?
Yes.
And you acknowledge it wasn't any sort of grave or anything like that?
I can't say that. I don't know.
Okay. Did you see Rainey find anything though?
Rainey wasn't actually with us. Rainey was at the Teasers.
Later on.
Later on, he come off of Duck Farm Road and met us on Duck Farm Road.
Okay.
There was actually two dog teams with us.
I thought you said they were asking. I just want to make sure in hearsay.
He just said there were 2 dog teams with him.
Okay, got it.
Other than the hour and a half of vacuuming and whatever your partner saw, is that basically what you observed Zach Adams do that day?
Yeah, supposedly what it was, my partner had seen him.
I can't say which partner
I'm
saw
just
or
saying,
heard,
right.
okay?
We can hear from him.
Why I was going to give the gloves is what I'm
All
saying.
this happened when Rain left.
Right.
That's all.
Sorry, Cross.
Now, these things you're calling surgical gloves, you're just talking about latex gloves, aren't you?
Yes.
White latex gloves,
Blue.
blue latex gloves. And you're aware that they sell those at Home Depot.
Yes,
People use them a lot if they're going to do something like paint.
yes,
And you might use them if you're going to change the oil in your car.
true.
Um,
Boy, did we get familiar with them in COVID.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Young. You may be excused, or you can join us in the courtroom if you'd like. Or you can get out of here and get back on the river, okay?
That's
Next.
weird to me that they had him searching for stuff. It's odd.
Be seated.
Mr.
State your name
Whispering
and
Rocks
first and
drives
last.
me a little batty as well.
It's Matthew Ross, MattheWRoss.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Mr. Ross, what do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the FBI,
And how long have you been doing that?
over 15 years
Where are you stationed
at our Memphis headquarters city location.
Well, we're here to talk to you about something that happened pretty far away from Memphis.
Okay.
In April 2011, were you involved in the investigation in the search for Holly Hobo?
Yes, I was.
And how is it that you became involved in that?
About a week after she had gone missing, in both the TBI and FBI had opened cases, our office in Memphis asked for volunteers to go to our Jackson resident agency or to Decatur County to help with the investigation.
And did you know this area at all or know that area at all?
I was somewhat familiar with Decatur County. Prior to being an FBI agent, I was a special agent with the Tennessee Alcohol Beverage Commission. So every summer we would spend, a week or half a week in Decatur County doing marijuana eradication.
I hope you don't know where Teasers is. Yeah?
I've heard of it.
On April the 23rd,
It used to have a worse name.
I think it was Bill Dundee's at some point. Yeah.
It was, Bill Dundee's.
April 23rd.
And before you get the wrong idea, I just passed it on the highway.
Bob, right now, what is he doing? Your Honor.
April 23rd, 2011. Do you have occasion to
Oh
speak with
my
anybody
gosh.
involved in this Holly Bobo investigation?
Yes, I did.
What were you tasked with? What job did they give you that particular day?
Well, when I got there, we were basically myself and several other agents, task force officers, were told to just stand by to help out, possibly cover leads that had been generated from the case agents that were working the case. I guess that had been 7 or 10 days after she had gone missing. And so we were just waiting around. And at one point, someone came up to me and gave me an assignment and said, hey, we need you to go talk to this person or that person.
And who was the person that you were supposed to talk to?
The first assignment I was given was to go talk to an individual by the name of Zach Adams.
Did you know Zach Adams at all?
No, never heard of him, didn't know.
Would it be fair to say you had limited information at that time that you were going to talk to him?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, tell us what happened. Did you go talk to him?
I did.
Tell us what happened when you went to him.
Myself, one of our task force officers from Memphis, she was a Shelby County Sheriff's Deputy, Annette Cotton. I believe the sheriff of Decatur County and a lieutenant from the Highway Patrol. I don't recall his name. We all.
I think we just met him.
Okay, that might be him. I don't remember. It's been a while. We traveled to Zach Adams' residence, met him there, and just asked him what he knew about Holly Bobo, if he knew anybody that knew her, if he knew anything about her disappearance, and where was he during the time she went missing.
Did you notice anything about Zach Adams on your visit?
Yes, as we talked to him, I noticed that he had some pretty visible scratches on his arms and knees, I think, or leg area.
And apart from noticing that, did you document it sort of any other way?
I took photographs. I asked him if I could take photographs of him and the scratches, and he said yes, I did.
Let me pass you a series of 4 photographs. Can I approach this?
You may.
Thanks. What are they? Can you see the scratches?
Yes, I can.
If I would introduce those as the next number of exhibits, John.
I think we start with 57. So it'll be 57, 58.
Thanks for joining us, Keisha Jones. I hope I said your name right. I know that Kat covered this. We are on the beginning of day 2, and we are all shocked. I don't know what this means, O'Bailey's. I don't know what that means. I'm a newbie to a lot of electronics because I'm an old girl. So I'm happy if you'll send me some information or put it in the chat or something.
You may.
It's going to be on the screen behind you. Is that Zach Adams that day?
Yes, it was.
It's over at his house, all right?
That's correct.
So, okay. Oh, that was way too fast for me. I'm unprepared. Hang on. I got distracted here. Okay. I wanted to pause that there because 510 to 511 is the description we have been given as jurors as to the perpetrator that was with Holly and about 200 pounds. You can tell in this picture, he's pretty thin and he does appear to be quite tall. So thank you everybody that's coming from Kat's stream. I really appreciate you all being here and hanging out with us on my marathon weekends and evenings while we get through this because I have that pesky day job. I'm not seeing these things matching yet. Y'all tell me if I'm missing something, but I'm not there. I'm still not there. We're probably, well, we can see it's almost 3:00 in the afternoon on day 2. And yeah, I'm no closer. Hi, adventuring.
This is exhibit 57. What can I see here?
There's pretty visible scratches on the inside of his arm right there. There's a big scab or scar.
Those look like track marks to me.
Linear scratches?
Yes. Those two.
Are these the scratches that you noticed?
Yes, they are.
This is exhibit 58. Which is actually a better picture if you see it in person, but it's just another angle of these linear scratches.
Yes, it's a little bit far away. You can see how long they go down his arm.
And this would be his left arm, is that correct?
That's correct.
Maybe this will show up a little bit better now. Shows up a little bit worse. In person, you can see it better. Is that right, Agent?
That's correct.
On this overhead linear scratches.
That's right.
Down this left arm.
Yes, that's correct.
And it looks like you also took a picture of his legs. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And I don't see much here. Did you notice anything on his legs?
So you can kind of see some bruising right up under the knee and scratches a little bit on the top of the knee.
Okay. But here I don't see any of the long linear scratches that were on those arms. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you ask him about these scratches?
Yes, I did.
And did he tell you how he got these scratches?
He did tell me.
What did he tell you?
He told me that he had gotten the scratches after he'd been arrested by the police somewhere, I think it was Henderson County or one of the nearby counties, and that he had run through the woods trying to escape and had gotten cut up by a bunch of briars.
Okay. All cut up like briars or whatever.
That's correct.
While he was running from, what'd you say?
He said the police.
No further questions. So this something needs a minute. I'm going to ask you to pass these pictures around anyway.
I was gonna use the pictures, so we'll just go ahead.
It just doesn't show up.
Wait, we'll publish them at the end of cross-examination.
If y'all tell me how to allow the redirects, I just went through all my settings. I didn't see anything there, so I don't know what I'm doing.
Run the machine. Now, what kind of camera do you remember you used to make these pictures?
A tiny
It
tyke.
was my BlackBerry cell phone.
That's from a BlackBerry, y'all. Oh, how far we've come.
Okay, let's see. No. Maybe if I zoom in, maybe if I can zoom in a little, then I can tell if it's in focus. Does that seem to be the best in focus to you, Mr. Ross?
Yes, that's a little bit better.
Okay. And you certainly seemed very happy that day when he was talking to you.
He had a smile on his face, yes.
Yes. And the pictures you have here, they're just of one arm, isn't that right?
I believe so. I may have taken a picture of the other arm, but I don't recall seeing it. in
That's
there.
his left arm. And I'm telling you, those look like
And,
track marks to me.
Is that the front of his arm or the back of his arm?
That's the front inside part. I believe, right
He's-
there.
Would you agree with me? He's got a skinny little arm there.
Track
Well,
marks.
I'm kind of skinny, so he's a little bit bigger than me. So, so I guess it's all relative, but sure.
Stop
Let me see if
it.
I can zoom up on this stuff too. Now, of course, the picture itself is a little grainy. I mean, if you look at the actual picture itself, it's a little, I'd say digitized. It's got the little kind of square chunks of color in it. Would you agree with me about that?
Yes, this picture up here does. Yes.
So it's not like it's taken with a 35 millimeter quality camera.
No, like I said, I took it with my cellular phone. So
But what we're looking at here, it seems like there's I'll kind of point it out to you. This is like a little bit of a round bump almost. Would you agree with me? With a
Yes.
scab in the middle?
yes, that's correct.
Okay, and it looks like it's definitely been healing on the outside of the scab.
Yes, I would say that.
And then, and it just has a little bit of a scab left. The other ones, they're reddish pink lines, but they don't even have scabs left on them anymore, do they?
They don't appear to, no.
And this one actually shows it. Maybe this one shows it a little closer up. Does that one actually show it a little closer up?
Yes, a little bit.
So they're really more kind of like scars rather than fresh scratches. Is that right?
Well, they weren't old scars. They definitely would have happened recent
They're
weeks.
pinky scars, pink colored scars.
Yes, they were pink colored scars.
And you also took a step. You visited more than just Zach Adams, didn't you?
Yes, I think you mean throughout the day?
Throughout the day.
Yeah, I maybe talked to 2 or 3 other people.
They were just kind of dividing up work, and everybody was getting a few people to go out and try to find.
That's correct.
And if you'll help me here, kind of figure out this Saturday, the April 23rd. That was a Saturday, wasn't it?
I think so.
If Wednesday was the 13th, then we're going to add some days there. You do your math and use some fingers, which I did. It's unfair because I was able to do it while I was sitting over
Okay.
there. It's Saturday's the 23rd.
That sounds right. I believe so. I believe I remember it was a Saturday.
Okay, and you were there. So this would have been the second Saturday after she disappeared. Is that right?
That would be correct, yes.
We can turn the lights back on now. I'm finished. Hold on to these one other second. And so, and you actually filled out not even a formal report, but you just typed up some paragraphs about what you did and who you talked to.
Yes, I believe we filled out, at that time, it's called a lead sheet or something to that effect.
A what?
It's called a lead sheet, I believe is what it's called, what we refer to it as.
Okay, well, your report here isn't on lead sheet. It's not on a lead sheet like worksheet. It's a typed written report. Did you type this up?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you filled out a lead sheet somewhere.
Yeah, well, I filled out like the top of it, and I believe Officer Cotton filled out the bulk of it.
Okay.
And then I believe, I'd have to see it up close, but I believe those are her notes,
Okay.
her type notes.
So, but it would be accurate to say that your interview with him started about 9:25 in the morning.
That's right, I remember it being in the morning. That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Adams even gave you a brief summary of what he said he had done that day.
Yes, he did.
He said that he'd gotten up about 10 or 10:30 in the morning
That sounds about right.
on April the 13th, 2011. He said that there was no one in the house to verify what he had done or what.
That's correct.
He said he and his brother Dylan had picked up a friend Shane and then had gone to the Shell station.
That's correct.
He gave you his cell phone number.
Yes, he did.
There's a phone number and an address. He even gave you a social security number, his driver's license number.
I don't exactly remember that, but I'm sure he did.
Okay. He disclosed to you that he had a girlfriend, Rebecca, or former girlfriend.
Yes, he did.
Okay. He gave you consent to search his house.
He did as long as he was with me.
Okay.
He put that caveat on there. I'll just throw that out.
Right. He just wanted to walk around
Right,
with you while you searched it, but he allowed you to search his house.
He did, yes.
And he even allowed you to search underneath his house in the crawl spaces.
Yes, he said we could look. We didn't actually crawl under there. We just opened the doors, took a look inside.
Matter of fact, you made a note that it didn't appear, let's see, it did not appear recently disturbed under the crawl spaces.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So looking at that, you chose not to go down. Is that
Right on the outside of the, there's small doors that swing
Right.
under the crawl space. Didn't appear to be disturbed. We opened the doors, took a look inside, didn't see anything.
okay? And he voluntarily let you take pictures of his arms and legs. He wasn't under any kind of warrant regarding that. Is that
No,
right?
he consented to all that.
And you were there until 10:55 a.m.
Sounds about right.
Okay.
About an hour or so we were there.
Yeah, so 9:25 to 10:55, an hour and 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I have to use fingers. 30 minutes. Does that sound fair?
That sounds right.
And at the same time, then you also spoke to his grandfather, Dick Adams, and his brother, Dylan Adams.
Yes.
And they allowed you to look around Dick Adams' house also.
I don't believe we looked in his house.
But you would have been invited to. I mean, they didn't prevent you from doing that.
I don't know that we asked.
Okay. And no further questions.
Anything else? No questions, just publish these exhibits.
All right, step down here, please, go. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Right, you'll start those with the jury. They can be-
Oh, for heaven's
they
sake,
can
this
pass those to
judge.
themselves.
Judge makes me want to get hives.
Next witness while they're doing that.
Chris Hill.
All right, we're going to flippity flip to the next witness here.
Yes, I do. Be seated. State your first and last name and spell them for the benefit of the court reporter.
It's Chris Hill, CHRISHILL.
Okay, let's hold up just a minute, let them finish passing the photos and then.
Okay. And someone asked who that is sitting next to the judge. I would say that's probably his specific clerk that he has. And Ava, no, I did say hives, but if you were drinking the kinky vodka, you might be high. And yes, we do know where there's a whole, well, there was in 2011 anyway, a whole field of marijuana plants that we could have gone to. Oh my, Judge. I need you to.
For this, where your name again?
Name is Chris Hill.
And where do you work?
Work at Natchez Ferry State Park.
I want to ask you about April the 4th of 2011. Okay.
Okay.
8 or 9 days before the 13th, which is the day that Ali Bobo disappeared.
Okay.
Okay. On April the 4th of 2011, did you have occasion to come in contact with Zach Adams?
Yes, I did.
And whereabouts were you?
And it was a traffic stop on Highway 114 in the park.
Was it a routine traffic stop? I mean, did it go routinely?
It did not.
Okay. At some point, what did Mr. Adams do?
He fled on foot.
Was he pursued?
He was.
And was he arrested?
Yes, he was arrested.
Did you have occasion to observe him before he took off running?
Yes, I did.
And did you have occasion to observe him face to face, body to body, after he was arrested?
Yes.
I want to ask you, after that arrest, okay, on April the 4th of 2011, did he have any long linear scratches down his left arm?
No, sir.
They weren't there.
No, sir.
No further questions.
That's it?
Okay, now on April the 4th, 2011, this whole incident began because there was a tree down, power lines down due to a tree in the state park. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And you were actually there assisting some people with traffic and trying to direct them to get around the power lines, weren't you?
Yes, I was stopping the traffic while I worked on trees.
Okay, and then suddenly this white car comes up. And do you remember specifically what happened next?
Remember the vehicle drove down the wrong side of the road, past the cars I had stopped at a little bit of high rate of speed, and got the tree and turned around. I stopped the vehicle as it was coming back out then.
Okay, so what happens is this car, and let's be clear, do you remember what kind of car Mr. Adams was driving?
It was a pickup truck, without my notes, I don't remember from 6 years ago the make or anything.
Did you review this before you came today?
It's been a week or so since I've looked at it.
Okay. So if I told you you put down that it was a white Nissan pickup truck,
That,
you even specifically put down that the tag was 574 CBJ.
okay.
That would have been fairly accurate in your report, wouldn't you assume?
Yes.
I mean, you wouldn't have a habit of putting down a brand and a color of pickup truck if it wasn't something you had observed.
Right.
So this white pickup truck kind of comes up and sees you stopped on the side of the road, directing traffic, and he zips into the ongoing traffic lane, passes you, tries to speed on down, and then suddenly realizes he's blocked and can't get past the power lines. Is that what happened?
Well, he came around a whole line of cars. I was at the front of the line. There was probably half a dozen cars. He came around to get to where I was.
So clearly this person was driving erratically.
Yes.
Recklessly.
Set by a police officer.
Yes.
And that's when he realized he had to turn around and come back is when you pulled him over.
Correct.
And at that point, then you found there was a camouflage bag on the floor of the car,
Yes.
and you picked up the camouflage bag to see what was in it.
Yes.
And by bag, it's just a little, is it a drawstring bag with materials in it?
It was like a fanny pack.
A fanny pack.
Yes.
So you pick up this little fanny pack and you're getting ready to open it to see what's in it. Mr. Adams rips it out of your hands and takes off running through the woods, doesn't he?
Yes.
Clearly, whatever was in that bag, he didn't want you to see it, did he?
Correct.
And as he's running through the woods, he's unzipping the bag and throwing things out of the bag.
Right.
And so you, at this point, are required to hightail it right after him and
Right.
try to catch him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Adams before this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you're chasing after him. You catch him, don't you? You
Yes.
catch up to him.
Yes.
You had to tackle him to get him to the ground, right?
I shoved him to make him go to the ground.
You shoved him to the ground. And then, I mean, it was a pretty physical arrest at that point, isn't it?
Well, I mean, he went down fairly easy. He tried to scratch at my hand after I got him down for just a second or two before he calmed down.
He tried to scratch at you,
At my hands, yes.
like with his fingernails?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that point, and you're doing this in the woods, right? He's not running down the road.
Right.
It's through the woods.
Right.
Okay. And do you remember what color shirt he had on?
No, I do not remember.
Do you remember what, like long sleeve, short sleeve, what it looked like?
I do not remember.
Do you remember what kind of pants he had on?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then at that point, you handcuffed him and you arrest him.
Correct.
And that white pickup truck that he was driving, that Nissan pickup truck, it got impounded, didn't it?
As I recall, the Henderson County Sheriff's Department was there as well, and I think they took an interest in the truck.
Okay. So he didn't get to drive that truck home that day.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
This is 9 days before Holly, just so everybody has a reference.
Now, after you had physical,
This incident
you kind of went full
happened.
hands on with Mr. Adams, right?
Okay.
Pushing him to the ground. Did you fill out an incident report about the physical contact you had with him?
That was included in the incident report for the whole event.
So, under your department regulations, you're not required to fill out a special physical contact report when you have full hands-on contact with a potential arrestee?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you didn't fill out anything other than just this arrest report and what happened right here, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Under what conditions are you required to fill out a full hands-on report?
If there was an injury or if we had to use some type of a weapon,
And then that goes in your record too, doesn't it?
yes.
So you would prefer not to have those filled out, wouldn't you?
It really would make no difference to me.
No?
You want to be pulling a weapon? Sir,
Okay, 1 minute.
sir, you need to make good choices, sir. I don't know that that's a good one. What on earth?
Just real quick. Talk about impounding the truck, right? You say something about that?
As I recall, the local sheriff's department talked about it. It was released just a day or two later.
It was released just a day or two later?
That's as I recall it.
Your Honor, I object to him speculating. If he knows, that's one thing, but if he's just speculating, I object to that testimony.
Can I ask him? Are you just guessing or is this something?
I'll allow it.
Just going off my memory.
On your memory?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not just guessing?
Right.
Are y'all in business of seizing cars as park rangers?
Our department does not typically seize cars. Usually we hand those cases over to the sheriff's department to take care of.
So he wouldn't know.
Yes.
He's just talking out his
As a
rump.
police officer, do you try to take note after you arrest somebody, especially if you've had to put your hands on them, as to their physical condition?
Absolutely.
Why do you do that?
Because don't want any chance of any kind of contamination between any kind of bodily fluid they might have in ourselves.
Okay, so you're looking for blood, whether or
Right.
not blood's been transferred?
Exactly.
How about to ensure the person doesn't claim you did something that you didn't do?
Right.
I mean, do you try to protect yourself too?
Yes. Yes.
And so if you had seen bloody linear scratches, is that something you would have taken note of?
Absolutely.
But they weren't there.
Right.
9 days before the
We're asking
incident.
about this truck now. You said Henderson County Sheriff's Department is the one that came and impounded the truck. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically who the registered owner of that truck was?
I don't remember the name. I believe it was Mr. Adams' grandfather.
And so how is it that you happen to remember that?
It's in my mind.
Okay. Was that something that you had discussed with the district attorney? Did the district attorney tell you that?
No, ma'am.
But you weren't involved because you're a park ranger, you wouldn't have been there when the truck was released.
Correct.
And actually, you don't even know where it was. Do you know where it was towed to?
It'd be speculation.
Okay. So
Correct,
no further
sir. So why were you saying anything at all?
Just now you're free to leave if you want. Oh, you're next.
Christy Clean?
I don't know, y'all.
Clean.
I feel like I'm getting further and further away from what they're wanting me to believe. Because this ain't two and two. My math ain't mathing. 2 and 2 is not 4 right now, as far as what they want me to
State your name
believe.
first and last and spell it, please.
Oh, hallelujah. Female
Christy
testifying.
ChristeeCL. Yes, sir. CLENNEY.
Oh my gosh, y'all. We gotta stop right now. That name is way too close to what we have been talking about lately. This is Christy with 2 E's, by the way. Clenny. Spelled exactly the same. CLENNEY. Oh boy. Didn't have that one on my bingo card either. All right, Christy, tell us what you're going to tell us.
Sound like they like using it.
Yes.
Christy or two E's?
Yes.
I'd get down out of these streets.
I do it too.
It's happened a lot.
What do you
Oh,
do
we
for
have
living?
Whispering Rocks again.
I'm a RTI testing coordinator.
What's that mean?
Well, I've been in the school system teaching for 20 years now. I help with response intervention and the testing and data, help along with some other jobs.
What schools are you talking about around here?
Parsons Elementary School, and I was the Learning House pre-K. I was pre-K teacher for 10 years, and now I'm at Decatur.
April of 2011. Where were you living?
I was living on Microtown Road in Darden.
Myrickletown Road?
Yes.
And it's in Darden.
Yes.
A few miles from Parsons?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the street Swan Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Does Myrickletown run into it?
Yes.
All the same little neighborhood?
Yes.
Are the roads big and wide, or are they small?
They're narrow.
Are the roads frequent traffic all the time, or not?
No, not really. Not a lot of traffic.
Something notable or strange happened to you one morning?
Yes.
All right, well, tell us what you were doing.
Okay, I've been recovering from neck surgery, so I was out of work for 6 weeks, and I've been walking every morning, somewhere between 7:30 and 8:30 every morning. And so, after a few weeks, one morning, I was walking, and I would always walk to Swan Johnson Road, and back. Yes, I would walk on Myrickletown Road to Swan Johnson Road, and I would stop there and go back to my house, and I would usually do that about 3 times because that was about 3 miles, and that was part of my rehabilitation for Ned is what he wanted me to do. And so one morning I walked to Swan Johnson. I was on my way back, and I just heard a loud truck, and so I turned around, and there was one idling on Swan Johnson Road, And I heard it.
At this point, at this point, is that anything particularly strange?
Well, I mean, I wasn't alarmed at that moment. I mean, I just turned around. I mean, I heard it is when I turned around. And, you know, I like to get out of the road completely when cars are coming up and down. So I was just kind of looking backwards. And then it sat there for a few seconds. And that was kind of weird to me because I continued to hear it. And then
Where was it at, like physically?
it was physically like at the very end of Swan Johnson Road where the stop sign was.
And do you know the Bobos? Do you know Karen and Dana Bobo at all?
Yes.
Do you know where they live?
Yes.
How far away from their house were they?
I mean, it's probably, I'm not sure, but it might be a half to 3/4 of a mile from that stop sign.
Less than a mile, a
Yes.
half to
Right.
3/4.
Right. I never did continue. I never walked down that road all the way. I would just walk to the edge of it. But I know that they live just not very far down that road.
Okay, so your health walk, rehabilitation walk, was from your house up Miracle until it hit Swan Johnson.
Right.
And the Bobos live a little bit up Swan Johnson.
Yes.
All right, the car's idling there. It's loud. What kind of truck did you say?
It was a white. I didn't, register what kind. It was a full size white truck.
Pickup truck or like an SUV?
A pickup truck.
Pickup truck. Okay, what happened?
And so then it turned right. It was going really slow. And I just, kept walking straight ahead. And then I heard it turn around. I knew where they turned around at. It's probably at Lots Road is what I was figuring. But I could hear it. It was loud enough that I could hear it turn around. And I thought, oh, that truck's coming back. And I still wasn't real alarmed, but I thought it was weird because it had idled by so slow. And I had a hoodie on. And then it came really slow back. And I just kind of kept my head straight and walking. And
At this point, were you alarmed at all?
I was a little bit thinking, what are they doing? Because I'm used to seeing the same vehicles at that time. People are going to work, or the same people that you usually see coming back. It's not, you don't see a whole lot of new vehicles, and people don't just kind of cruise around that early in the morning, especially somebody, young man or something. So
You don't have tourists driving up and down Miracle Road
No,
or Swan
no.
Johnson, do you?
no, it's not. I have in place.
So this truck's coming back at you?
Right. And so then I am starting to, think this is kind of weird. But then when I heard it turn around again at Swan Johnson Road, I really did start thinking, okay, now what should I do?
So you had heard this thing idling there at Miracle and Swan Johnson. You had heard it turn around at what you're guessing is Box Drive.
Did I
was
miss
guessing that that's
when
because there's not
this
many timelines
happened?
places in a row.
'Cause
There's
I have no
Turn around
reference as to
again.
why her
Yes.
testimony means
How about
anything
now?
right
You starting
now.
to wonder about
Yes,
this?
I was getting really alarmed, and I was even thinking about would I go out into the woods? What would I do? I mean, I was actually thinking about what would I do if
You're
something
walking by
happens.
yourself
Yes,
with a hoodie on.
yes. I had a red hoodie on. I remember exactly what happened.
All right, what happened next?
And then he drove really slow, and he actually looked over and he was looking like out his window to talk to me, and he said, "Did I scare you?" And I was just like, "No, I'm good." And then he said, "Well, I didn't mean to scare you." And he said, "I thought you was a girl that I knew that lived around here." And he said her name, and then I was just like, "No, I don't know her," or I don't,
Said
I
whose
don't know.
name?
And then he kind of laughed. He was like, "Well, did I scare you?" And he said, "Well, I didn't mean to scare you." He kind of laughed or chuckled, and then he went on after that.
As a result of that, what did you do?
I texted my husband at the time and told him that something really weird just happened with a white truck, and then he called me whenever he got a chance, and I told him the story of it. And I just said it wasn't your normal little, "Hey, I thought you were somebody else," and so he got me some mace that day to start taking, and my dad actually had brought me a gun he had, but then he also bought me one that he thought would be better to take.
But you made it home safe that day?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware that Holly Bobo was kidnapped on Swan Johnson, April 13th, 2011? Were you aware of that?
Yes,
Around 8 o'clock in the morning. Were you aware of that?
yes.
Would you have been walking on a weekday or weekend?
I always did on the weekdays for sure, and I did a lot of the weekends also. But I would plan to walk after everybody left for school or was out the door, and I thought most of the traffic to school was gone. So
And how long before was this compared to when Holly was taken?
it was days before. I don't know. I've said it's been anywhere between 7 to 10 or 12 days. It was within that time period.
So you're certain it wasn't the day before? for
Oh no,
instance?
it wasn't. It was
It
not.
was a week, 6 to 7?
I'm thinking it was past a week. I mean, I'm not positive on the exact days because really, I just didn't think about trying to remember what day it was. I just, wish I would have.
So when did
She
this,
texted her husband. Are you not able to look back?
when did it sort of come to light afterwards?
Well, when I heard about that, and I had told my coworkers about the white truck also at the pre-K. I was working in pre-K, and they had mentioned, a couple of them was like, "What about that white truck?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. There could be a connection," and so because we just heard about it that day, but still, that was like it had just come out, like she's missing, and I think a lot of people were still thinking, well, she's going to be found, really quick is what we were all praying for. And then when we got home, my husband and I, we had talked about it. And that morning there was a roadblock at the end of the road the next morning. And he had mentioned to the police officers or whoever was there at the end of the road about the white truck. And so they had, whenever I got up there, I told them about it also.
So after Holly was taken, a day, 2 days, did you?
We talked about that day, but it was whatever day the roadblock was, which I'm not positive exactly.
So after she was taken, there were roadblocks at various places.
Yes.
And so you got to this roadblock, and did you tell the policeman or whoever about this?
Yes.
And what did he tell you to do?
He said they'd be contacting me.
So you gave him your information?
Yes.
Is it ex-husband now?
Yes.
Was your husband with you then?
He was in the truck in front of me, so he wasn't with me when I gave that information. No.
Y'all were driving
Separately, yes, because he was going to a different place on this different school.
Gotcha. Did the investigators get in contact with you?
Yes.
And what happened once they got in contact with you?
Well, that day, I'm almost positive it was that day, but I'm not 100% sure because they brought pictures to the pre-K and asked me to come out and look at them. And I think it was the TBI that came.
Okay. And did you see the man from the truck in those pictures they brought to you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. What happened next?
And they said that they'd be contacting me about coming to the police station to look at more pictures of maybe out of the inmate lineups or whatever.
Did you go to the police station and look at different pictures?
Yes, and I had my husband at the time meet me there, and he went with me.
Okay, so you and your husband?
Yes.
Did y'all meet with police officers there?
Yes.
And you said you looked at different pictures. Did you recognize anybody?
No, I didn't know who anybody was.
You didn't know who anybody was?
Right.
Did you? Were there
You don't
any
need to
pictures
know
that
who
caught
they
your attention?
are.
How about that?
Yes, I pointed to one that I thought looked like the guy that was in the truck.
Okay. And in fact, did you look through a series of pictures even after you thought that was the guy?
Yes.
And describe how you kept on coming back to that one picture.
Well, I was looking through it and I'm like, yeah, he looks like this. And then I said, I continued to look, and there was other ones that had that kind of look or the same color hair. And I was going, yeah, these have that look too. But then I said, going back to the front, that one was the one that I thought looked mostly like him.
And who was that person?
Well, and I wouldn't have known it, but my husband was there with me, and he said,
She can't say what her husband said.
okay.
At this point, maybe approach your honor.
Yeah, because she's just kind of going on and on and on. And I can fill in a blank here. Kelly is asking, I wonder why everyone thought she would be found real soon. As someone that lived in Tennessee when this happened, it was so bizarre how she was abducted with someone home at the time in the backyard. Nobody actually thought she would be gone forever.
Did you say your husband recognized the guy?
Yes, sir.
He was there with you, standing next to you?
Yes.
What's his name?
My husband's name, Timothy Clean.
Timothy? Please. That's cross.
Aha, she won that one. Good for you, good Jennifer. Oh, I forgot to change my banner. I'm so sorry, y'all.
So your husband is Tim Clenny,
Yes.
is that what you said?
Yes. But my ex-husband, yes.
Sorry, yes. Now, you gave this report, the roadblock. If there's a report that says that this was on April the 19th, 2011, when you gave this information at a roadblock, does that seem right to you?
Ma'am, I have no idea, but I'm not sure exactly how many days.
5 or 6 days after Holly disappeared?
I'm not sure.
Within a week of the time she disappeared?
I would think so, but I just don't have any idea exact how many days, what day that was on.
Okay, so your memory's kind of faded since then.
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, you said that the person was driving a full-size white pickup truck. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. At one point, you said it was a nicer model pickup truck. Do you remember
I
saying
don't
that?
remember. I don't remember exactly what all I said, to be honest with you on that. I don't remember what I
Okay.
said on that.
Do you remember now that it was a nicer full-size pickup truck?
I just remember it being a white full-size pickup truck, yes.
Okay. You remember saying that the man you saw weighed between 180 and 190 pounds?
I just don't remember.
Okay. You don't have a memory now of how much that person weighed, do you?
Now, I have a look of what they look like, but I don't remember a weight.
Right. But the look that you have now, what this person looked like, is after you've looked at lots and lots of photographs. Would you agree with me?
Are you talking about at the time
No,
or now?
the look you have in your memory now is after you have looked at photographs. Clearly, your memory now is after you've looked at photographs.
Yeah.
Yes. And you've thought about it a lot in your head. You have a lot of thinking about it and what was trying to remember.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that it had happened 2 to 3 weeks before the day of the roadblock?
No, I don't remember exactly what I said on the time.
Okay. If it would have happened 2 weeks before the roadblock, and the roadblock, well, if it happened 2 weeks, you said, tell me again what you said earlier about how close in time it was to when Holly disappeared.
It was several days. I don't know exactly. I'm estimating, so this is not a fact, but I would think it would have been anywhere between a week to 2 week period of time. You know, I mean, I have averaged it was like 10 or 12 days, you know, but I didn't know for a fact.
Okay.
10 or 12
But
days
if
is
the
more
report
than
said the
days
19th,
for
that's
me.
probably right, because there would be no reason for them. You didn't report this more than once to the roadblock, right?
Correct.
So if there's a report that says it's on the 19th is when you gave this information at the roadblock, that would most likely be correct.
I would think whatever. Yeah, I mean, I'm not disputing.
Right. Okay. So you're not disputing that.
No.
Okay. And if at the time you said that this incident with the white pickup truck had occurred 2 to 3 weeks earlier, your memory then was certainly better than your memory is now.
I mean, I would think it would be too.
Right. So that was probably accurate information from you at the time, 2 to 3 weeks earlier.
I can't imagine me saying 3 weeks, but I don't. You know, I can't imagine me saying 3 weeks earlier.
Show her. Show her. Come on, good
Because that would have
Jennifer.
been way past what I would think that it would have been.
Do you remember?
I don't ever remember saying 3 weeks. As a matter of
You
fact,
don't? Okay. Do you remember saying that the person was in their early to mid 20s?
Yes.
And do you remember saying light brown hair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes.
Brown hair. Yes.
Well, do you remember saying light brown hair?
I don't remember saying like specifying light brown hair, but I remember saying that there was brown hair. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, this lady's credibility is starting to get shook for me. Zach Adams does not have
Do you know Lori
light
Kennemore?
brown hair.
No.
No.
Don't.
No further questions.
Anything else? All right, you can step down before you go.
Yeah, I don't know how beneficial that was for me.
Let's try Timothy Queen.
All right.
I'm not getting the warm fuzzies on her testimony. Y'all can tell me if you dispute it in the chat. I am straighten me out if I need to be straightened out.
State your first and last name and spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Timothy Clenny, Timothy Clenney. What kind of job do you have? Currently, I am a independent insurance agent. Back in 2011? I was a school teacher. What grade did you teach? In 2011, I was teaching middle school, 7th or 8th, not sure exactly which one. 2011, were you married to Christy? Yes. Did y'all work at the same school or different schools? Different schools. Do you remember a morning when she called you and told you something strange happened? Yes. Is that something y'all talked about? Absolutely. Do you remember her reporting that to law enforcement? I remember roadblocks being set up along different roads to basically monitor people coming in and out. And we had talked about, should that be something that should be brought up to them? And we said, absolutely. So yeah, we kind of, in one of those times is when we talked. After that, did you have occasion to go to a police station with her? Yes. Do you remember what station it was? It was the Sheriff's Department, Decatur County. Decatur County. And what happened once y'all got there? We went through mugshots basically of current and past inmates and things of that nature. And we'd go through, and of course, having been a teacher for so long, I knew almost everybody in there. And when it came to that particular one. That doesn't mean you're a bad teacher. Right. Law of averages. So when it came to that particular
person, she pointed to them, and I was naming off several of them, and I said the name of the individual. She said it was a belt. She didn't say that is the person that I have seen, but she said that fits the description.
Was there a picture you kept on coming back to and back to?
Yes.
And who was that person?
It was Zach Adams.
That's still not very solid.
Yeah, Your Honor, first I'd ask for James material. I didn't even know this person's going to be a witness.
Anything?
We do not, Judge.
All right.
Well, I'm going to ask if they have notes. Surely they've interviewed him. If they have notes of that, there's some case law that says that there's no other materials we can have notes.
We can approach, Judge, if you like.
Oh boy. Yeah. The shadiness of this prosecution has me spitting nails. Stop it. Just stop being shady. If your case is that good, you just take the case and you put it up. Why you gotta be shady? Again, I didn't know this was going to be a witness today. I believe her. I think good Jennifer didn't know. Oh my goodness. And now we're going to sit here. I got a flippity flip. I'm way too impatient. I can't with
I told her she could be excused.
the waiting in silence.
Has already left, or is she in the courtroom?
I told her she could be excused.
Okay, I just want to make sure she wasn't sitting in the courtroom.
I didn't, she wouldn't have been allowed in, I don't think, because they're still at the door and we're observing, not coming in except during.
And Melissa is asking, who is Bad Jennifer? Bad Jennifer is the nasty one that's a judge now in Tennessee that was the prosecuting, the one that looks like a linebacker we talked about last night. That's Bad Jennifer. Good Jennifer is Zach's attorney. Bad Jennifer is shady woman over there. All right, I got to do the flippity flips. I can't with this. I need everybody in the courtroom. Your Honor, you're so worried about birthday parties and football. Let's get the case put up in some sort of organized fashion.
Sorry, Mr. Glennie, I'm just trying to read through some papers here. Are you aware that your ex-wife had initially identified a person named Jonathan Martin as being the person that she saw driving the truck that day?
No,
Do you know Jonathan Martin?
I don't recognize that. No.
Are you aware that she'd initially said that the person who she saw was in his mid to early 20s?
I don't remember that part.
Are you aware that she said that the person she initially saw had light brown hair?
I don't remember that as well.
Are you aware that she initially said the person she saw weighed between 180 and 190 pounds?
I don't remember that.
And how many pictures did you look at that day?
Maybe in the 20s. I don't remember the exact number, but several.
And
That's a
when she
lot.
came back to that picture, she kept coming back to it, but initially she did not say that is the person. She said that looks like the person, didn't she?
She never said that is the person.
She said that looks like the person.
Right.
No further questions.
Yep.
Anything else?
Your Honor, at some point I'd like to recall Ms. Clenny. There's some additional questions I'd like to ask her. So I'd like for her to remain in her subpoena.
I've already discharged her.
She wasn't even
Maybe we can
asked.
issue another subpoena.
I'll get her subpoena.
All right.
Oh my
Contact you have, but you're not to discuss your testimony
gosh.
with your ex-wife. You understand that? Yes, sir. All right.
He didn't
Step
even
down. We're gonna have to
ask
recess.
her.
Let's see if she's left. If she hadn't, then we'll tell her she remains. under
Oh,
subpoena.
for the love of Mike. Oh, here we go, mono again. Oof. All right. I don't know what that's all about.
We'll take up some matters outside the presence.
Your Honor, Jim Simmons on behalf of Zachary Adams. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to strike the testimony of Tim Cleany in that he was not disclosed prior to trial as being a witness, and that then we were unable to properly prepare for his cross-examination, and also he testified to what we would characterize as 404B evidence.
That's what?
404B, and we were unable to characterize that.
All right, motion overruled. All right, let's bring the jury in.
Unbelievable. This guy. Woo! He better pray I never bump into him if I'm in Tennessee. Oh.
The state that witness was not disclosed. We've had.
He said he first talked with him yesterday afternoon very briefly,
Correct.
and then maybe again this morning. So they've disclosed everything they can disclose, basically.
Okay, again, Your Honor, for
Basically.
the record, I move for mistrial.
All right, overruled. Oh, I'm gonna go into a very brief description of Jinx material, JINX.
Are we in school, Professor, Your Honor? What are we doing now? Do you feel you have to educate your entire courtroom? Oh my gosh, this guy. He's like my cousin Vinny in the judge's body. Actually, you know what? The attorney in my cousin Vinny was better than this judge's acting. That's insulting to Joe Pesci's character.
One of the jurors wanted to know what is a Jinx witness. So here we go back to law school again, okay? Ready? And it's actually JENKS. That's based upon a Tennessee case, State of Tennessee versus Jinx. It's something lawyers cast about all the time. They're used to using it. But Jinx material is essentially if someone has given a statement, made a statement, whatever, the other side is entitled to view that. Legally, it's required once that witness has given testimony, the other side is entitled to get it and review it. Usually it is disclosed prior to coming into court.
Yeah, it's called discovery.
I try to encourage that. So it means, and it applies equally to both sides, okay? So you might hear the state, if the defendant chooses to put on proof, they might ask for Jinx material. But it's just, if that person has given a statement, the other side's entitled to examine it to make sure there's nothing prior inconsistent or something like that. So, all right, another little lesson in law. Call you next.
Sir, I think you need a few lessons in law. I'm going to give you a lesson in law. And I don't even have any room to give a lesson in law. Oh, for heaven's sake. Let's get it together. You knew what was coming. Let's go.
But I will read verbatim every letter on this. Jury question. J is capitalized, Q is capitalized. What is a JINX witness? Question mark. You still there?
Yes, please.
All right. Did it?
Yes, they have a witness. You jackwagon.
61.
Oh, my word.
Raise your right hand, please.
Oh.
Swear the testimony you're about to give,
Oh.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Come up here, be seated. State your first and last name. And spell it for the court reporter.
Rebecca REBECCA.
Oh, this is ex-girlfriend. If I remember correctly.
As comfortable as you can, you'll be there for a minute. And so, is this a day that you've been looking forward to?
No.
Tell us who you were in relation to Zach Adams.
I was his girlfriend for 2.5 years.
His girlfriend for 2.5 years. Were you his girlfriend around the time of April 2011
Yes.
when Holly Bobo disappeared?
Yes, sir.
Describe for me your relationship with Zach Adams around that time.
Around that time, it was awful. After his grandmother passed, he got on morphine.
About when did his grandmother pass?
I don't remember.
He got on morphine? Was he on other drugs as well?
Meth.
Meth. And why did that make the relationship awful?
His temper.
Did you back then live with him or not?
Mhm.
You have to speak so everybody can
Yes, I did live with him.
And where'd y'all live at?
At his house by his grandfather's.
He has a house other than you. Does anybody else live there at the time?
No, sir.
His grandfather's, that house close by?
Yes.
Right across the driveway.
Yes.
And who lived in his grandfather's house?
Dylan.
And did his grandfather live there too?
Yes.
And who is Dylan?
Dylan is his brother.
Did you get to know Dylan?
My man knew him, knew of him.
Knew of him?
Mhm.
So was Dylan around Zach and his friends a lot?
Off and on.
And how was Dylan treated?
Zach was pretty much bossy towards him, I guess.
Was it bossy?
Bossy.
And how were you treated back in April of 2000?
I'm going to object.
We have 404B evidence I'm concerned about, and we filed a motion on that, Your Honor.
Oh, he's going to allow it.
Hearing before we go into anything.
Well, maybe I could phrase the question better. I'm not asking about any specific instances of anything that happened, just the general tenor of their relationship in the preceding days.
I think she answered that already, so move
Does
on.
that make sense to you, what I just said, Rebecca? I'm not asking you about anything or things that happened. I'm just asking about the days before Holly went missing. What was the relationship like? How were you being treated?
I just pretty much worked, came home, sleep, couldn't keep up with him, so I was just doing my thing.
Had you broached the idea of him breaking up?
Yes,
Had you tried to leave him?
yes.
Again, I'm not asking about specific incidents, but what was his attitude towards your trying to leave?
He would always talk me into coming back, and he would be very stern or threaten me.
Stern and threatened.
How?
Objection, Your Honor. I objected the phrase threatened.
Yeah, how? If you're going to say it, then you need to say it.
Stern.
In fact,
Seriously.
on the very day before Holly went missing, did you try to leave him again on that day?
I was at my mother's that day.
I was going to say she did
I'm sorry, I
left.
didn't mean physically with him or not. Did you try to leave him as boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yes.
Did you try to break up with him?
Yes.
And was his response the same?
Yes.
And this would have been April the 12th of 2011.
Yes.
What was his response?
The time he was in morphine and meth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who else did he hang out with? Did you know Shane Austin?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever observe Shane Austin to be involved in meth and morphine?
Yes, sir.
Frequently or infrequently?
He was more on pills.
He was more on pills?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Jason Autry?
Yes, sir.
Do you know, you've already said Dylan Adams?
Mhm.
Were these people that would hang around Zach Adams?
Yes.
Would they come to his house?
Yes.
Would Zach go to theirs?
Yes.
Did you know where Shane lived?
Yes.
And I'm not asking you the address. Did you know what street he lived on?
It's by Yellow Springs Church.
A Yellow Springs Church.
Mhm.
And is that close to Zach's?
Yes, across the highway.
The highway's Interstate 40.
Mhm.
And that's Holiday, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
April the 12th, 2011.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that night. April the 12th, 2011.
He talked me into coming and staying with him.
I couldn't quite hear when you
He taught me to come stay with him that night.
Sir, we can never hear you.
He talked me into coming to stay with him that night, so I did.
So that day, break up.
Mm-hmm.
But that night, where were you?
His house.
Do you remember what time you arrived at his house?
No, sir. It was late though.
Late.
Mm-hmm.
When you got to his house, was he there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else with him?
Not that I remember.
Did y'all interact with each other late when you got to that house?
We talked a little bit, but then I went to bed and he stayed up.
Did he ever come to bed that night?
Not that I remember. No.
What woke you up that morning?
Zach.
And what was he doing to wake you up?
He kissed me on the forehead and he said he was going to haul off scrap.
And about what time was this?
It was anywhere from 6 to 7:30.
6 to 7 or 7:30?
Mm-hmm.
Early in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Did you stay in bed or did you get up?
I stayed in bed and slept for a little bit longer.
Do you remember what his demeanor was when he told you he was going to go sell scrap?
Yes, sir.
How was he acting?
Fine.
What do you do that morning after he leaves?
I go back to bed for about 30 minutes and then I had to get up, get ready to go to work because I had to be there at 9.
Did you get up and get ready?
Yes.
I thought she was at her mama's house
And where's your work?
Joe's video.
because they were fighting.
Parsons.
Mhm.
So you go from the Holiday Sugar Hill,
Sugar Tree.
Sugar Tree area down to Parsons?
Yes, sir.
How long does that take you? Do you know?
15 minutes.
You had a car back then?
Yes. Well, yes, sir. At that time,
What was Zach driving back then?
the white Nissan.
White Nissan?
Mm-hmm.
Was it a car or was it a truck?
It was a truck.
Is that what he was driving that morning?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, well, let's not, if you don't remember something,
I think so.
did you see what car he got into when he went to go haul the scrap metal?
No, sir.
What we're going to talk about later, did you see him later in the day in a car?
In his truck.
We'll get there. You get to work.
Mm-hmm.
It is 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Has anything strange happened that morning?
Yes.
What's that?
Holly came up missing.
Holly came up missing.
Mm-hmm.
And did you know Holly at all?
I knew her through Joe's video. She would come tan or rent videos.
Yeah, because Joe's video used to, is it still open?
No.
It's closed.
Yes.
Used to not just rent videos, but there's tanning booths in there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you knew her from that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of video place I want to go
Did
to.
you also know her cousin?
Yes.
What was her name?
Natalie. Bubba.
And how did you know Natalie?
Through tanning. She would come in there and tan.
How did you hear that something happened to Holly that morning?
I think it was the news.
When do you hear or see Zach Adams again?
It was close to the afternoon. He come by my work.
To Parsons?
Mm-hmm.
Close to the afternoon to Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
And what was his demeanor? Or did you personally see him when he came back from Parsons?
Yes. We got into an argument, of course. And we was arguing because I thought he was lying about going to the scrapyard because he switched phones.
Who switched phones?
Zach.
What do you mean by switched phones?
He was using his brother's phone that he would use, which
How
was
did you
Becky's.
know he was using his brother's phone?
Because he texted me from it.
And that was unusual.
Yes.
And so you immediately thought he wasn't scrapping.
Yes.
And did you confront him about this?
I don't remember.
Did you have a conversation with him about this?
Not necessarily about the phone. No.
No, not about the phone, but about the fact that you didn't think he was scrapping.
Oh, yes.
And what happened?
We got into it
Where?
at Joe's video.
And what happened?
He grabbed my head.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's not go into specifics.
It ended disagreeing.
Yes.
Did you agree with that?
Yes.
When he came to see you at Joe's video, did you see the vehicle that he was in?
Yes.
What vehicle was he in?
The Nissan.
The white Nissan
Yes, sir.
pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
Was he with anybody or was he by himself?
I don't remember.
After this disagreeable ending, did he leave?
Yes.
Do you remember if you heard from him again that day?
No, I don't. I didn't see him till later that night, I think.
Now I want to ask you about particular things that happened after that day, after the day that Holly disappeared. Okay. That next day, was there an occasion that you were at Zach's house and Zach and Shane were there?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was cooking supper and the news come on and they were talking about Holly missing and Shane kind of smirked and started laughing. And Zach made the comment, said, they'll never be able to find her.
We'll never be able to find her.
Mhm.
Was there any more conversation about that at that time?
No, I didn't say anything. I just kept cooking.
You just kept cooking.
Mhm.
What's the next thing that you notice? What's the next thing that you notice?
What do you mean?
You described Zach and Shane laughing and Zach saying what he did the day after this experience. After that, what's the next thing you notice that's suspicious or unusual that catches your attention?
Just I don't know.
Okay, let me
Make it good,
let me recall
girl.
you to particular things.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Did you notice any physical injuries that Zach had around that time?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
3 scratches on his neck.
Scratches on his neck?
Yeah,
On his
parallel
neck?
scratches on his neck.
Oh, that's new.
Neck.
Neck.
Yes.
And had you seen those before he went scrapping?
No.
Did he have those after he went scrapping?
Yes.
You said you didn't believe that he went scrapping.
Mm-mm.
In fact, did you try to check on that?
Yes, I called.
After you called, did you still not believe he went scrapping?
I called and I asked them. I said, they said they couldn't give me any information.
So I'm not asking you what they said.
Oh.
Okay. But listen to me. After you made that call, okay,
Mhm.
were you still suspicious that he didn't go scrapping?
Yes.
Oh, whispering rocks. Come
Did
on.
you ask Zach about these scratches he had on him?
No.
I would have. What chick you been with?
Did you follow the news the day, the next day about Holly Bobo?
Yes, sir.
She is the least nosy woman I've ever encountered. Doesn't ask any questions.
Were you familiar with the roads and the area around her house?
Yes, sir.
Did you know if Zach Adams was familiar with the roads and the area around her house?
Yes, sir.
And how did you know that?
Because we rode them together.
Had you ever seen the map of where Holly's cell phone went that day?
Yes.
Did that catch your attention?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because that's the road he took all the time.
Good point. Good point.
How long did you live in that house with him after she was taken
Until July.
till July?
3 months.
July.
3 months in that house.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever notice anything strange physically about the house?
No.
Did you ever check that? Let's go to July.
Okay.
Okay. Again, I'm not asking you about a particular incident. Okay.
Okay.
When you finally left in July,
Yes, sir.
was that under unpleasant circumstances?
Yes.
During the course of those circumstances, did you and Zach argue,
Yes.
fight?
Yes.
Were you trying to get away from him?
Yes.
Did he make any statements to you at that time about how?
I'm going to object if he's trying to get into 404B evidence.
Well, I'm not going to state. You make any
Well,
statements.
Even if it's statements, Your Honor, if it's not relevant to this, then I object to that. Can we do it?
This is about this. I asked her
Can we
to
approach?
make statements about how vote.
Go on, good Jennifer.
Did he make any statements to you about Holly Bobo?
Yes, sir.
And what did he say?
He said he would tie me up just like he did Holly Bobo and nobody would ever see me again.
Did he tie you up like Holly Bobo and nobody ever see you?
Yes, sir.
July was your last month in that house
Yes, sir.
at Adams Lane.
Yes, sir. We talked and associated after that. Yes.
You talked and associated after that, though. What was your life been, Rebecca?
Do what, sir?
How was your life been, Rebecca?
Awful.
Your Honor, I object to the relevance of this.
Overruled.
What?
Are you doing better now?
Yes.
Oh
After
my.
July, you were still talking.
Mhm.
Was there an occasion after July in which you heard him make any statements about Holly Bobo?
Do what now?
was kind of general. After July, when you were still talking to them, you're still
I mean, I would still go up there and stay the night and stuff.
seeing them.
Oh, she was a friends
Sometimes
with
saying
benefits. Got it.
Instructed to actually verbalize the answer.
I think she is, but make sure you answer the court.
She's saying, mm-hmm, sir.
If you not do that,
Our closed captions shows it, even though it's got
Did you ever
real
hear a
salty
conversation
attitude.
Zach had with another person having to do with Hollywood?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
It was at John Mitchell's house.
And who's, just generally, who is John Mitchell?
It's one of his friends.
His friend named Zach?
Yes.
What'd you hear?
That everything was ready to go in the back of the truck to be put up under the Birdsong Bridge.
To be put up under the Birdsong Bridge.
Mhm.
And they say what this was, it was going to be put up.
They said it was the remains of Holly. But when they found out that I found out about it, they said that it was remnants of making meth is what they got rid of.
So let me just back up so I understand. Do John Mitchell and Zach know that you're there?
Yes.
Zach says something about, tell me again, I don't want to miss. What does Zach say?
Zach said that everything was in the truck ready to go.
Everything's in the trunk.
Truck.
Everything in the truck ready to go to do what?
Take that Tupperware, it was a blue Tupperware thing, to Birdsong.
With the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And you know where that area is, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Tupperware?
And that it was, who said something about the remains of Holly Bubba?
I can't remember.
Of
Was it
course
either
you
Zach or
don't.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
And then you said something about actually what it was with methamphetamines.
Yes.
And how did you figure that out?
Because later on they told me that it was just a joke just to see if I would call the TBI.
They told you it was a joke to see if you would call.
I actually
John told
believe
me
that.
yes.
I believe that. It's called a miner's canary, ma'am. I am a big fan of miner's canaries. You tell a little tidbit of information to see who the snitch is. And then when it comes back, you go, oh, you're the snitch. Got it. Yeah, I can totally believe that.
You were
Not
ready
that-
to get away,
Yes.
to get out of this.
Yes.
He never tied you up and did you like Holly Bubba.
No.
Even though he said he would.
And you're doing better now.
Yes, sir. Way better.
What's that?
I said a lot better. I have a son now.
Just a few more things I just want to ask you
Ma'am,
about.
we don't,
Okay.
not to be rude, but we don't
You
really
said you
care
knew
about that.
Natalie Bubba.
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Zach Adams knew Natalie Bubba?
Yes, I introduced him.
Back then, did Zach have Facebook?
Yes.
Is that something that he would use?
Yes.
Is that something he would use sometimes to communicate with you?
Yes.
Is that something he'd use to communicate sometimes with other people?
Yes.
Did I ask you to review a large stack of papers?
Yes.
What was that large stack of papers I asked you to review?
It was pictures of us together at a bar, comments, just posts.
Sure. Was
Yeah.
it Zach's?
Yes, it was
Facebook?
his Facebook.
And had you seen his Facebook before?
Yes.
A lot?
Yes.
Had you seen him using his Facebook before?
Yes.
A lot?
Yes.
Did he let other people like use his Facebook?
No.
Was that his?
Mhm.
And the various pictures that you saw on Facebook that you just told us about. Were those pictures things that actually happened
Yes.
in your life and in his life?
Yes.
And so what I showed you was his Facebook.
Yes, sir.
I just want you to look at the top paper from that approach. Is this the Facebook records that I showed you?
Crap, you're 2 feet away from her. There's no reason to ask to approach. You're approaching the entire time you're questioning her.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not seeking to introduce these. This is years and years of Facebook records. I think they should be marked with identification. Later on, a very, very small portion will be introduced to another
All right,
witness.
we exhibit 62 for ID purposes.
Oh, here we go. Trying to admit something. This takes forever.
My approach witness again, Your Honor. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Is that Zach Adams?
Yes, sir.
Is that his Facebook profile?
Yes, sir.
No, I would have that picture marked.
Exhibit 63.
I approach the witness again, Your Honor. Okay. You recognize that picture?
Yes, sir.
What's that picture of?
One of the first times he took me up under the bridge.
He had taken you to that spot before, hadn't he? Up under the bridge.
Yes, sir.
Your bird song.
Yes, sir.
And what did y'all do there? What's that picture of?
It's a picture of spray painting Rebecca loves Zach.
Up under the bridge.
Yes, sir.
A bird song.
Why
Yes,
would
sir.
you take
I
a
have that marked in the tree.
Why would you take human remains to a place that you cherished? You wouldn't. Definitely not a place you cherished that you shared with someone else. She should be ashamed of herself. She really should, because she knows the truth, and the stuff that she is trying to push through is making me dislike her. Rebecca, I kind of liked you when I was watching the post-conviction relief hearings. Not so much today. Well, that looks like girl writing. That doesn't look like boy writing to me.
This is exhibit 64. Did you and Zach spray paint that together?
No, it was just me.
Yeah, see?
That's where he took it.
Yes.
Exhibit 63. That's his Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Come on, attorney whispering rocks. I don't know what we're doing here. Okay. Before we go too far here, I am just needing to take a 5-minute potty and water break. So give me just a second. I'm going to leave things up. I'm going to try to give you a pretty picture. So bear with me while I try to do this. And I will be back in just a few minutes, I think. Let's see if this works. I'm trying something new. I'll be back in just a minute or two. Y'all go potty, water, get your refreshments, make your sandwich. I'll be back in less than 5. All righty. I got a refill. I said hello to Mr. Demeanor really quickly. I got a lot done in that short amount of time. So I hope you all in that short little brief break got what you needed, because we're going to go into cross-examination of Rebecca Earp. Rebecca Earp is the ex-girlfriend of Zach Adams. Yeah, I don't mess around, man. We got stuff to do. It was quick, Ava. Yeah. Doesn't take but a hot second to get a new Dr. Pepper Zero. All righty. Are we all ready? Here we go. Cross-examination now.
So back in September of 2014, you were pregnant with your first child, weren't you?
Yes.
And that was after Zachary Adams had been arrested on charges in this case, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you specifically remember that Valerie Trout, a TBI agent, came to talk to you at your mother's house, don't you?
Yes.
And at that time, she threatened to take your unborn baby away from you and put it in DCS custody, didn't she?
Yes.
Matter of fact, she said that was based on whether or not you were going to be a fit person to take care of your child.
It was threatening me to say that if I told them all the truth and everything. I said I've been nothing but honest.
Right, but she specifically said that if you weren't going to tell them the truth, that they were going to
Yes.
take your unborn baby away.
Yes.
Wow.
And that's not Zachary Adams' child, is it? It's
No.
another man's.
Yes.
Wow.
So I want to go back and talk with you. You've given multiple statements in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, your statements have changed over time.
Yes.
So the first statement you gave is actually in April of 2000.
Oh, good, Jennifer. We love
11.
you.
Yes.
Do you remember? Just early on, someone stopped by and talked to you.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you gave absolutely no indication that Zachary Adams was involved in what had occurred.
Right.
And you even acknowledged at that time that Zach had scratches on him that he had gotten while he was being chased by an officer at the park, didn't you?
Yes.
And so then you gave your next statement in July of 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this was shortly after you and Zach had broken up for your final time of living together, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you were very upset with Mr. Adams.
Yes.
And to be clear, Rebecca, just to be honest, back in the day, you were using meth also, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were using a lot of Xanax, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you would use meth with Zach and use drugs with Zach, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So much of the time you spent high.
At the first of it, yes.
Okay. And Zach was high also, wasn't he?
Yes.
That's one of the things that attracted you all to each other.
Yes.
And you had a very volatile relationship. It was full of very highs and lows, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. At some point you really loved him.
Yes.
And
I loved him a lot.
What?
I loved him a lot.
And he expressed to you, he loved you a lot too, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that made the relationship so volatile, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that you were so upset about the scrapping is you suspected that he might be cheating on you.
Yes.
And that had you very upset, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So
like I said,
in the July of 2011, you spoke to investigator Ricky Inman about Zach Adams.
Yes.
And at that time, you said that you and Zach had broken up you were breaking up around the time that Holly disappeared.
Yes.
And you said that morning, the night of April the 12th, you spent that night with Zach.
Yes.
And you said that the next morning he was still at home when you left for work at 9:15 a.m.
You've got to understand I was under the influence then to where I was scared. I didn't know. So, yes, my statements are going to be different.
Yeah, but you were also under the influence of drugs too, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said at that time that he was still at home that morning and you left around 9:15 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that a yes,
Is that a
ma'am?
Yes.
It's just the court reporter. I understand what you're saying, that she needs to be able to write yes or no.
And then she does it again.
And then you you spent that morning at Joe's video working.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, is that a yes? Sorry.
Yes. Sorry.
And Zach Adams' grandmother died on April the 1st, didn't she?
Yes.
And Zach was very close with his grandmother, wasn't he?
Very.
And so when she died, it tore him up, didn't it?
Yes.
Matter of fact, Zach's was close to his grandmother and his grandfather.
Yes.
And so after she died, he was using extra amounts of meth, wasn't he?
Yes.
And some of the morphine that he had gotten
Yes.
from her. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so he was heavily dosing himself, wasn't he?
Yes.
And you were aware that he was arrested on April the 4th at Natchez Trace State Park.
Yes.
Matter of fact, it was his grandmother's funeral was April the 3rd.
Yes.
She had breast cancer. I mean, they expected her to die. It wasn't a surprise.
Yes.
And so her funeral was April the 3rd, and April the 4th, he just really got out of control at the state park and got arrested, didn't he?
Yes.
And at that time, his truck got impounded, didn't it?
Yes.
And Dick Adams actually owned that white truck, didn't he?
I think so.
And I think you said earlier it was a new truck, but it was a 98 Nissan pickup truck, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was a mid-size pickup. It was not a one of
Not
the
a full
giant-
size, no.
What?
It's not a full size, no.
Okay, it's not a full size. And so after Zach got arrested, his grandfather left the truck in impound for a while, didn't he?
Yes.
And then wouldn't give it back to Zach right away, wouldn't
Right.
he?
Right.
And so that meant because Zach's black truck at that time, they had a black Nissan truck also, didn't
It was
they?
a Chevrolet truck.
That's Dylan's truck, the
No,
Chevrolet.
Dylan's was beige Chevrolet truck.
If the actual title to the truck shows that Dylan had a charcoal black or a graphite
Well,
colored
then it
truck.
might have been in Dylan's name. I don't know.
Okay,
But that's that. I thought that was Zach's truck. The
The-
black one.
black one. Didn't
Mhm.
Zach have a dark green truck at some point?
Not that I remember.
Zach went through a lot of cars. Can we
Yes.
say that?
Yes.
Okay. And so at some point, Zach is then looking around for transportation, wasn't he?
Yes.
And Shane Austin did not have transportation because he had wrecked his truck, hadn't he?
Yes.
Matter of fact, Shane had also been in a motorcycle wreck, hadn't he?
Yes.
And he had also had an accident where he fell off a cooling tower.
Yes.
Matter of fact, was it the motorcycle accident that left one of his eyes kind of
Yes.
crooked?
Droopy, yes.
Droopy. So like the eyelid didn't go up right next to the eye and it kind of drooped. You could see the pink under his eye, couldn't you?
Right.
And he had some scarring on his face too, didn't he?
Yes.
Poor Shane.
And so initially, when you talk to Ricky Inman, and Ricky Inman's an investigator for the local police department,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
He's not a TBI agent.
No.
And initially, when you talked to Ricky Inman, you said that you thought Zach and his friend Victor Dinsmore were hauling scrap that day.
Yes.
And you didn't know for sure if Zach had talked with Shane Austin or not.
Right.
You said at that time that Zach, and this is just a few months later, but you said at that time Zach had never made comments to you about Holly had never made comments about Holly before she was taken.
Because when that had do what now?
He had not made comments about Holly
No.
before she was taken.
No.
Zach certainly would have liked the reward money, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody was aware that there was a large reward out. In the end, how much do you remember it being?
$250,000.
$250,000.
That's a lot of cash for a drug addict.
And you specifically do remember telling Ricky Inman that Shane was dependent on other people to drive him around because he didn't have a car.
Yes.
And you also did not believe that Zach had gone to the coon hunt that year.
Right.
Y'all, I need to pause for a moment because $250,000. Do you want to tell me if she knew all this stuff at the time Holly went missing and there was $250,000 that she could have gotten to pin it on Zach, that she was just so afraid of Zach that she said nothing? Y'all. I'm basically, as a juror, I'm basically crossing out all of her testimony because I don't find any of it to be credible. And especially now, really, when you decided to say all of this was after they threatened to take your child away. And I can tell you there is no amount of money in the world that compares to your own child. So I get it. I get it, girl. I'm not blaming you for that, but there is no way I believe this bovine scatology that's coming out of her mouth right now, because $250,000 is a lot of cash. She could have gone anywhere in the United States with $250,000 to get away from Zach Adams. No way.
Okay. So
come on, good
and then
Jennifer.
The TBI came back, and the next they had gotten the search warrants and been searching Zach Adams' home. And
Yes.
that was February the 28th, 2014,
Yes,
when they talked to you the next time.
yes,
And but this time when they talked to you in July, that's after you all had broken up. It was your final breakup.
yes,
And Zach was out of your life for a while.
yes,
So the next time the TBI talked to you, it was 2014. So it was basically 3 years later.
yes,
Okay. And a lot of time had passed since the events had all occurred.
yes.
And you didn't make notes. I mean, you yourself had not written down the events of that day, had you?
No.
So you were going by your memory.
Yes,
And the memories that you'd made as best you could, because at the time you were using meth and
yes,
Xanax. And you used some other drugs too, right? Marijuana?
marijuana.
Okay, so the next time they talked to you, it was several TBI agents that came to talk to you. Do you specifically remember Joe Walker and Joe Craig being there?
Vaguely, yes,
Okay. And at that time, you knew already that Zach had been arrested for this, didn't you?
yes,
Because they came in and told you, listen, we've got the guy, didn't they?
yes,
I mean, they were very confident when they came to tell you that they had arrested him. They didn't say, you know, we've arrested him and we think he might be the guy, or
Your Honor, I think we're, hearsay on hearsay in this question. The assets should not characterize what other people say.
Well,
This is not a court suit.
right. Of course, I am not offering the fact that they said he was guilty for the truth of the matter. Let's be clear. I'm just offering it to show.
So that she can show what her
Right.
response.
Yes. So the fact that they said all this to you, I mean, you have faith in law enforcement, don't you?
yes,
Okay. I mean, you want to believe that if law enforcement does something, they know what they're doing, don't you?
yes,
So then when they come to talk to you, they specifically said, they're asking you again about what happened. They brought with them some documents from Birdsong Auto Salvage regarding scrapping. Do you remember them bringing you documents?
no,
They brought you a list of all the people whose names were turned in. You're familiar
okay,
with
yes, I
Birdsong.
do remember now. Yes,
First of all, you're familiar with Birdsong Auto Salvage.
yes, ma'am.
It's a metal scrap
Yes,
location where people can take scrap metal, turn it in for cash money.
yes,
And back in 2011, Zach Adams made a lot of his money with scrap metaling, didn't he?
yes,
And that's where he got some of his money to buy drugs.
yes,
He also sometimes on and off had some odd jobs here and there, didn't he?
yes.
At some time he had worked for Decatur County and
North 40.
North 40, okay?
Yes,
And Zach Adams would spend a lot of time out looking for scrap metal.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
yes,
Sometimes he'd get it on the up and up, and sometimes he'd just have sticky fingers and pick up scraps around. Would you agree with me on that?
yes,
And so the TBI brought to you a document that showed that Zach Adams' name was not on the list of people that had scrapped metal on April the 13th,
Correct.
2014.
correct.
But they failed to show you that Zach Adams had actually scrapped metal on April the 11th, Monday, 2011.
Okay,
If I said 2014 just a minute ago, I meant 2011.
okay,
And they didn't tell you that he'd actually scrapped metal on Friday, April the 15th, 2011, did they?
no,
And so your memory 3 months later was that he had told you he'd gone to do scrap metal that day.
yes,
Okay. But you didn't specifically write that down anywhere that he had gone to do scrap metal.
no,
You were going by memory in July from an event that had happened in April of April 13th.
yes,
From your drug-addled
And
mind.
Zach did do scrap metaling a lot back in those days, didn't he?
yes, ma'am.
So that morning, you think that you went into work at Joe's Video at 9 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And you remember 9 a.m. because you usually open the store?
Yes.
And what time did the store open?
10 o'clock.
Okay, so you would get there at 9 to get things ready?
Yes. Yes, because I had to go to the bank to do the deposit.
Okay. And so then after they showed you this list and told you that Zach had not scrapped any metal that day, that you were then angry with Zach Adams at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
Because you felt like that was confirmation that he had lied to you and was perhaps cheating on you at the time.
Yes.
And you're an emotional person, clearly. I mean, I see that you wrote Becca plus Zach, or Becca and Zach on the bridge support. You spray painted it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at times when you were in love, you wanted the world to know, didn't you?
Yes.
And so, and Zach had a way with the ladies, didn't he?
Yes.
And so the fact that he might be cheating on you was not out of the realm of possibility.
Right.
Okay. So you remembered in February of 2014 that you didn't get back until 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock that night after having worked. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You don't have a memory of that now as to what time you got home, do you?
No.
That's not good.
Now you say Zach had scratches on his neck.
Yes.
And where were those? Since you say neck and not throat, I'm assuming you mean around in the.
They were right here on the
So-
side of his neck.
So, okay, let's see. I just want to be clear for the record. You are pointing to your left-hand side? Is that your right-hand side? Huh?
Yes,
Not
right.
your left-right problem. So you're saying that the scratches would have been on his right side of his neck,
Yes, ma'am.
and they would have gone under the jawline from the
Towards the
ear
Adam's apple.
towards the Adam's apple.
Yes.
And how many scratches were there?
3.
There were 3 scratches right there.
Yes.
And how deep were those scratches?
Not very deep.
Not very deep?
Mm-mm.
Okay. At that point, did it alarm you when you say you saw those scratches?
Yes, but I never spoke of it.
So why wouldn't you speak of it?
I was scared.
Why were you scared?
I just was.
Okay, so knowing that
She just
at
was.
some point there was a reward out, there was a $250,000 reward. Did it ever occur to you to say something before he was arrested by the TBI?
I did. I have.
You have what?
I have called the TBI and informed them before.
You called the TBI before that? Oh, well, when did you call the TBI?
Well, whenever I heard about the remains,
Oh, but you heard about the remains after he was arrested.
yes.
Okay, so no, I'm talking about before he was arrested.
Okay.
When did you call and tell them about
Oh, I
scratches?
didn't.
Okay, you didn't.
No.
Ah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't this is not rolling for me. I guess 2017, 8 years ago, we likely looked at the world a little differently than we look at it today. But I'm saying as a juror, I am not buying a single thing that this chickie is selling. All right, let me flippity flip us through all of this. I'm almost, and I dare not say this because I was given so much grief about my hair being a wig. But Kelly, I almost wonder,
Specifically talking to an investigator.
it almost looks like a wig. And I hate to say that, but it's got that kind of not really put together kind of look where like in the back, it's doing some funky stuff.
Danny Mulligan from the defense team that came to speak with you.
Yes.
Danny kind of has a long ponytail.
Yes.
Now, do you remember specifically when you talked to Danny Mulligan, you told him See, I had it up. That's computers when it's not on the paper. Do you remember telling him that the scratches on Zach's arms referenced in the report, and you say emphatically that the scratches were from a different day when Zach was running from the cops in Lexington and were not from the day that Holly Bobo disappeared?
Yes. He always had scratches on him.
Okay, so he had scratches from when he ran from the cops in Lexington too?
Yes.
Okay, so he did have those scratches?
Yes.
You acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay. So now you're saying, yes, he had scratches from when he ran from the cops. And when we say Lexington, you're talking about the mattress trace incident.
Yes, ma'am.
So he did have those scratches, but now you're saying he had some additional scratches on his neck that were new, okay?
Yes.
So now you're saying he had 2 sets of scratches, at least, because you say he always was getting scratches.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Then, do you also remember telling Mr. Mulligan that you weren't sure that it was incorrect in Joe Walker's report that you had worked till 10 o'clock p.m. that night? Do you remember telling Mr. Mulligan that you had
What
not?
night?
On the night that Holly disappeared, April the 13th, 2011. Do you remember telling my investigator that that part of Joe Walker's report was inaccurate?
No, I don't remember.
Is there a reason you wouldn't remember specifically what you said to our investigator?
I remember working the night before, but I don't. I mean, my 2-year-old was there
No, I'm sorry.
when he was interviewing me.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go back
Girl.
because I've confused you. When Danny
No,
Mulligan
she
came to talk
confused
to you,
herself.
You specifically remember he pulled out these TBI reports and handed you the written copies, right?
Yes, let me read them all.
He let you read them all.
Mhm.
And then you took a highlighter and you highlighted things in the report and then you marked on them. Do you remember
Yes, that wasn't true and was true.
that? Okay. So the part and I'm referring to Joe Walker's report because Joe Walker wrote up the report when he came to see you February 8th, 2014, along with Special Agent Joe Craig.
Okay.
And then Joe Walker put down, I worked until 10 o'clock p.m. that night. You told Danny Mulligan that that was an inaccuracy in Joe Walker's report.
Of what night?
Then it's April the 13th, 2011.
The
day Holly
night of
disappeared.
the
means I would've
day
had to
that
work double,
Holly.
so no, I don't think I would have.
Okay, so that's an inaccuracy in Joe Walker's report
I guess.
because you didn't work a double shift that day.
I don't remember. No.
Okay.
Ma'am.
And even after you and Zach broke up for the last time in July of 2011, you all still remained friends at
Yes.
some point. Yes.
Yes.
And you occasionally would spend the night over there and hang out with him.
I don't recall ever spending the night, but going over there, yes.
I thought on direct you said you spent the night over there some.
I could have, yes.
Did you just say that a little while ago on direct?
Yes.
When Mr. Hagerman was asking you questions?
Yes.
Okay. So sometimes you do sometimes you say things
Y'all.
and you forget. Is that what?
No.
Okay. So you did sometimes spend the night with Zach Adams.
Yes.
After you all broke up.
Yes.
What is going on with her? Yeah, honey, you got to remember whose team you need to be lying for.
Do you consider yourself to be a psychic type person?
No.
Okay. And then you gave another statement. The next day, because 2014, well, that statement was on the 28th of February, and then you gave a statement on March the 1st, and I think 2014 was a leap year, so it would have been 2 days later. Does that sound right to you?
I guess.
Okay. And so in that statement, they actually sat down and went over some telephone numbers with you,
Yes.
and they went over your call records that day.
Yes.
Because you do recognize that the TBI went ahead and subpoenaed your telephone records from the day Holly disappeared from AT&T.
Yes.
And they went over your telephone record with you very carefully to ask you what numbers were what.
Yes.
And I think earlier I heard you testify that on the day Holly disappeared, Zach Adams called you
From
his
Dylan's.
brother Dylan's cell phone.
Text me. Yes.
Texted you from his brother Dylan's cell phone.
Yes.
But would you be surprised to know that Dylan's cell phone records do not show that a text call was made to you from his phone?
He also had this spoofing card that he could make it come up any number.
Okay, but
That's how it would show on your
What
end,
the spoofing
ma'am.
card did was make caller ID look like in a number.
Correct.
You would agree with me the way the spoofing card worked, because you heard him use it. He used it as a joke, right? He could.
Yes,
Everybody did back
you
then.
dial the spoofing card telephone number, right?
I guess, yes.
And then there's a little second, you put in the phone number that you want to show up in caller ID,
Yes,
and then you dial the number you want to call.
right?
Then you can pick another kind of voice too, because you can have it alter your voice to make it sound like a woman or a man, something like that,
Yep.
right?
Yes.
Yep.
It just alters the tone of the voice, kind of like auto song does tunes or auto tune does songs, right?
Yes.
But there still would be a record of you calling into the spoof card line phone number, right?
I guess.
Okay. So
Ma'am, you know there would be.
if the Dylan's telephone does not show that any calls were made on it that day, then does that surprise you that the phone wasn't actually used?
I think she's already answered this, and that's how we started this whole.
What was the question? Was it surprised that he called from?
No, that he didn't really use Dylan's phone to call you that day.
I just remember him calling me from a different number that wasn't his, is what made me led to believe that he did not go to the scrapyard.
Okay, so
Really?
he called you on your cell phone number?
Yes.
So what time of day did he call you on that cell phone?
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
So,
I don't
but you don't
remember.
know for sure it was Dylan's number?
I thought it was his grandmother's, the one that Dylan was using. Yes.
So now it's grandmother's number. Oh my goodness gracious. I feel like we're 50
you
shades
would agree
from
with me
hell.
because you reviewed your cell phone number, your cell phone records from the day Holly disappeared, that you and Zachary Adams had a lot of texting going on that day.
Yes.
I mean, you had tens of texts going back and forth to one another.
Yes.
Probably hundreds.
And he kind of blew up the phone at Joe's video too, didn't he?
Yes.
Joe's video was it a landline
Yes.
number?
Yes.
So he
We
blew
had
up-
3 numbers.
They had 3 numbers?
Yes.
Okay, do you happen to remember what those 3 numbers were?
No.
So he blew up the Joe's video number,
Yes.
and he blew up your cell phone number too, because he was calling it a lot.
Yes.
And matter of fact, Cindy Adams, Zach Adams' mother, got involved in your dispute that day, didn't she?
Facebook. Yes.
On Facebook?
Yes.
But she also was on the phone with you and was on the phone with Zach, wasn't she?
Yes.
And she had a Georgia telephone number
Yes, ma'am.
because she lived in Georgia.
Yes.
Hmm.
Okay. And so are you aware that cellular telephone numbers, if you get the records, can show where somebody's location is?
Yes.
And are you aware that your cellular telephone records from the night before Holly disappeared, April the 12th, show that you stayed, or they show that your phone was
At
hitting
Mama.
off of the tower in South Parsons? Are you
My
aware?
mother's. Yes.
Yes. And your mother lives in South Parsons, is
Yes.
that right? And then the next morning, your telephone records show that they're hitting off the cellular telephone tower in South Parsons again.
Where I work.
She
Is it
was not
possible
at
that you
Zach's,
spent the
just
night
like
there
he
with your mother that
said.
night?
It's possible, but I mean, I remember him waking me up that morning where I went there late the night before because we'd been into it.
But it's possible you spent the night at your mother's house.
No.
It's not possible?
I remember him vaguely. I mean, I remember,
You vaguely remember him waking you up that morning.
yes, kissed me on the forehead, said he was hauling scrap. It
That was
that
2
day.
days before.
But the
He's
thing
got
is,
it
that
wrong.
morning, before Holly had disappeared, there was nothing different about that morning to make it stick out in your mind than Monday morning would have been or Friday morning would have been.
Mm-hmm.
Was there?
No.
Because until after Holly disappeared, it was going to be just like any other day, wasn't it?
Right.
And you worked a lot at Joe's video, didn't you?
Yes, full time.
That's important.
And I see that you wrote, you're the one that spray painted Becca and Zach on the bridge. You all went down to that area a lot, didn't you?
Yes.
And if Zach's cell phone records show that he was over there hitting off of the cellular tower next to the river, it's because you all would go over there.
Yes.
They have a greenway over there under the bridge, don't they?
Yes.
Where people
Oh.
go and exercise and walk, don't they?
Yes.
People
That's
go
an
over there. to
awful
fish. It's a great
place to
fishing
put
spot, isn't it?
remains.
And there's a lot of people that go over there to that greenway, aren't there?
Yes.
And it's really just a beautiful place with birds and wildlife and trees, isn't it?
We heard it in the test shots video.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
One of us is married to a court reporter and is very aware if people don't answer. So you actually, on March 1st, went over all of your calls with with Joe Walker that day. So the night before, there were multiple calls between you and Zach Adams.
I think so.
After 10 o'clock p.m. So this is on April the 12th. There were multiple calls between you and Zach Adams after 10 p.m. Up until about 1 o'clock a.m.
Yes.
And all of those calls were made. You recognize that location showed that you were hitting off of your mother's tower. Your cell phone was hitting off your mother's tower.
Okay.
Where her house is.
Yes.
And nobody else would have been using your phone. It would have been you using that phone at that time. Is that right?
Not necessarily. Sometimes I use my mother's phone, cell phone.
But nobody else, there's not another woman that would have called Zach Adams from your phone.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So if somebody's calling Zach Adams from your cell phone, it would have been you. Isn't that right? Okay.
Wow.
All right, everybody wake up.
Y'all, we got to back up. We got to back up. That,
All right, everybody wake up.
that's the football game on the iPad moment. Holy smokes. They were talking about a catch. Oh my.
Okay, and then the TDI, they had another little follow-up question for you also on March 1st about your telephone. Then it came back and talked to you again on March the 5th. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. They talked to you a lot.
Yes.
Right after they searched Zach's house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you testified today that at some point, Zach, you said it's in July when you were finally breaking up, that Zach told you that he was going to tie you up.
Yes.
Nobody would find you. Said he would tie you. I tried to write it down verbatim. Said he would tie you up like he did Holly Bobo, and nobody would ever see you.
Correct.
But at some point, didn't you tell the TBI later on that he said he would tie you up and put you in his closet?
We were in his closet when it happened.
And didn't he indicate to you something about you're claiming that he indicated to you that he would tie you up and put you in the closet like he did Holly Bobo?
No, I never said that. Not that I remember, no.
So if it's in a report, it's an error that you said he put you in the closet.
Yes.
Because certainly you lived there at the time and you know Holly Bobo was not in the closet.
No. Mm-mm.
And Holly Bobo was not in the Adams house.
No.
She wasn't kept there because you lived there, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you certainly wouldn't have tolerated or hidden that fact from the police, would you?
No.
I mean, you weren't so in love with Zach Adams that you would cover up and hide a horrible crime like that for him, would you?
No.
And part of your
whole new meaning of
conflict
coming
that
out of
you
the
have
closet.
is, when the DA was asking you if it had been very hard, part of it's because you now feel like you dated and were in love with a person who's been charged with this horrible crime.
Yes.
I can
And
see
so that's
that.
something that's very hard for you to take because you feel like you've exposed yourself.
Yes.
When you agree?
Yes.
And so in a way, you're wanting to do the very best you can because you feel like you need to rectify some wrong. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I mean, you're eager to please the TDI and help them convict
I'm eager
Zach.
to tell them the truth. No, I wouldn't say please them.
Well, you want to help them convict Zach, though, don't you?
Yes.
So they don't take your kid away. I'd say that's pretty good motivation. That's what I would have asked next. Because you're afraid they'll take your child away if you don't come in here and say
You had a
what
very
they
good
want.
friend named Brandon Williams, didn't you?
Yes.
And Brandon Williams at the time was a best friend to you, almost like a girlfriend would be.
Yes.
And so Zach Adams actually on the day that Holly disappeared spent some time talking to Brandon Williams also on the telephone, didn't he?
I guess.
And he would have talked to Brandon Williams because
Your Honor, I'm going to check this. So this is like a conversation. This is a part of it. She's talking about her clients.
We're talking to Brandon.
Right.
The hearsay on hearsay.
Well, I didn't say what he said. I just said he had spoken to him.
She said he had spoken to him.
Yeah, and Brandon Williams was contacting you that day too, right?
Yes.
So when he was contacting you, he
There was no hearsay
working out
there.
the relationship with you all were working on relationship problems with Zach Adams, isn't that right?
I don't think so. No, I don't remember.
But you don't remember specifically.
No.
Okay.
It's so odd, the evasiveness and when it comes up. It's always so telling to me because it sometimes is about the most mundane details that witnesses all of a
Now,
sudden
here today,
evade.
you testified that at some point Zach Adams said everything was ready to go in the back of the truck, and there was a big blue Tupperware box back there,
Yes.
and he told you it was the remains of Holly Bobo.
Didn't tell me no.
You're saying he said
They
out
was
loud,
having their own conversation. I was in a different room.
and you're saying now that he said out loud it was the remains of Holly Bobo.
One of them had said that, yes.
Okay. Well, you could certainly tell the difference between Zach's voice and John Mitchell's voice, couldn't you?
I just don't remember. I just remember going straight to my mother's after that.
Okay.
What?
So you didn't go to the police and report it.
No.
And all those times that the TBIs talked to you, you've not mentioned
I
that.
called the TBI after that.
Okay, you called the TBI after that.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
this is before you all broke up for the last time. Is that right?
I think so.
Okay. So
now
you
she
would have
called-
had an opportunity to mention the fact that they said, and did you decide they were joking about that? Or
No,
were
they
serious?
ended up telling me it was a joke to see if I would call the TBI.
So,
But then
did
you
think
did.
It was a joke, or did you think, in fact, her remains were in the
I
box?
just blew it off. No, I didn't think that was her remains. No.
So you thought it was a joke?
Mhm.
Okay. And so you say you called the TBI, but this would have been before July of 2011. Is that right?
No. This was after.
After July of 2011?
Yes.
for
Because
the
me and
love
Zach was already broke up when we was at John's house.
Okay. You
Holy-
know that the TBI has kept records. I mean, they have thousands of telephone calls that they've received from
Mhm.
people. Did you give your name when you called in and said that it was in a big blue Tupperware?
I think so.
You gave them your name.
I think so.
Okay. Well, then when Joe Walker came out to talk to you February 28th, 2014, why didn't you say, by the way, why didn't you follow up on the fact that I said he had Holly's remains in a big blue tub?
When I talked to them on the phone, they said that they were going to go down there and check it.
But you didn't mention that.
I didn't think I had to mention it to him because I've already told him.
They are there on February 28th to talk to you about what you know about the disappearance of Holly Bobo.
Yes.
And at that time, you think it is not necessary to mention to them that at some point he said,
Because it was played off as a joke.
okay, so now you're saying it was a joke. You did go ahead and call it into TBI, even though it was a joke, but you didn't mention it when you talked to them February 28th, March 5th, or March 1st.
I didn't think I had to because I
Fifth.
think it would be on records.
Okay.
I
You certainly repeated a lot of other facts at that time, though, didn't you?
I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
Just trying to shut it down.
Sir. And ma'am, am I the only one hearing? I literally hear circus music from this particular witness.
Now, you
Oh
said that
my
you introduced
word.
Zach to Natalie Bobo. That would have been after Holly disappeared, wasn't it?
No, it was right when me and Zach had started talking. This was before we even got serious. It was when I lived on 6th Street in Parsons.
And so it was just, I mean, you've never before told the TBI that you had introduced Zach to
Yes.
Natalie. When did you tell the TBI this?
From the get-go, I guess. From the very get-go.
You guess?
Well, we reviewed
Well,
that
did ya?
first report that you had with Ricky Inman. You didn't mention it to Ricky Inman.
No, not then. I didn't.
We reviewed the second report that you had where they came to talk to you on the 28th. You didn't mention it then, did you?
I don't remember.
Good Jennifer is doing a fantastic job
So you're saying here today
dismantling
that
this
you were the one
witness.
that introduced Zach to Natalie Bobo.
As far as I know, yes.
There's going to be a lot of rehab that they're going to have to do on redirect because she has pretty much made Rebecca look
You
like
were
she's
talking
just
earlier
going to
about
say
your
whatever
car,
she
but
needs to
in
say.
fact, you had an accident and wrecked your car in May of 2011, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And after that, Zach allowed you to drive his truck, didn't he?
No, he would take me to and from work.
He did allow you to drive that truck some, didn't he?
Not that I remember.
He never let you drive it.
Maybe 1 or 2 times.
Ma'am. You're making it worse for yourself, young lady. Wow. Just wow.
Did the TBI or DCS come take away your child after it was born?
No, ma'am.
And by that time, you'd straightened up drug-wise anyway, hadn't you?
Yes.
I mean, you were clean when your son was born.
Yes.
So there wouldn't have been a reason for them to take your son away based on
Correct.
drug use or anything. And you're employed right now?
Yes, ma'am.
So you, even though Joe's video has gone out of business,
Yes.
but you have no problem providing for your child, is
No,
that
ma'am. I
right?
work 2 jobs.
And that would have been the same in 2014, right?
Yes.
Now, in the process of you breaking up with Zach Adams back in 2011, at some point you had some of your furniture and belongings over at Zach's house, didn't you?
At what time?
In 2011, when you all were living together?
Yes.
You had
Yes.
some of your furnishings and belongings over there, didn't you?
Yes.
You had a mattress over there, in fact.
Yes.
And when you all were breaking up, you at some point moved that mattress back home and then moved it back to Zach's?
Yes.
I'm flippity flipping us again.
2011. Now, Zach had access to Zach did use Facebook back in 2011, isn't that right?
Yes.
And he would post to it, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't get on and post to his Facebook page, did you?
No.
He didn't post to your Facebook page. I mean, post as him.
No.
And you didn't post as him, he didn't post as you on your Facebook page.
No.
That's different than writing a message or writing on the wall.
Comment, yes.
And so I just want to, as a final matter, can you tell me exactly what you did on April the 13th, 2011?
Again.
Okay. What time did you get up that morning?
I got up around 8 o'clock.
Do you remember what you wore?
No.
Okay. You think you got up around 8 o'clock. Can you be more specific than that?
No.
Okay. And what did you do next? Did you eat
I got-
breakfast?
No, I got ready for work and drove to Joe's video, called in something to eat at Sonic, went to the bank, did a deposit.
Called in something to eat at Sonic. Do you remember that specifically?
Yes.
Or is it just what you did every morning?
This is what I did every morning.
Okay. So you don't have a specific memory that morning of what you called in to eat.
No.
You went to the bank. Do you remember how much the bank deposit was that day?
No.
Okay. Then what did you do next?
Went and got my food at Sonic and then went to work.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many customers you had that day?
No.
Do you have, you remember, of course, that Holly was disappeared from her home.
Yes.
Do you remember specifically what time you got off that day?
No.
Do you remember what you had for lunch that day?
No.
Do you remember what you had for dinner that day?
No.
Do you remember where you went after work?
No.
Do you remember where you spent the night that night?
I started out at my mother's.
The night of the 13th? The night of the 13th.
The
after
night
she
of the 13th. I was at work. I worked late. I know.
Now she
But I
works
don't remember
late.
where I went afterwards. No.
Okay. Do you remember what time you went to bed?
Mm-mm.
She is all over the place. And yeah, I want to know what car she drove to work.
No
I
further
guess
questions.
it must have been her own because this would have been before hers got wrecked. Oh, Whispering Rocks is coming back.
Yes. Yes.
She asked you why you were scared. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Let's start with the day y'all finally broke up. Okay?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I'm gonna check any kind of 404B, Your Honor.
I think the door's wide open.
I did not open that door, Your Honor. That was not the intent of that question. You can approach.
Let's take a recess. About 15 minutes and then we'll continue.
Oh, boy. Y'all think the door is opened?
What I'm going to do, rather than make each an exhibit, I'm just going to give the court reporter, there'll be collective exhibit, whatever the note was, okay? And I'll go ahead and tell you what they are. One of them says, what is 404B content? I'm going to tell them that that's a rule of evidence and that we really don't need to go into it. It's strictly legal grounds, okay? And the other one, they won't know what game I was playing. I think that's the one that sound one off.
Your Honor, before they do come in, I do want to put on the record that the state filed a supplement to the state's notice of intention to use evidence in, I guess, 404D is attached on the back of that set of motions at the end of May. And in that motion to introduce 404D evidence, we included the domestic violence. Well, we included actually, it's like 12 things, including the information that we sought to admit today. We are asking the court to allow us to hear that motion. At the time, we had motion hearings, and the defense, of course, I guess, did not want us to introduce that. Your Honor said we would take that up in the course of the trial as these things came.
Do you want to take that now?
I do, because this is the right witness. This would have been the witness.
All right, let's bring the witness in. Keep the jury out.
I guess we're doing a proffer here.
Two on one of these. Put a 1 on the first one, 2 on one of these, 3 on the other.
I'm guessing the jury had questions about some of what was discussed, one of those being 404B. It sounds like that's what the question was.
All right, you'll have a seat there.
I thought he was going to say more, so.
Yes, sir, you're still on the jury's not here. There's two things that we started to talk about that we didn't talk about in the direct examination. So I'm going to ask you about now, okay? Let's start on the day that you finally left in July.
Okay.
Zach Adams.
Mhm.
Do you remember that day?
The day that I left?
Yes.
Yes,
Is it something you'll ever forget?
correct.
Listen to my question.
Uh-huh.
Is it something that you'll ever forget?
Oh, no.
Can you tell us what happened that day?
We got into it physically. I was trying to get away. I took off running, ran in the closet, and he held me down and was trying to tie my feet up with one of his belts. And he told me that he was going to tie me up just like he did Holly Pomo, and nobody would ever find me again. And somehow I got away. He was in his boxer shorts, and I grabbed his manly as tight as I could and pulled, and that's how I got away, and I took off running.
And at the time that he said that, his demeanor, was he joking with you?
No.
Was he being very violent?
Yes.
Was he being very serious with you?
Yes.
And is that something that you'll ever forget?
No.
Rewind to the day that Holly Bobo went missing.
Okay.
You described how Zach came to Joe's video.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
She doesn't
You
know
described
that.
it as getting toward noon.
Mhm.
We're getting toward the afternoon.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened when Zach came to Joe's video?
The reason why we was into it, I don't really remember, but when he got out of the truck and he came up to me forcefully and grabbed my head as tight as he could and headbutted me.
That was on the very day that she went missing.
Yes.
Hours afterwards.
Yes.
And when he did that, was he joking or was he doing
No.
violent?
No.
The fact he'd been violent with you, were those reasons why you were afraid of him?
Yes.
But you were still there living with him.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to be heard on the 404B.
I'm ready to rule. As far as 404B, the court finds that these acts of domestic violence, I find that they did occur by clear and convincing evidence. They could serve a material issue as far as showing her fear. But as far as the last part of that, the court must exclude the evidence if its probative value is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, and the court so found. So we won't go further into those matters.
Okay.
Let's bring our jury in, please.
That's why he cut good Jennifer off, because he was going to rule in her favor. So.
Good evening. Great. Had a couple more questions. Someone wanted to know what 404B content is. I will tell you that that's actually a rule of evidence, but it's something that concerns itself to the court from a legal standpoint. It does not concern the jury. It's a determination that I must make concerning admissibility of certain evidence. Okay. And then number two, somebody wanted to know what game I was playing. I did that. I hit one of these doggone videos, and I did it twice. And it sounded like it's on loudspeakers up here. But I think we've got that remedied. I will tell you periodically, I will check things on this. I've got Westlaw where I can do legal research. I have actually looked at these proceedings that are being televised to make sure that the press is in conformity with what they're
And that you
allowed
look
to show
good,
and not
sir.
show. So that's some of what I've been doing up here, and I just hit the wrong button. I might have told you my tech support is my wife and daughter. I can barely get around on the state, so I make mistakes, but we got it silenced now.
A
Okay? All right,
juror
you're ready.
asked about the game.
You heard about statement.
I would be horrified.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We've heard about at times something happening at one time and then a different time, maybe at a different time. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
We've heard how your life was back then,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
We've heard that it was volatile, correct?
Yes.
We've heard that you were scared of it.
Yes.
I want to drill down right now, just the absolute truth of 3 or 4 things.
Okay.
Okay. So can you really listen to my questions?
Yes.
Okay. The day when you finally left him.
Okay.
What did he say to you that day?
One day that he left. I don't remember. The day that he.
Let me.
Oh,
Let me back it
ma'am.
up. It's something you already told us.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, he's feeding her the
The
answer.
day that you finally left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not asking you what happened. But the day that you finally left, what did he say to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm confused.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
He didn't want me to leave.
All right, would you stand when you make your objection?
oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, yes.
And it has not been answered, he can ask.
What did Zachary Adams tell you to tie him up like Holly Bowman and you never be seen again?
July the 13th.
You remember that day?
Yes.
Is that not the day that you finally left him?
Yes. And I called my mother to come get me. And he ended up
She's
calling
not
her
all
back saying
there.
that everything was okay. But my mother had an instinct to go ahead and send my nephew to come get me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Her
question confused you before that?
Yes.
Did.
Yes.
So July the 13th, that isn't the day you're ever going to forget.
No.
When's your birthday?
July 14th.
It's the day before your birthday.
Yes.
It's the day that you finally got away from him, right?
Yes.
Your mother came and picked you up?
No, my nephew.
Your nephew.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he say to you that day?
He told me that I better not go to the law or I better not make any statements. Otherwise, he would hurt me or my family.
And you were afraid of him.
Yes.
And is that not the same day that he told you to tie you up like Holly Bowman?
Yes.
Now back. I don't want to confuse you.
Huh.
I need you to really listen. You've been there a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Now back. April 13th.
Mm-hmm.
When Holly goes missing.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you wake up that morning?
Zach's house.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yes.
No, she didn't.
What woke you up that morning?
Zach.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yes.
About what time did that happen?
Anywhere from 6 to 7.
Y'all.
Anywhere from 6 to 7.
So would you agree with me that you can't say that it was at 6:05? You can't say it was at 6:15. You
Correct.
can't say it was at 6:50. It was between 6 and 7.
Yes.
And are you sure of that?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He kissed me on the forehead and told me to go back to bed, but not to be late for work.
Okay. What did you want
Left.
to tell you about where he was going?
To the scrapyard.
And when he told you this, how close to you is he?
What do you mean, how close?
How physically close is he to you?
Standing from me. I mean, he was standing at the edge of the bed.
At the edge of the bed.
Yes.
And you're in bed.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all are just feet away from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells you not to be late to work, that he's going scrapping.
Yes.
What do you do after he tells you that?
I go back to bed.
You go back to bed.
Mm-hmm.
and you sleep some more.
Yes.
Do you know when you woke up?
It's about 8 o'clock. I mean, well, no, it's about 7:45, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with me that you don't know if it was 7:45, if it was 7:50, if it was 8, if it was 8:05?
I don't really remember.
Okay. Well, so that's important.
Mhm.
Okay. That's important.
Okay.
Where do you go that morning?
I go to work.
Joe's video.
Yes.
Do you see Zach later that day at Joe's video?
Yes.
I'm not asking you what he did, but what was his demeanor? Was he happy? Was he sad?
He seemed irritable.
Irritable.
Yes.
I'm going to believe
point,
cell phone evidence
did you already
over
suspect
eyewitness
that he
testimony
hadn't
every
been
day of the week.
scrapping?
Yes.
Do you know what you did after you got off work that day?
No,
Do you know if you went back to your mom's house?
I don't remember.
Okay. Mom was in Parsons, right?
Yes.
Do you know if you went back to Zach's house?
I don't remember.
Do you know if you spent the night at your mama's house or Zach's house?
I don't remember.
But do you remember? I'm asking you, do you remember in the days after that being in Zach's house with Zach Adams and Shane Austin?
Yes.
And do you remember something coming on the TV about Holly Bubba?
Yes.
And when it did, what happened?
Shane started laughing.
And when Shane left, how far from Shane were you?
I was sitting in the kitchen. He was sitting in the living room, so probably from here to the corner of that.
How is this redirect?
Those piles of paper right there.
What are we talking about right
farther.
now?
I don't see papers.
About right there.
It's 10
What are we
feet.
doing?
10 feet. And he laughs. And what does that do?
He makes the comment saying that they'll probably never find her.
They'll probably never find her.
Mhm.
And did that laugh and his comment, did it have an effect on you?
Yes.
Is it something you remember?
Yes.
This wasn't covered in cross at all. I don't know
Then you
why
start
he's redirecting on it.
The time you stayed with Zach, even after that.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Were those good days for you?
No.
What truck was Zach driving then, April 13th?
White Nissan.
Is there
Truck.
any doubt in your mind about that?
No.
Now, that same truck he'd been arrested in 10 days or whatever it was before, is that
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Had he gotten the truck back?
I guess he went through so many vehicles. I don't know. But
Well, listen,
yes,
listen to my question.
Dick had it.
She's guessing at something. I'm guessing.
Listen to my question. What truck was Zach driving on April 13th?
White Nissan truck.
Okay. And why are you sure of that?
Because he came up to Joe's video and he pulled up right where I was sitting.
And did you see it?
Yes.
How far away from it?
Me to you.
3 or 4 feet.
Mhm.
Him and his wife. Listen, don't
Yes.
worry about your kids.
I'm not.
Y'all, the problem, they're drilling this in, but the problem is we've already had 2 witnesses talk about a white pickup truck. It was one of them said full size, another one said full size extended cab, possibly, and they didn't know if they thought it was a Ford, but they weren't positive. This is a Nissan pickup truck. It's not a full size. None of this is matching. Why are they trying to hone in on this white Nissan when nobody else is saying that? I don't get it. I'm lost.
So had he gotten that truck back after he was arrested?
After he was arrested, when?
Exactly. I confused you. The weeks before.
It ain't hard with
The park
her.
ranger,
Yes.
Magic
Yes,
Park.
he did.
He had gotten the truck back?
Mhm.
Were you with him when he got it back?
No.
How do you know he got it back?
Because it was in Dick's. It was parked over there between the 2 houses, Dick's house and his house.
Yeah, because
you
Grandpa
remember
would have
that?
had to get it.
Mhm.
And you remember you saw it?
Yes.
There's been questions about, or I heard questions about, well, didn't Zach go scrapping different days? Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember that morning when he kissed you on the forehead and woke you up, that he actually told you that he was going scrapping?
Yes.
And that's go ahead.
I even heard the trailer and the truck drive around the house. They had the trailer full of scrap.
In
Lies.
fact, before you left that day, Did you do something with a note or something?
Yes, I wrote a note telling him whenever he got back to put the clothes in the laundry
Whenever he got back to put clothes in the laundry.
or put the clothes in the dryer.
Okay. And that was just a
On a
piece
little
of
notebook.
paper or something. All right.
Mhm.
Later on, did something happen to that note? I'm not suggesting what happened to her. I'm just asking her.
Overruled.
Later on, did something happen to that note?
Yes, part of the bottom paper was ripped off.
Okay. And did that happen that day?
I don't remember.
Okay. Why do you remember this note, and why do you remember this?
Because he was telling me that he had been home, and I knew he hadn't. Or he told me he'd been home, but yet the clothes weren't in the dryer, and like I said, that paper was ripped, and then the scrapyard's business card was taped on there.
Okay, so you had left a note for him before you left on April 13th of 2011. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Asked him something about putting the clothes in the dryer or something.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And he had told you that he hadn't been home.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
But the note was different?
Mhm.
How was it different?
It was the bottom paper was ripped.
Okay. And what about, there's something about a business card or something?
It was an old business card. It was real dirty. It was just taped on there.
So you had taped on a business card this
It
night?
looked like it was misplaced, like it wasn't supposed to be taped on there. It was, I don't know.
Okay.
What does this have to
But
do
I
with
knew
the
I didn't leave it
presidency in
there.
China?
And this made an impression on you.
Yes.
This is one of the reasons you were so suspicious.
Yes.
And so what'd you do with that note?
I kept it.
You kept it.
Yes.
April the 13th, the note, you kept it.
Mhm.
And what'd you do with it after you kept it?
I later gave it to y'all.
You gave it to who?
To one of the DBI agents.
To the TBI agent.
Why would that be suspicious? I don't understand. I'm confused. I need a decoder ring. Whisper and Rocks, you're
What is that?
only like a step or two away
No,
from
no,
her
no.
anyway.
Whose handwriting is that?
Mine.
And what are you telling them?
Will you put those clothes in the dryer for me? Thanks. Have a great day.
And when you returned,
I have
later
no
that
idea, Ava.
day,
I have no idea what is
what
happening right
happened to the
now.
note?
It was ripped on the bottom.
So when you left it was a full page of paper?
Yes, sir.
And what
That's
else
about the
happened to it?
fourth time
Business
he
card
has
was
said
taped
that.
on, like, it was halfway taped on the side and on the counter.
And what kind of business card is it?
It's auto salvage.
And that's what he told you he was going to do, right? Was
Yes.
that-
Oh my word!
Mhm.
But you know that he did.
Right.
But yet he left that.
Yes.
And so you
She
kept it.
doesn't
Yes.
know squat.
You kept it. An actual piece of evidence from April the 13th of 2011. I introduced that evidence to some judge.
Exhibit 65.
Oh, for the love. What in the world?
65.
Now it
An
takes.
actual piece of evidence from April the 13th of 2011. I introduced that evidence to some judge.
Exhibit 65.
So dramatic. I'm going to introduce that as evidence.
How do you remember it? So when you're asked about this scrapping on April 11th, whether or not you remember it, well, here it is. It's from April 13th, right?
Mhm.
Here it is.
I don't know how anyone would know that's from April 13th, other than her saying it's from April 13th, first off. Second off, I want y'all to remember these dramatic pauses and everything. We're at 1.25 speed. Can you imagine how long that would be if we were at regular normal speed? Goodness.
Here it is. This is exhibit 65. Whose writing's this?
Shall I play the music? Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da.
Recently?
Oh, yes. Will you put the clothes in the dryer, please? Have a great day. Thanks, Rebecca.
And it was on a piece of paper when you left on April the 13th.
Yes.
And you came back, the paper's ripped.
Yes.
But he told you he hadn't been home.
Right.
And then there's this salvage card taped to it.
Mhm.
But you knew he hadn't been scrapped.
Right.
That
So you
salvage
kept
yard,
this, And you turned it in.
that salvage yard business card was taped to something else for a really long time because it is pretty dirty. This is not something that just got taped on there. I know. I'm jealous of her handwriting, Ava. I completely agree. She has lovely handwriting. Color me all kinds of jealous for the handwriting. But this is not this big smoking gun that they think it is. Hey, how are you? Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh, for heaven's sake. The delays and the trying to find
Okay, so
a
on
point.
July the 20th, 2011, that's after the day in infamy, July the 13th, 2011, of course, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And on that day, you've already left Zach Adams forever as his girlfriend. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
But still spending the night because she's a friends with
and
benefits.
At that time, when you talked to Ricky Inman, you told him that Zach was still at home when you left for work that morning around 9:15 a.m. Didn't you?
Uh-oh.
Yes, I did. But you've got to understand, I was under the influence. I was scared to death.
Okay.
And
You
he
were
had already
away
told
from
me-
him.
I mean, as all with all the threats and things that he's given me, of course I wasn't going to tell the whole truth.
Okay, so you weren't going to tell the whole truth then,
Mm-mm.
right?
$250,000 would get me to
Between
tell a
that
whole
day,
truth.
July the 20th, 2011, you remained friends with Zach Adams up until the time he was arrested.
I loved him.
Didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. You loved him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you remained friends. You continued to go over to his house and hang out with him, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay.
And spent the night.
And so later on, when you spoke to, I guess earlier today, minutes ago, after 3:30 p.m., when you testified in front of this jury, you told this jury that you woke up on April the 13th, 2011, sometime between 6 a.m. and 7:30 a.m.
And then she
Didn't
said
you?
8 o'clock.
And
then
then just minutes ago, you told Paul Hagerman on your redirect that you woke up sometime between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Didn't you?
Yes.
So you cut 30 minutes of it off.
It's been 6 years ago.
Okay. So it's been 6 years. Your memory is fuzzy.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'd like to look at this note we've just put in. Is this the note right here?
Oh,
look at
yes,
this note
the
that we
note.
just put in. This is the note. And you pull out this note years later. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, you broke up with Zach July the 13th, 2011. And sometime in 2014 is the first time you produced this note, isn't it?
I don't remember when I produced it. I don't remember when I gave it to him.
Okay. Well,
Man.
if it doesn't, it's not mentioned in your report with Ricky Inman, is it?
No.
Okay. And so you agreed with me earlier that from that point, after you talked to Ricky Inman in 2011, the next time you spoke with officers was after Zach had been arrested on these charges, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And you came forward and you say you have this note, and this note right here, a scrap note on a piece of notebook paper, is how you remember the day that Zach went scrapping.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
But this note does not have a date on it, does it?
No.
This note, and I think you may have misread it earlier. It says, Zach, will you put these clothes in dryer for me? Thanks. Have a great day. Peace sign, heart, smiley face, love, Becca. Okay.
Yes. If you're
And
going to read it,
happens
read
to
all of it.
have a card for the Highway 191 Auto Salvage taped to it. But this note in and of itself doesn't help you remember which day it was that Zach went scrapping, does it?
It helped me remember because I knew that was another reason that he was in a lie. I mean, he told me a lie.
Right. But the thing was, if you think about it, because you're saying you suspected he was cheating on you, and when the whole thing about metal scrapping is he went metal scrapping, but you think maybe instead he was cheating on you and didn't really go metal scrapping. That's why you were mad, right?
I never said that. No.
I thought you said you were worried he was cheating on you.
During our relationship, yeah.
No, but I thought on direct you said you were worried that he was cheating on you.
At one point in our relationship, yes, but not that morning. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I understood that morning.
That
you
is
thought he was cheating.
absolutely what she testified to.
But in fact,
She's exhausting.
He had, or it's very possible, he had been metal scrapping on other days that same week, right?
Yes.
And this just helps you remember. I mean, if you're honest with yourself, it helps you remember you were mad at him about metal scrapping. It's only through an association in your memory that you say it's on that particular Wednesday. It could have been on that Monday, couldn't it? It's possible.
No, because I specifically remember that was another reason why
Specifically.
he lied to me that day.
She
because I knew he had
specifically
been at home
remembers.
because of the bottom piece of the paper had been ripped.
The bottom piece of the paper being ripped lets you know he was at home some point during the day.
Yes.
Okay. But that could have been on Monday. The paper being ripped doesn't help you distinguish Monday from Wednesday, does it?
No.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, you were already fussing with him on Tuesday, April the 12th, because that's why you were at your mother's house late, isn't it?
Yes.
That's why you were considering not spending the night with him, because you were already in a fight, isn't it?
Yes.
And you don't specifically now remember what that fight was about, do you?
No.
Okay. So it's possible that the fight on Tuesday had to do with metal scrapping on Monday, isn't it?
If you say so.
No, I'm asking you, it's possible, isn't it?
No.
Okay. So the fact that there happens to be
Got a
an
really,
auto
really good
salvage
point.
card taped to this note does not help you remember what specific day this occurred on, does it? It's not this specific question.
We're about to beat this thing to death. Go
Um, because in
Oh
fact,
my
he already knew where to go
word.
scrapping. He didn't need a card to go
Mm-mm.
scrap there.
Mm-mm.
He didn't need to pick up a card so he knew where to go that day.
I'll hear the judge.
Correct.
So you say that
That's not
he gets
prejudicial
to
at
Joe's
all.
video and you have a fight at Joe's video with him over scrapping. Is that what you had an argument with him at Joe's video over scrapping?
Yes.
Okay. And he shows up at Joe's video. You say he has the trailer on the truck at Joe's video?
No, the trailer wasn't on there. No.
Okay. So he shows up only with the car.
The truck.
Sorry.
Yes.
the truck.
You're going to beat this to death. That's what he said, Ava.
Okay, so if you're having a fight already at Joe's video about the scrapping, you haven't even gone home yet to see the note, have you?
Mm-mm.
So already at Joe's video, you suspected apparently that he hadn't gone scrapping.
Mm-hmm.
So the note in that case didn't have anything to do with reminding you about the fight.
Right.
Okay. And it's possible he could have gone scrapping and still gone home before you, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you don't remember what time you got home that day, do you?
Correct.
And you don't even remember if you spent the night at Zach's house that day or you spent the night at your mom's house that night, do you?
Mm-mm.
No. You don't remember what you had for dinner that day, do you?
Yes.
I thought on direct. you just
Because
had-
actually, when the conversation we was watching the news and the conversation come up about her being missing, and Zach said that they never find her. I remember what I was cooking that night and eating, and so that was the day that she come up missing.
So you're saying this very day now that that it comes up on the news and he says they'll never find her
Mhm.
is the very day that she disappeared?
It was either that day or the day after.
Oh, but you don't remember. So now
No.
you don't remember. So now you don't know for sure what you
I
were
just
cooking for
remember
dinner.
specific details
Specific
that stuck out to
details.
me that didn't seem right.
Yeah, Kat, I agree. I don't know what this jury
because
was
you left
doing
some of these important things out.
other than they were
you
completely
didn't
prejudiced.
Mention.
through this.
Oh, I can't get this. I have a leading question for my cross-examination. I can't get it back in there, I'm sorry. Need the TBI. You have not been charged with lying to any of the TBI agents, even though you've changed your story multiple times, have you?
Mm-mm.
No, I'm going to object. There's not such a charge. She
There's
wasn't
obstruction of justice. There is obstruction of
You can
justice.
ask
and
her if she's been charged.
You've not been charged
Since
with.
she has not been charged.
Okay. No further questions.
Oh,
Please don't
my
discuss your testimony with anyone.
goodness.
You're free to go. We're at 5:25. I think it's time for us to be ready to go first thing in the morning. I hope we can pick up the pace with that.
Pick up the pace, sir. Oh, this man gives me hives. Yes, she specifically knows what she was cooking, but she hasn't told us. I would like to know. My guess is hamburger helper. We shouldn't pick on her, but come on. Yeah, Ava, I know we're all trying to be good jurors, but I also have to call Bull out when we see it. And there's been a whole big, hot, messy pile of it that's been delivered on us so far in this trial. Let's see. Where am I? I think, let me consult my notes. Yep, that's the end of day 2. So we'll be continuing on to day 3 now. And I do want to make sure everybody is aware I have a hard stop at 4 o'clock. I have company coming over and they're usually early, so they'll probably be here even before I finish with all of you. But I do need to make sure that I am off of here at 4 o'clock straight up. So we will stop at 4 today, but tomorrow, all bets are off. Who knows what will happen. I am intending on still starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow as well. All righty. Oh my. Hey, but let's be honest. The Manwich version of Sloppy Joe's is kind of the premier one. So no shade being thrown on that. I'm just saying.
And let's honorable court. You may be seated. Amen. Okay, we're about 5 minutes still. They're in the process of bringing the jury down. Are we dead? Then I actually was off mic during that, so I remember that. State, call your next witness, please.
Dennis McKenzie.
My gosh, we were with her for so long. Dennis will be witness number 16. I love me a good Manwich Sloppy Joe. I'm not lying. I'm not throwing shade. I mean, Hamburger Helper, Mr. Demeanor's quite the cook. So Hamburger Helper is not something that's going to happen in our household. We'd end up having like beef stroganoff or something like that because he's a cook.
Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated there, and I want you to state your name and spell first and last name for the benefit of the court.
Dennis McKenzie, DENNIS, MCKENZIE.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
We have heard your name twice in this trial. Okay, so let's start with April of 2011. What was your job? What was your business?
McKenzie Tree Service. I actually owned McKenzie Tree Service at the time, and Dana worked for me. He was working for me.
You had a lot of people working for you?
Had right at 100 employees.
100 employees?
Yes, sir.
Big operation?
Yes, sir.
It was your business?
It was, yes.
Did you know Dana?
I knew Dana and Karen both for a long time.
Just through work or socially too?
Well, socially, I knew Karen when she started doing student teaching up Scotts Hill. I was actually a senior in high school. She was up there doing her student teaching. She graduated from college. And then as we all got older and had kids, our kids played on the same t-ball team together. And got to know them through that way. Of course, we all live in a small tight community, And then later on down the road, Dana got to working for me and done me a real good job.
No shade thrown. You saw that my breakfast and snack was a Pop-Tart.
Did you help search him?
I did, yes. Yes, us, myself, and several more employees did for several weeks there before finally had to let someone go back to work. They didn't want to go back to work, but some of us had to. And, so we were just trying our best to help find, maybe put an end to what was a nightmare. So,
how much searching did you do?
I don't mind mentioning, me and Brian probably was who stayed the most. I guess we was by ourselves a lot, probably 18 months, I guess.
That mean getting out in the woods?
Yes, we stayed in the woods about all the time, creeks and the springs. Pretty much that's every weekend thing. A lot of afternoons.
I want to ask you about one particular day. It's arranged by Warren Rain.
Not me.
It's arranged by Warren Rain.
I don't know what's happening, but it's not me.
No. After Warren had talked to him.
Where were y'all set up at?
We were set up behind the house in the woods out there. I think it's actually county property, I think.
Were y'all hiding?
We was, yes.
Were you in those woods for a long time?
I was that morning, probably 3 to 4 hours, I'd say.
To watch
Zach? Yes, sir. See what his actions was after Warren had talked to him.
We've heard what Brian Young saw, so I'm not asking you what Brian Young saw.
Okay.
What did you see once Warren Rainey left?
Once Warren Rainey left, I seen Zach go from his house to this, I call it a garage or shop, kind of in the back side of his house. And they vacuumed for probably an hour and a half in a black truck. And after we observed that, Brian had found those gloves, if I'm allowed to say that, and he had told me he was going to go get Warren.
All right, you can't say what someone told you.
Okay.
You can say what you observed.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'd seen Brian find the gloves and he had come to me and told me he needed to take these away.
I don't know what he's gonna say, so I can't say.
So you understand, you said that.
He said he told me.
Yes, he
Doesn't matter what he's going to say after that.
You started to say what he said or something. So
He
don't
told-
do that.
No,
don't
don't
do
say
that.
what he told you.
Okay, don't do it. You understand? Okay. But did Brian leave at that point?
He did, yes.
Or start
Yes.
leaving?
Yeah, he left to go see Warren, if I could say that.
And what did you do then?
I stayed behind and I observed and watched Zach. He was stayed in there another probably 10 or 15 minutes in the shop vacuuming. He came out of the shop and the two mattresses on the kind of northeast end of the house was leaned up against the back of the house. And he picked up the water hose and went to rinsing off the mattresses, which he didn't stand there for a long time. It wasn't 15 or 20 minutes worth. It was probably about 5 minutes, just enough to wet down both mattresses pretty good. Then he laid down the water hose and went right back into the shop and went right back into vacuuming again.
Right back to that. Nothing else, Judge.
Frost.
I don't know what the purpose of him vacuuming out a black pickup truck when no one saw a black pickup truck, why that has anything to do with anything. I'm hoping they're going to tie this together. And by the way, comfort food for me, grilled cheese and tomato soup. Absolutely love some grilled cheese and tomato soup. And last night when we finished the late, I had a bagel and cottage cheese.
Now, you just now testified that Zach Adams pulled out did you say a water hose and began to wash these mattresses?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Spraying them off. He was spraying them off.
Spraying them off.
Yes,
Okay. And now you gave a statement regarding this to the police in the past.
Yes.
Matter of fact, you spoke with do you remember speaking with Joshua Carter from the TBI?
Yes, I spoke to several. Yes,
And you gave a statement after Zachary Adams had been arrested in this case.
correct.
And if I told you it was March 26, 2014 at 11:45 a.m., would that sound reasonable?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you knew that Zach Adams at that point had been charged with the crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And you definitely wanted to help the Bobo family find the killer of Holly Bobo.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, it means it's important to you. Is that right?
Yes, it was. It's personal.
Okay, personal.
Yeah.
Now, when you gave that statement at the time, you specifically said that you saw Zach Adams pull out the vacuum and vacuum the mattresses that were outside, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So now you're saying that you remember that he pulled out a water hose and washed the mattresses.
He actually did both, to be honest with you.
Okay, so now you're saying that you left out the vacuum part?
I did, yes.
Okay, so now the way that you remember it is he vacuumed the mattresses and then he washed the mattresses off.
That's correct. Yes.
But that's a detail that you left out when you spoke to the police 3 years ago.
Right. It's been
And
quite
we
a been a
just
long time.
testified.
No further
Left
questions.
it out then too.
None? No, I'm sorry.
I know you were, sorry.
Step down. You're free to go. You can come back in the courtroom. Just don't discuss your testimony with anyone, okay? Thank you.
What on
Next.
earth?
John Graves.
John.
Graves.
Oh Lord, we've got bad Jennifer coming up. Oh, she grates on me.
For the testimony you're about to give is the truth. The court reporter, please.
John Graves, JONGRAVES.
Okay, you can see.
And Mr. Graves, I'm not asking for your address, but where do you live?
I live on Gibson Road.
What county is that in? Or what
That's
town?
Decatur County.
Is that close, near to Parsons in that area?
Yes, about probably 5 miles north.
Did you grow up in that area?
I did.
You know a lot of people in the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to April of 2011, did you know a family last name Bobo?
I did.
And how did you know them?
Well, Miss Karen was my 7th grade school teacher, actually.
See her today in the courtroom back there?
Yes, I do.
And what about her husband? You know Dana?
I knew of Dana, yes.
Other than being your 7th grade teacher, were you, I guess, close friends or just?
Just acquaintances. Yes.
What about their children? Did you know?
No,
Holly?
I did not.
Do you recall, what is your business?
Well, we're in a construction business in Parsons.
And that's Graves?
Graves and Graves Construction, yes, ma'am.
Is that a family business?
It is.
Grandfather, father, and now you?
They correct, yes.
Is it fair to say that because you're in the construction business that you are very familiar with most of the roads in and around the area?
Well, yes, and living there as well, yes.
Do you recall April the 13th, 2011, when Holly Bobo went missing?
Yes, I do.
When you heard that news, did you immediately know or hear that she was the daughter of Dana and Karen?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the next several days, or actually that day and the next, Did you become aware that there were people searching for Holly?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how did you explain to the jury, please, how you became aware of that?
Well, obviously, in a small town and in a setting like we live in Decatur County, you're pretty well, when something tragic like this happens, you're aware of it. And actually, we knew that people were out looking for Holly, and of course, everybody wanted to do their part because it's like one of us.
Did you have some property or a home where searchers actually came to your property or home?
I did
Before you go any further, was that the day of or the day after?
I think it's the day after.
So that would be April the 14th, that Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened.
Well, I got home that afternoon sometime around 5:30 or so. That's typically what time I got home. And when I got home, I noticed there's some guys that work for us that live just adjacent to my house, probably a couple hundred yards or so. And there was a big Suburban of people where they'd been, everybody was kind of going, checking the area, different barns and all that. And they'd been out to some of our barns that lay, real close proximity to the house. Well, I knew, adjacent on back behind, there were some sheds that we had that you couldn't access by vehicle just because it was a wet time of year in April or whatever time it was wet and you couldn't do it by vehicle. So I went in the barn and got my 4-wheeler out and I said, well, I'll just, I'll check back here in some of our barns back in the back in case, something might be back there or something that you can't see and access by vehicle.
Right. Now, you said you lived on Gibson Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And for those who aren't familiar with where Gibson Road is, can you give us some landmarks or some
Give me a map.
indication of where that might be in
Well, we own
Dora,
property
please.
between Gibson Road, being the Grace family owns property between Gibson Road and Gooch Road. And then to the west of that, Bible Hill Road kind of connects those two. So it makes kind of a U.
Okay, how much property, how much land is encompassed in that U?
Well, it's somewhere around 1,000 acres or so.
All right, so you're on Gibson and Bible Hill would be the bottom of the U and Gooch would run parallel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so these barns that you wanted to, did you just want to go look in there for yourself and make sure Holly wasn't in one of those barns that nobody had checked?
Yes, that was my thought because I knew, I said, they're out. And I said, by some chance, albeit how remote it might be, somebody might have stashed their away in something that, nobody knows anything about. So here I tend to traipse through our farm and, check these barns up here close, which they could see. And then I went back and checked one of the other barns, didn't see anything. And then there's a creek that goes along by some of the barns. I kind of looked, scanned down through there, just casually driving by, really not expecting to see anything or whatever. Went to our shed that kind of lays about halfway in between the two roads and checked it. Wasn't anything.
Between the two roads, you mean
Between Gibson and Gooch, yes, ma'am. And the whole time I'm kind of I'm getting closer to Gooch Road. I'm going away from Gibson and going towards Gooch Road.
At this point, are you off-road or?
I'm off-road the whole time. I'm pretty well off-road the whole time. So if you get on Gooch Road, we've got two cattle barns that are right across one another. And it's got gates. And I was just going to go out, check those two barns, and then get on Gooch Road, and then go back up to Bible Hill Road and just go by a road back around to my house. So I check those, check the sheds that's down in the bottom. I go up to the top of the hill where there's two barns across one, check those, and everything was all clear. And so then I proceed to get on Gooch Road and going back west towards Bible Hill Road. And I'm going down through there, and there's a little creek about, I'd say 100, 150 yards back east of Bible Hill Road, back down the hill from it. There's a little creek crossing there. And as I was going by, I looked and I saw something, just casually. I'm just kind of looking, and I look and in the stream, I saw something that caught my eye, and I was like, what was that? Because it was something that didn't seem like it belonged. So I put my 4-wheeler in reverse and backed up and just stopped. Of course, that it's narrow. I mean, it's almost about, the width through. If you had two trucks that made it to one of them, you have to get off the side of the road. I mean, if you got wide, you would never go. So I'm stopping here in the road, no traffic going through there because it's not really heavily used. And I look and I see something. I'm like, what is that? Thinking to myself, not expecting to find anything, mind you. But just something looked out of place about it. And I was like, man, that looks like something new or so there's a little field, a small, 3 or 4 acre field just past that. So I went inside that field and stopped at the edge of the woods. And there was about 10 or 15, 25 feet so track of just scattered trees that you have to get from the field over to where this little creek or, it's a great big ditch really. And so I walked over there and I looked, and it was just best I remember, it was just a square looking, polka dotted, like a lunchbox or whatever. So I took a tree limb, the one that was hanging there, because it was about, probably 8 or 9 feet deep where it was. And I took a limb, kind of raked it over to the side and kind of pulled it up. And then I got it, and I was like, what in the world is this? And so I opened it up and looked, and it had a sandwich inside of it and something else. And I remember thinking, I said, man, that's awful strange. So I zipped it back up, and when I flipped it over, it had an embroidered H on it, the best I remember. And then okay.
Pass forward what was previously marked as Exhibit 30. And ask if you recognize this.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this what you found there?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do we handle all
Open it up.
more fondling of the evidence?
It was in the creek.
It was, yes. Yes, it was in the creek. And the way the creek flows is it made a little look back to the left. And the way the flow of the water was, it carried it over and it kind of got hung up on the side. So anyway,
Let me back up. So
Okay.
you fished it out with a stick out of the creek.
Yep.
All right, so you're on the
I'm on the,
ground.
that's right.
All right, so you open it up there on the ground. You see the sandwich and lunch.
Right.
Then you see the H.
But I did, because when I picked it up, you couldn't see the H. That was kind of on the water side down. And I had to open it up from this side. And then when I opened it up and looked, I was like, I thought, wait a minute, now this has got, uneaten food. Then when I turned it over, I saw the H. And at that time, I kind of, something about this don't seem right. But anyway, I made a phone call because I couldn't remember, Holly's first name. Because, like I said, I didn't know. I knew Miss Bobo and them, but I didn't know their daughter. And I made a phone call and said, what was the young lady's name? And whoever I talked to, the guy I talked to, he told me it was Holly. And I was like, well, I said, you need to get a hold of somebody. And we tried to get a hold of the sheriff and Henderson County Sheriff. I said, they come on out. I said, this may be nothing or it may be something. And I said, I've handled it in the whole 9 yards at that time. So,
So after you made that phone call, did people come to you there on the side off of the road?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, did you just put the lunchbox down, this lunchbox down on the ground there where you were?
yeah, and I said it was close to the edge of the road. It was actually, I got it over close to the road. So I'd moved it some, probably, before I'd walked out of the woods, and I just sat down right there by the edge of the ditch.
So the jury understands you didn't try and put it back in the creek where you had
No,
found
ma'am.
it.
No, ma'am.
Right. And did they come out there?
I did.
Were you present? Do you know whether they tried to photograph the area?
I believe they did try to photograph the area, but all the particulars I can't remember for sure.
I guess my question is, the photographs weren't taken with the lunchbox back in the creek.
That's correct.
They
No,
were taken-
the photographs were taken in it, and I made mention of that too. I said, now this is not exactly where I found it. I found it in the creek over here, 30 yards in the ditch.
Wouldn't a map be really super helpful right about now?
And it's dark, 'cause this was getting dark time.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you recognize area and what's portrayed in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That's the lunchbox.
And is that where you put it, where you set it back down?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna put it on the overhead. Can you see the creek that you described?
No.
Because it's too dark.
That's right.
Your Honor, can I have this marked as the next number? to exhibit?
Exhibit 60.
Here's the laser pointer.
Okay.
If you can show the jury where this creek is, I know you were,
So the roadside ditch is here, and the road is right here. This is just a J-Street. Okay.
You can separate, is this an aerial photograph?
it's
It's
not,
just-
it's taken from.
Yeah, just from the
Okay.
side of the road.
This
Okay,
judge
so
is
for purposes
lost.
of describing, when you said the road is right here, are you talking, as we look at this exhibit, is it?
Yeah, it's just
at the
like-
bottom of the picture?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the road be running like this, and the little road ditch sitting, between where the picture was taken and the
Right.
purse.
Gotcha.
And then the creek ditch, runs, perpendicular to the road.
All right, so if you're looking at this picture as the jury all is,
Perpendicular?
just use your pointer to show us the direction.
Yeah, the creek is running
Parallel.
this way. The road is running this way.
All right, so the creek will be running from the bottom to the top
That's right.
area.
Yes, ma'am. This
Perpendicular,
way.
okay.
Road's running this way.
Gotcha. Thank you. And until today, is that the last time that you've seen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
She's still fondling it. Woman, stop it.
Mr. Graves, I'm Jennifer Thompson. So you testified that you saw the lunchbox and you picked it up, you said.
Yes, ma'am.
But first you used a stick to scoop it out of the water?
That's right, because it's too deep for me just to reach down and grab.
And by too deep, you don't mean that the water was too deep, you mean this.
The bank.
The bank of the
Yes,
creek
ma'am.
was too deep. So when you scooped it out of the water, you picked up the lunchbox,
Mhm.
you opened it up,
I did.
and you looked to see what was inside of it.
Right.
Then after that, you set it back down on the bank.
That's right. Well, I walked back out to the edge of the road. Yes.
And you have a clear memory of that today, is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
And if I told you that this occurred on April the 14th at 7:30 p.m., would that sound right to you?
Yes, ma'am.
It was getting dark. I mean, you can tell by the pictures that it's
Right.
getting dark or dark.
Okay.
And you called did you call the TDI and they came right away?
Actually, I think I called a friend and called one of the sheriff departments. I can't remember if it was Decatur County or Henderson County, one of the sheriff departments. But yes, they did come out.
And then you spoke at that time to Special Agent Terry Dykes, who was with the TBI, isn't that right?
That sounds accurate, yes.
He interviewed you on the scene right there, didn't he?
Correct.
And he was taking notes as he spoke to you, wasn't he?
Soon,
And you were being cooperative with him.
yes.
Okay. So when you talked to him, you specifically told him that you had looked back and to the left as you were
That's right.
driving, and saw something in the creek. It just caught your eye.
Yes.
And then you told him you pulled up closer and you used a post to dip it out of the creek.
Yeah.
And then you specifically told him you never touched the lunchbox.
No.
You told him at the time.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. First of all, asking the question instead of just reading the statement. I let it go on, but that's
She
improper.
can ask if he made that statement. She cannot say you never told him. Ask him if he made the statement, then you can use the statement if you feel appropriate for impeachment purposes.
Okay. So you never told, you told him you did not touch the lunchbox, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
So if he's put it in his report that you said you did not touch the lunchbox, the agent is wrong?
I don't have any recollection of that. Because I did specifically touch the lunchbox. There was no if, ands, or no words about that.
Okay. And that's how you remember it today.
Yes.
Your son told people he had Holly Bobo locked up.
Wait.
I'm not using it for the truth, Your Honor. This is not.
If your son told people?
Your son told people?
Your
If
son.
Your son said anything, Your Honor. We got John Graves here. Question, anything that John Graves told somebody?
Okay, if you want to call the son, you can call the son.
Your Honor, I'm not using it to prove the truth. It's a hearsay statement, but it meets an exception in that it's something that his son said at the time. And he's very aware of it, Your Honor, because he went to
Take the
school.
jury out.
Wow, did this judge have his hand on
So from both sides.
Okay.
the scale?
Where are you going?
Well, what I'm trying to show is that people and different.
No problem with the witness being present while we're discussing this.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I was trying to show that
He'll follow the court's ruling, whatever I instruct.
different people who, and the reason I would want to get it in through him and not the son was only in second grade at the time he said it. So he may or may not have been a competent witness to testify.
Then that's all the
Second
more
grade.
reason it probably shouldn't come in.
But I'm just trying to show that there were people in the community saying things that were not true. But there was
Ostensibly, what did the son say? I have
he
no.
said that his uncle had Holly Bobo locked up at home and they were trying to convince him to let her
And
loose.
what exception to hearsay is this?
I'm just trying to show what effect it had on him, not that it was true. And the family didn't have Holly Bobo locked up. It was not a true statement.
It lacks any indicia of reliability. We're not going there. Bring the jury in.
He is so freaking rude. And then he's,
Can I do an offer of proof?
All right, jury back out.
Look at the people in the gallery. They're like, what is wrong with this guy?
All right. We'll answer questions. The jury's going to remain out, okay?
Okay.
At some point, were you called on by an investigator in this case regarding some statements that your son had made while playing?
To be honest with you, I can't recall.
Do you recall that in December of 2011, Terry Dykes again came to meet with you regarding your son Jeb?
Terry could have come by. I mean, it's possible.
Do you recall that there was a day when the kids were out of school due to weather and they had, your son had found a glove somewhere and they were going around trying to decide who took Holly Bobo?
So I don't understand. The kids found a glove and the kids were going around? I mean, I just don't understand the question.
Yes, the kids
That's
found
because
a
you're an
glove
idiot.
while they were out of school because of weather, and they were playing a little game where they were trying to decide who took Holly Bobo. You remember that, don't you?
Seemed like I do remember something about a glove at our office, and that yes,
The glove at your office, not.
not anywhere close to the side. I mean, it's a worker's glove that was laying on the ground, like we have nails and hammers. And, right.
They were playing a game, yes.
Let her ask the question.
Okay.
They were playing a game, weren't they?
Same yes.
And at some point, they were pretending like they were trying to find out who took Holly Bobo, weren't they?
Same yes.
And at some point, your son just made a little plain statement about the fact that his uncle had Holly Bobo locked up.
At this point, I'm going to just interject. Does he know? Was he present when this statement was made?
She's freaking asking him if he knows.
But at
Shut
some
up,
point,
bad
it
Jennifer.
all came
Sit
to your
your
attention
nasty
and you
butt down.
talked to your son about it, didn't you?
Really, to be honest with you, I can't recall.
No, because
So
she's already
something as
coached him
big
in
as
her objection.
Everybody
or agents coming to your house to talk to you about this. This isn't, you have no memory of this at this point?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Of course not.
How old was your son approximately at the time that this so-called statement that
Well,
you didn't hear was made?
He's 12 years old now. So, as of June, so whatever, I mean, every year says, yeah, 5.
5 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm even more certain that this is absolutely inappropriate. There's no indicia of reliability. A 5-year-old to start with is presumed not competent to testify unless the court qualifies. And
That's not what she was
statement made during the
suggesting.
childhood game is miles away from relevance as far as this case. So I'm even more certain that this is not appropriate.
The reason I was wanting to offer it, Your Honor, is not because I think it's reliable or I was trying to show that this happened. What I was trying to show was that the community was very, very sensitive at the time. So
Yes.
anytime anybody said anything about Holly Bobo or somebody possibly having Holly Bobo, everybody overreacted.
Yes.
5-year-old game has no place. Okay?
Right, but people were overreacting in the community at the time. If he doesn't remember it, then
We've
it's
already
not
had
relevant.
legions of testimony concerning the extent of involvement in the community, and that is precisely the reasons that I granted change of venue, is the emotional uproar
Yes.
state in Decatur County for a period. The last witness said he searched for 18 months. That's how deep the involvement is. So whether a 5-year-old was saying something in a game is totally irrelevant.
He's so over the top rude. I swear I need a punching bag. I'm going to have to go to the shooting range when I finish watching this, just so I can blow off my steam.
All right, let me say my mic is off to make sure I'm loud anyway. I know that. And I don't want to take a chance on the jury hearing something they shouldn't. So my mic is off and it won't be on unless someone feels it needs to be. But I
No,
think
we
I
can
told
hear
you
your
folks before, my first
blustering.
grade teacher told me that my voice carried, and she wasn't being nice when she told me that. Okay? All right. No further questions
further
over here.
questions.
Anything else over here?
Yes. Ms. Thompson asked you a moment ago about the road and the fact that you were driving down Beach Road and looking back to your left or to your right.
Left. Yes.
You described for the jury, this is a pretty narrow road.
Correct. Yes.
Let me pass forward a photograph and ask if you can identify that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what is that?
It's the intersection of Gooch Road and Hornyhead Creek Road.
That Gooch Road, the road that runs parallel with your road.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, ask this to be marked as the next number.
All right, B62.
Hornyhead Creek Road.
Hornyhead.
Yes.
It's the South, y'all.
Remember that road.
And then permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you the laser pointer again. Is that narrow winding road indicative of what you were driving down on your four-wheeler?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that intersection show the area, or is the area where you actually found the lunchbox out of?
Well, it's not in view.
Right.
Yes.
Can you show the jury which way it would be where this creek is?
Well, this is Hornyhead Creek lead back.
So in other words, the road you're looking at, it winds on around, and it would be,
That's right. It'd be, this is the intersection of Gooch Road and Hornyhead. So
Right.
it'd be back down Gooch Road.
use your pointer to show the direction of travel. Were you coming from the?
If
were
you had a
coming towards the
map,
intersection, or were
Yes, I'd be coming towards the intersection.
So
it would be
the area where you
easy
found it was before you got to this.
Yes, ma'am.
to determine.
I don't have to do further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your dad is standing?
Yes, sir.
I knew. You're free to go. Please don't.
Okay.
You can either come back to courtroom before you go as you wish.
Number 18, y'all.
Gerald Stevens.
Gerald Stevens. Let's see what Mr. Stevens has to offer us. How about I flippity flip us through until he's up there? I do want to point out that's Zach in that suit there. That shows you how different he looked at the time of trial.
My name is Gerald Stevens, GERALD STEPHENS.
Thank you. See, you say V or PH?
PH, sir.
All right, thank you.
Would you tell the jury, I guess, a little bit about yourself, such as where you live and what you do for a living?
I live in an adjacent county, Henderson County, outside of Natchez Trace Park. Me and my father there run a farming operation. We row crop as well as run quite a few cattle.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to pass some pictures to the defense. And as a result of, you said you run cattle and have right to the property, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And does your work included area as Parsons? Martin,
We
Holiday, that area?
yes, ma'am. We farm in 3 counties: Henderson County, Benton County, as well as Decatur County. So we have property that we either own or rent in various locations. Most of our cattle are run in Decatur County, in the northern part of the county, in what I call the Yellow Springs area. So,
I was going to ask you that. Yellow Springs is actually a road, is that correct?
yes, ma'am. Yellow Springs is known as a church and a community there with an adjacent road that runs through there by that church.
And is it actually sort of run alongside 40?
Not right alongside 40. It runs into another road that does, but it's not very far from I-40. It's on the south side of I-40.
Because you have business dealings in 3 different counties, do you know a family by the name of the Bobos?
Yes, ma'am. I have came to know that family.
Before April 13th, 2011, did you know them?
No, ma'am.
Did you nevertheless become aware that their daughter Holly had been reported as missing?
Yes, ma'am. I did become aware of that through a phone call from my sister, who also lives in Decatur County. She called that morning and notified me and my family.
And when you heard that she had become missing, did you also become aware that there were searches going on all around?
Not at that very moment. I was not aware.
I didn't mean at that moment. I meant after, like in the coming days.
Yes, ma'am. We on one of the farms we were working, we saw helicopters, and other people were traveling up and down the road, stopping and actually checking even some of our home property there in Henderson County. Yes, ma'am.
And was that fine with you that they looked at your property?
Absolutely. We not only supported that, but we then began looking ourselves.
And when you say they were checking your property, do you mean like sheds and barns and structures that were grown different?
Yes, ma'am. They came and checked barns that we have that are open, that are not being used, as well as our main shop, our main area there where my parents live. Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you, or on a particular day, did you decide that you yourself would search?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you describe for the jury why you picked that particular day and how that came about?
Well, we were busy in the field spraying on Wednesday and Thursday.
Of the week it happened?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. And Thursday night it rained, so we were not able to go back and spray. I actually had 2 guys spraying in the Yellow Springs area. So everybody was back at the shop then, and we were doing cattle work and shop work Friday because of the rain. And I made a venture myself to head out and not necessarily start looking, just start kind of observing, just trying to put together in my mind, if me and my guys could be of any help.
And you had this day available because you basically been rained out.
That's correct. That was on Friday.
So this is the Friday after she went missing on Wednesday.
Yes, ma'am.
So what area did you decide to look for the drive?
Well, I drove toward Parsons, and that's when I identified a road to my left as I was traveling toward Bible Hill and Parsons as Gooch Road with a tremendous amount of law enforcement lights and activity. Seems that the road was either blocked or almost blocked off. I then proceeded to Parsons and circled around to try to orient where the Bobo location was. I'd never been to their house, and other than as a small child, had never even been by that house. And at the driveway of their house, there were law enforcement there. Someone who I knew personally was coming out of the driveway, and so immediately I stopped, and me and that person had a conversation.
Right. I'm not asking, in fact, you can't tell the jury what the other individual said, but did you inquire about or determine that you were going to go in a particular area to look?
Yes, ma'am. And that person identified what had been found to me on Gooch Road. And once
Gooch Road and Horny Head Trail.
I think that's momentarily I left because in my mind, because I'm real familiar with the north part of the county, because our cattle being there, me or my guys are in the north part every day. And in my mind, if something was found on Gooch Road, somebody was going north, and in my mind, going toward the interstate, because that would be a back road to get to the north part of the county, and in my mind, to the interstate.
And so, with that information, understanding about the roads, you set off towards Gooch Road.
I did not travel on Gooch Road because of the law enforcement. I bypassed Gooch Road, picked up the road just north of there, and started traveling maybe 15 miles an hour, maybe 20, really slow, just strictly trying to observe. Because in the news media, I guess my wife had made me
You can't say what you heard on the news.
Okay.
Okay. Were you looking for a particular color Were you looking for a particular thing?
Yes, ma'am. In my mind, I was looking for anything that looked really odd or might be of the color pink.
So you didn't get out of your car, you just drove.
I drove relatively slow on as many as 5 or 6 different roads.
So at any point during your search, was this in the morning
Um,
or afternoon?
It would have been close to lunch. It would have been somewhere between 10:30 and 11 o'clock when I started that.
At any point, did you see anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
I was traveling just south of Yellow Springs Church in the Yellow Springs community. I just came off of Fred Jr. Inman Road, traveling then what would be north and going really slow there. Something appeared to be of the color pink on the right side of the road. So I immediately stopped, and it was a garment that was pink in color.
All right, what garment was it?
It was a pair of pink panties.
Okay. So you saw something pink, you stopped, you left your car and got out of your car at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do when you walked over and saw what it was?
I immediately called the sheriff's office in Decatur County, and they either put me through or gave me another number to call the headquarters, which was at that time at the fairgrounds, the headquarters for the, I guess, the coordination for the search for this girl. And the detective that they put me on the phone with was Detective Ricky Inman. He asked.
Again, well, if he asked you a question such as where you were and that kind of thing, you have
Yes.
to answer out loud.
Yes, he did ask me where I was, and he asked me what I had.
All right. And I'm assuming you responded.
I responded, but I did not disclose the item over a cell phone. I didn't think that'd be proper.
All right. So did somebody come out there from law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am. Ricky Inman, as well as another deputy, I do not know who that was, did come out upon seeing what that was and the location. He immediately made a phone call.
Right. I'm going to stop you there. Oh, excuse me. Okay. I'm going to stop you there and pass forward 2 photographs and ask if you to look at those, please. And when you're finished.
Yes, Kelly, the fairgrounds are several different locations in Tennessee.
Yes,
They
ma'am.
use the fairgrounds for
Those
multiple
photographs.
purposes.
Yes, ma'am. And
It's like a
the first
Tennessee thing.
photograph is the pair of pink panties.
Your Honor, ask that be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Oh, she's not going to have them open it up out of the evidence bag and fondle it without any gloves on?
And what's the
What?
next one?
The next one is the location of which that garment was located when I first saw it and found it.
All right. Is it actually shown in this picture, or does this picture just give you landmarks so that you know approximately where in the road it was?
This picture actually is the landmark of where it was. The actual location is not contained in this picture.
Your Honor, ask that the next be marked as the next numbered
All right,
exhibit.
the 68.
There are lots of different fairs in Tennessee, and so not all fairgrounds are large like state fairgrounds. They have smaller like county fairgrounds.
Go ahead and kill our lights, please.
All right. What is the jury looking at?
How slow they're killing the lights. We're mixing there. Okay.
What is the jury looking at?
The jury is looking at the Blacktop Road adjacent to the grass area on what would be the right side of the road, of which I saw pink panties.
All right. And when you saw them, were they actually on the blacktop, or were they in the grassy area?
They were just barely into the grassy area, but not on the blacktop.
Okay. Did you touch them?
No, ma'am, I did not touch them.
So you just call law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can I see the next picture, please?
Why are they where they are then?
69. And what road is this, please?
This is Yellow Springs Road.
All right. And I believe a few moments ago, I asked you the question about whether or not the area that you found the panties was actually displayed in the photograph, and you said it was not, correct?
That's correct.
If you showed the jury using the laser pointer where they were, what direction they were.
Can I also say I was proceeding from the south and heading this direction, which is north, and just a small amount north of this puddle. This area here is obviously for the mail carrier. Just after you proceed north away from the mail carrier roof, there is where they were located. Just a few more feet north of that puddle. There.
Right. Okay, let me keep asking you some questions, and we can raise the lights again, please.
Okay, lights up.
Did you remain there on the scene until law enforcement got there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you said that first the sheriff's department came, and then they called other law enforcement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what agency responded?
after the sheriff's detective was there, he told me that he had called TBI.
Okay, and the TBI come?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the agent that appeared?
The agent that appeared was Agent Brent Booth with TBI.
Okay, and once Brent Booth got there, did you ever leave that spot, or did you walk up and down the road? What'd you do?
After Brent Booth was there, he made a phone call for I assume other agents, and then while waiting, me and Brent discussed, I guess, what to do or the time frame. Obviously, he was not asking me what to do. I was asking him, and I suggested to him that I would take a walk up the road, just looking around as long as he was there. And he said he was staying there until someone else got there.
All right, and do you remember a time, I think last June, maybe, when you were kind enough to meet me and look at some photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me pass forward one and ask if you recognize this particular photograph.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of the exact location of where the pink panties were. It's a picture taken from the south, looking back toward the north, of which I would have walked looking alongside the road.
All right. And there's some markings on it. I'm not going to ask you what they are yet, but who placed the handwritten marks there on the picture?
I myself, Gerald Stevens, placed those markings on the picture.
All right. I'm going to ask that.
All right, unless honorable court.
What the heck just happened?
Amen.
What on earth?
Honorable court.
Those markings on the picture.
All right. I'm going to ask that.
All right, unless honorable court. You may be seated. Amen.
What the hell just happened?
Still, they're in the process of bringing the jury down. Are we dead?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the area you're talking about?
That is the area, and it's just around the curve here, and that's the area that I circled, and these are my initials.
All right. And you said you located what when you got that far?
Off in the grass, approximately 4 to 5 feet from the blacktop road, appeared to be a paper wad, wadded up.
And what did you do with the paper wad?
I took out my knife and picked it up so that I didn't touch it, having no idea if it was of any importance. And I took it back to where Agent Booth was located in the roadway at this area. He was still here holding on to this area. So
and that piece of paper that's now displayed in the roadway, is that the piece of paper? Is that where you put it down? Or whether?
When the photograph was taken, that may be after Agent Booth opened it up.
Right.
I was in this area when Agent Booth opened up the paper. I did not open the paper up.
Okay, let me pass forward another photograph and ask if you recognize.
Y'all, I don't know what happened. We lost
Yes,
like
ma'am.
30
That's
minutes.
the paper
so
that when Agent Booth unfolded it, that's exactly what I saw on the paper.
And there appears to be a knife in the photograph as well. Whose knife is that?
It's not my knife, ma'am.
That's not the knife you carried back.
No, ma'am, that is not my knife.
Right. But you were there when he unfolded it.
Yes, ma'am.
Ask that be marked as the next number considered.
That'd be 71.
I have questions why the panties weren't where he found them. Why were they in a different spot?
And then
Did he move them? Oh, she must have brushed her hair. Wig lady.
Is that the piece of paper that was unfolded in your presence?
Yes, ma'am, and it is. And the first and most memorable thing that I saw was the name and address of the person, Holly Bobo, on the top left corner of the paper.
I want to pass you an item.
I know, Kelly. He said he didn't
take out the piece of paper in there, and don't display it to the jury yet, but just look at it.
I know he said he didn't touch them. My issue is that they were not in the same place. So why did he need to do anything with them? You're like, hey, I found something.
Appears to be the paper of which was unfolded.
Is it titled the same? Instructor 1? Is it this?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like this.
It's the next number to consider.
72.
I'm flippity flipping us. All right. Oh, hang on. Well, that was fast. I hope the jury saw it. Goodness.
And you indicated that when you found it, it was wadded up, and having had this piece of paper in your hand a few minutes ago, does it appear to you to have been wadded up?
Yes, ma'am. The paper that
Termination
we're looking at there that I
paper?
just took a look at appears to have been wadded up. And when I picked up the wadded paper, there was no way to identify anything about it related to a person or where it came from at all.
I'm gonna ask that the photograph of the road with the mailbox be put back on the overhead. I don't remember which exhibit. 69, we put back. I'm using my pointer to point at the two mailboxes that are there. And do you know who lives here?
In that drive, I've met the people numerous occasions, but I do not know the name of the people in that particular drive.
Do you know who lives back here?
Are you pointing to the next drive down the road?
I am.
Yes, ma'am. I did not know at the time, but it became known to me that was
You can say he knows.
the person who lived in that mobile home was Shane Austin.
Now, is it fair to say that that after discovering it, and you can turn the light out now so it doesn't bother people when we raise the lights.
Right.
In the weeks and months that followed your discovery of that piece of paper with Holly's name on it, did you continue to be interested in trying to assist in the investigation into the location of Holly?
Yes, ma'am. Not only myself, but my family, as well as the people who worked with us on our farming operation, did.
And you indicated earlier that you didn't know the Bobos before, but came to know them during the course of the investigation, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
You talked to law enforcement when they wanted to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
You gave them information, whether it turned out useful or not, if you thought they needed to know it?
If I saw anything that appeared to be odd of any nature in the coming weeks and months, yes, ma'am, I made a phone call to law enforcement.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross.
Well, now I want to know more about Shane Austin.
All right. Step down. You're free to go. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
She didn't ask this guy anything?
Courtroom if you'd like to, or you're free to go.
Ma'am, I needed you to ask a bunch of questions. What? Oh, no. Oh, no, I had questions for him. Why did we not do that? What do we do? Good, Jennifer. What happened? Did you bump your head? Oh, my.
Emily Suzanne Pratt, EMILY BRATT.
Now, proceed, Your Honor.
Yeah, I was gonna, what happened to our little box?
I'll get a box out.
If we're done with this, it kind of,
We are for a few minutes.
sorry, it kind of blinds the witness when they come in.
Yeah, she was having a bad day, but come on.
Let the record reflect it's not blue. All right, proceed.
Ms. Pratt, you told me you were nervous. Are you still?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to ask that you speak up because you're soft-spoken. The jurors on this end of the box need to hear what you have to say, okay? So direct your answers to them.
Okay.
All right? Let's see if you say yes, so they can hear you.
Yes.
There you go. Where do you live? Not asking for your address, but what area do you live in?
Parsons, Tennessee, North Decatur County.
All right, how long have you lived there?
Since I was in high school, 1980.
Sorry?
1980.
Okay, you want to speak up?
1980.
Okay. You're married and have a family?
I am.
Do you know the Bobo family?
I do.
How do you know the Bobos?
I've always known them. My husband is related to them,
Related to whom?
to Dana.
And then who is Jeremy Pratt?
Jeremy's my son.
Jeremy Pratt, at least in 2011, was law enforcement, is that correct?
He was a deputy for the county.
Do you know Holly Bobo?
I do.
How long did you know Holly?
I've always known Holly.
Did you say that her whole life?
Her whole life.
Okay.
I've known her because I've known the Bobos, and we went to church together. We ended up in school together, in nursing school.
And I'm going to ask you about that. Were you in school with her when she went to Jack State for the year, or when she started going actually in the nursing program?
No, we entered the LPN program together.
Is that a large or small, relatively small class?
Relatively small class, 20-ish.
And was it a rigorous program?
Very.
Did you guys have study groups and whatnot?
We did.
Holly?
and she and I were in the same study group.
What about clinical, where you'd actually go out to other facilities? And
Same clinical group. We were together all the time.
that was my next question. Because you were in the same study group, you were in the same nursing program, and in the same clinical group, how much time did you spend with Holly?
We were together all the time.
And the two of you, there's a difference in your ages, correct?
There is.
And did that interfere at all with your friendship, or did you have sort of a surrogate mother-daughter sort of thing?
None, because I loved her as a, she was just like one of my own kids. We were classmates.
She seems lovely.
Just really close, you know.
Do you remember the day that you and everyone else heard that Holly was gone?
Yes, very well.
Do you remember where you were when you heard that?
In class, we just completed a test.
So I'm going to draw attention to that morning of April the 13th. That was a Wednesday, correct?
Yes,
And you said something about a test. You had a test that morning?
we did.
What time were you and Holly and the rest supposed to be at school?
We were supposed to be there at 8 o'clock, and we started our testing promptly after that. And we waited. I don't remember how long, but we waited a few minutes because she was late, and she was never late. So she didn't come. So we went ahead and started the test.
Was that a pretty big deal for somebody not to show up for a test?
It was. That's why we waited. Mhm.
And at some point, the instructor went ahead and started?
Yes,
Did you complete your test?
we did.
Was Holly there when you completed your test?
No,
Did you learn something after that?
we did. She waited until everybody turned in their papers, and then she told us what she had learned.
And when you say she,
The instructor, sorry.
and when the instructor gave you that information, what did you do?
I left and went to the area of her home.
Did you actually go to her home?
Not to her home. We couldn't go that close, but we, some of the other students and I began walking the road. Or I'm not sure, I don't remember the name of the road, but in that area surrounding her home.
Were you just walking to take a walk, or were you walking to look for Holly?
We were looking for anything that we thought, just anything that we might see.
From April the 13th forward, did you continue to try and help?
Every day,
And when you say every day, tell the jury what you were doing every day.
in the woods, every day, just somewhere, every day. Sometimes by myself and sometimes with the group.
I want to jump forward a couple of weeks. Do you remember when Easter was?
Yes.
Easter Sunday was in
Yes,
2011?
yes, I
Do
did.
you remember the date?
Yes, I remember that day.
Okay, what day was it?
I don't remember the date, but I just remember going to church and someone announcing that we needed to go search that day.
You said you went to church with the Bobos.
Yes,
Right. If I said April 24th, does that ring a bell?
probably. Mhm.
But it was Easter Sunday.
Easter Sunday. Mhm.
After church, where did you go?
We went to Mackenzie Tree Service and we started there and
What road
walked
is Mackenzie Tree Service?
on 641 North.
And when you say we went, you, or was this a day where a group was going?
This was a group. I know a group from our church, but I believe it was more than just a group from our church, but
Were you guys going to walk 641, or was there a
Yes.
different plan to load up on a bus and go somewhere else?
as far as I knew, we were going to search 641 North, go north on 641 North. That's as far as I went.
On four-wheelers, on walking?
Walking, elbow to elbow, walking. Mhm.
And did you start doing that? From
Yes.
Mackenzie Tree Service?
From Mackenzie Tree Service. Mhm.
And what, if anything, did you find?
I believe the name of the business was Fast Code. We were walking this ditch beside or out in front of that business, and at the culvert, there was a phone laying on top of the culvert.
So odd.
Are you good with distances? If you're not, I'll ask them later.
I'm not sure how far from the road we were.
I was going to ask, how far from the Bobo's house is it to Mackenzie Tree Service?
As the crow flies, or
As the crow flies, let's go that way.
I'm just guessing 5 miles, but I really don't know.
5 miles.
Not a great distance, no.
You said a
That's-
phone was laying on a culvert?
On the top of the culvert, like it was placed there actually, just laying on the top of it.
I mean, you didn't see anyone place there,
No,
but that's just how it appeared to you.
sure. Mhm.
And what did you do when and were you alone or with another person who spotted the phone at about the same time you did?
Well, there were several people there, probably 3 or 4 right beside me. I can't remember. I know one person that I could name, but other than that,
Who was there?
Danny Lomax.
And what did you and Mr. Lomax do when you spotted the phone?
We called for some of the law enforcement to come and see what we had found.
And did law enforcement come to you all there?
They did.
You said it's a driveway or two away from McKinsey Tree Service.
Yeah, I believe it was one driveway away. I'm not sure, but
Did anything stand out in your mind about the phone, like when you saw it?
well, I had used Holly's phone just previously, and it looked like the phone that she had.
And we'll pass forward as a collective exhibit. I haven't collated it yet, but like two photographs and see if that appears to be, or what that appears to be.
It appears to be the phone that I used that Holly had.
Is that the phone that you found?
Yes, yes. Mhm.
Your Honor, ask that together, they be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
I might say the numbers.
Oh.
Say the numbers.
And you can just put the first one on, please.
Okay.
Ms. Pratt, a lot of people have the same kinds of phones, but when you spotted that phone, you said you knew that that looked like Holly's phone.
It looked like it.
And you had actually used her phone before
I had.
on one or more occasions.
Mhm.
On one or more occasions.
Yes, yes. We went
Yes, one time or yes?
once.
Okay,
Yes,
gotcha.
once.
Though you only used her phone once, had you seen her with the phone?
Yes.
On many occasions.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you for the picture. I asked you about the test that you took that day. Did the teachers there or the instructor call off homework, or did sometimes you have homework due on the same day that you had a test?
We had a test first thing in the morning, took a break, started something new. She lectured all day. We studied that night, tested the next day. Is that
But
what
you
you're
did sometimes
asking?
have homework on the
Oh,
same day.
I had homework every night.
Was there a particular project that you guys had to do sometimes that involved the oversized note cards?
Yes.
And tell the jury about that.
We had drug cards of a specific class of drugs. Every so often, we would have to turn in drug cards of different drugs, and it would have contraindications, what class of drugs, I'm sorry, contraindications, classes of drugs that they were, and things like
Just a
that.
variety of drugs and
Yes.
about them. And how are they turned in a particular format?
Yes, we turned in a paper that had, on the front of the paper, it would say how the grading was broken down. And then we folded the paper, put the cards on the inside, flipped it together, turned it in, and that's
I'm going to pass you forward
how we got it back.
and see if you can recognize what that might be.
Yes, that's the paper that we turned in with the drug cards.
Now, whose paper does that appear to be?
That's Holly's.
Do you recognize
Holly
her
Bubbles.
writing?
Yes. Mhm.
Your Honor, ask that be marked as the next number. Well, actually, look over your left shoulder. You indicated that you guys would turn in a grade sheet and the cards would be folded inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And were there particular rules, like you were supposed to collate them with a clip kind of a thing?
Yes. We folded the paper in half. The cards went in the paper, and then clipped it together so that they stayed together. Yes.
You don't have to just leave them off. I'm going to pass forward what's previously marked. You got your glasses.
Ooh, just like that, change again.
We're gonna need the overhead.
No, you're
All right, let's bring the lights up. Turn the overhead off. Cover the end with the box.
Now, you remember giving a statement to an FBI agent, Art Vivros. Do you remember that?
I remember the name.
And I think you gave it to him on the same day that you found the phone.
Okay. Mhm.
Because, of course, as soon as you find the phone, everybody was very interested in getting as much information as possible,
Right.
weren't they?
Right.
And so at the time, then they interviewed you about where you found it and what it was.
Mhm.
And then again, you gave another statement to a woman named Valerie Trout. I believe she came out to your house in 2013 and spoke to you and did a report. Okay. And so today you testified that when you found the phone, you remembered that it looked like Holly's phone. And you suspected that it was Holly's phone. Is that what you're saying? Yes?
It did look like the phone that I used of hers.
Okay, can you answer out loud because the court reporter is writing down your answers?
It looked like the phone that I used of hers.
Okay. Now, previously, when you spoke with Valerie Trout, you specifically told her that when you found the phone on April 24th, it did not look like the phone that you recalled using of Holly Bobo's. Do you remember telling her that?
Uh-oh.
No.
So you can't quite remember what you told.
Shaking her head no.
Okay,
No.
She said no out loud.
I didn't hear it either, but that's all right.
So your memory's kind of fuzzy of your conversation with Valerie Trout, is that right?
I remember her name.
Okay.
Do remember her name. I talked to so many.
So it's possible that when she came to visit you in 2013, you told her that it didn't look like the phone that you remembered using from Holly.
You're not going to object. She said she didn't say that.
I don't remember saying that.
She said she doesn't remember. So I'm
No.
asking her,
Correct.
is it possible that you did
All
say
right.
that?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Is it possible, though, that you said it? That's my question.
All right, she has responded to your question.
No, she didn't.
Um,
She
so
didn't
it's clear
answer
that
the
somewhere There's a
question.
mistake.
Mhm.
Would you agree with me on that?
Sure.
That either you misspoke, said something, or possibly Valerie Trout wrote it down in her report incorrectly.
Could be.
And you would agree with me that 2011 was 6 years ago and a lot of time has passed since then
That's right.
and memories fade. Would you agree with me on that? Okay. No further questions.
Done?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Prince, you can be excused. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Something's
If you want to, you can
not
come back
adding
and
up
forth.
there. My math ain't mathing again.
Call your next.
Adisha Brasher.
I have no idea what she just said.
My name is Ednesha Brasher, EDNE.
Oh, I gotta slow this down.
My name is Ednesha Brasher, EDNESHA, Brasher, BRASHER.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Brasher, you're soft spoken, and a lot of people are. I'm going to ask you to lean forward to that microphone because it's important that everyone always can hear what you have to say, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not asking for your address, but where do you live?
In Martin, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived in Martin?
About 4 years now.
I'd like to draw your attention, please, back to 2011 and ask where you lived at that time.
At that time, I was living in Memphis, Tennessee.
And did you periodically visit Decatur County and those surrounding counties?
Yes, ma'am. That's where I'm from, and I went to school there in Memphis.
In Memphis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but ask if you visited like Parsons and Decatur County in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
So which one are you from?
I'm sorry. Well, I'm from Parsons.
Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So you're from Parsons, so you would go back and forth to school, from school in Memphis to home.
Right.
I want to draw your attention to a specific day, May the 3rd, 2011, and ask whether sometime prior to that date, you had become aware that a young lady by the name of Holly Bobo had come up missing.
Yes, ma'am.
And even though you were in school, you knew about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know anybody in her family?
I knew her brother, Clint. I think he was a social worker at the nursing home I was working at it prior.
And you were working at a nursing home prior to going to school, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you tell me you finished school, or you're in school now?
I am finished now. Yes,
And what do you do for your?
I'm a social worker.
So you knew of Clint, so when you heard about Holly missing, did you make a connection between, that was a coworker, sister?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to draw your attention back to May the 3rd of 2011, several weeks after she was reported missing. Do you remember being home and going for a bicycle ride?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you go for a bicycle ride with?
With my little brother.
How old was he?
He was 10 at the time.
And I guess, what street did y'all start on?
We started on Miller Street,
And where in the county is that?
Decatur County.
Is it north, south, east?
Map.
I don't have directions.
That's like, all right, so did you leave Miller Street or stay on Miller Street?
We did leave Miller Street.
And where did you go?
We went on down to Camden Road.
And as you rode along, who was in front? Was your little brother riding in front, or were you?
My little brother was in front.
Okay, but nevertheless, were y'all staying sort of close to one another?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you could talk back and forth?
Right.
Were you playing a game?
Yes, ma'am.
What game were you playing?
We were playing I Spy.
Now, I know what that is. That's I Spy something red, and then the other one guesses?
Right, yes, ma'am.
In this instance, it would be the black man. All right. Do you remember when it was your brother's turn, him spying something that actually got your attention?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. tell the jury, please, what happened.
Okay. So we were just playing I Spy, and he said, I spy a Sims card. And I was like, you see a Sims card? You know, because they're pretty small. And he said, yeah. And so I said, okay. And so so when he had picked it up, I said, well, let me see it. And so he handed it to me, and I put it in my back pocket, and we just kind of talked about how strange that was. And then we just kept riding at that point.
All right. Now, this SIM card, that's from the little small squares that go into a phone, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he said, I spy something, did he actually get off his bike when he spied it, or were y'all riding and he spied it?
Yes, sir. Well, at that time, we were kind of going pretty slow, and we were kind of riding in the grass at that point. And so he did get off of his bike, and
You're the one that picked it up, not him.
he picked it up first and handed it to me.
You said you put it in your pocket and went your way.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do something or remember that you had the SIM card later on that day?
Right. It was later that night.
Explain to the jury about that.
So later that night, I just went throughout the day, and then later that night I thought about it, and I had it in my pocket. And so I took it out, and I had put it in my phone, and then I had heard different voice messages on it. And so I went and I had told my friend what I had heard. I said, I think it's Holly's. And so I was kind of like, what do we need to do and things like that. And so they were like, well, just call her mom. And so, of course, at that point, it was all over Facebook and things, the number that you can get in contact with someone. And so I had found her number. And so I had called her at that point.
And before that, had you ever talked to Karen Bobo?
No.
But when you called that number, a female answered and identified herself as Karen Bobo?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you tell her what you and your brother had found?
Right, I did.
And did the two of you, I guess, come up with a plan right then of how you were going to turn over the SIM card?
Yes, ma'am. She had asked me to meet her husband at a gas station just there in town.
And if you're in Parsons, there's literally like across the street, right smack in the center of Parsons. Is that where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did her husband or someone who identified himself as Dana Bobo come to the?
Yes, ma'am. Her husband was there as well as her son, Clint.
And Clint, you recognize?
Yes, ma'am.
And just for the record, Dana and Clint to raise their hands. Do you see these two?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those people that you met at the gas station?
Ma'am, none of that matters.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, a lot of SIM
I
cards
agree.
look alike, but I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I have taped it back up.
All these people, all these helpers that don't actually involve law enforcement. We're going to fondle some more evidence, y'all. I don't understand. Why is she opening it?
For you, does that appear to be the same kind or same color, the SIM card that you turned over?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything
that
about
over
it is like backwards world.
May the 3rd, 2011. Pretty late in the evening, actually, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, as the city mark is the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection? All right, the exhibit 77.
Yes, ma'am.
Assuming the jury sees the map later, is Camden Road, do you know which direction it runs or any landmarks that you could give us about where you and your brother were?
As far as landmarks, there was a sawmill on that road. And so we were pretty
What on
close.
that road?
A sawmill. And so we were pretty close
You're
to that.
close to the sawmill on Camden Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Cross,
No, Your Honor.
no question.
Ma'am,
All right, Mr.
please
Baxter,
don't
you
tease
may
me
be
with the
excused.
map.
Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. You can join us in the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay? Thank you. Next.
That calls Larry Stone.
12, everybody good?
I have no earthly
That's-
idea
Home Correct doesn't let the truth have-
where any of this
Please state
evidence
your
was
name, spell
actually
first and last
found.
for the court reporter.
Ernest Stone.
Ernest, okay.
It's ERENEST
You go by Larry? Also?
Yes.
I've been calling you Larry.
That's fine.
All right, where do you live? Don't put on your address. Just generally where do you live?
I live in Camden, Tennessee.
And what do you do?
Ginseng deep.
I'm sorry.
Wild roots and herbs.
Okay. Roots and herbs, that include ginseng?
Yes, sir.
What do you do? Do you look for ginseng or where do you go to get ginseng?
Well, you go, most of the time you find ginseng on the north side of the hill, shady, ferny areas.
Ginseng likes the shade?
Yes, sir.
And do you do this, you call yourself a ginseng hunter? Is that what we call it? Or-
Yeah.
Okay. How long did you live where you live?
I've lived there since I was 5.
Okay. You familiar with Decatur County?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Do you know the Bobo family at all?
No.
But you were aware that Holly went missing?
Yeah.
In early 2011?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take you back to September the 7th, 2014. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
What were
A
you doing then?
ginseng hunter.
I was getting ready to go dig ginseng.
Did you say you're getting ready to where?
Get ready to leave the house to go dig ginseng.
Deaton, Tennessee?
No, dig ginseng.
Okay, dig for ginseng.
Dig for ginseng.
I'm gonna, and where were you planning on going? to dig for
Clean
ginseng?
out the
Well,
potatoes.
Obviously, it wasn't there. I was going somewhere totally different, but then I got the natural trace. Got to thinking about my dad pouring the concrete for that phone tire.
Okay.
And I knew there was ginseng there at one point.
Okay. You thought that might be a good area to go find some ginseng?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lordy. He's real country.
Photograph. I'm gonna call you Larry if it's okay. I'm just used to calling you Larry. And just let me know if you recognize that photograph.
Yes, sir, did.
Does that describe the area that you went to hunt or dig ginseng at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Never forget that entered as an F number.
All right, we are at 78.
Oh my gosh, we got Mr. Mumbles as the attorney. Woo, this is awful.
I approach the witness judge while they're- This is a laser pointer. I want you to show us what you did on this photograph. That button right there.
The top button.
Yeah. And we have what is it marked as exhibit 78 on the screen. Now, Larry, just tell us a little bit about this photograph, what you recognize and what you did that day.
That Sunday morning, the 7th, we parked.
Is this area?
Yes, sir.
I think this one is.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We parked right here, just cable right here.
Well, but where?
And I got out of the truck, got my water, and got my little fanny pack, whatever you want to call it, and took off right down through here. Got down right in here, walked down this way, got right here, and I started having chest pains. So I had to turn around. I looked at my cousin. I said, I got to go back to the truck because I forgot my nitroglycerin. So I turned and I walked back up through here, come around, and I come back out on the road here, which actually I found a ginseng plant. So
What did you do with that ginseng plant?
I put it in my fanny pack.
You said this was Natchez Trace
Where is this?
area.
Well, this is actually part of Decatur County.
Okay.
And you were going, when you first went there, what direction were you going? Was it north or was it west?
I was headed, actually, I was headed north when I got to the top of this road.
Okay.
Kind of north.
What is happening?
I'd say. And then I turned and started walking this way. I done found that ginseng plant, so I decided to go back this way. But chest had done eased up and got up on that flat ground where I wasn't so being so strange. So I'd actually thought, just take a minute, rest, and then walk up a little further. So I walked up a little further, found another ginseng plant. And then I go on up.
Hitting gold
I
mine
get
here.
Right about in here, I see another ginseng plant, but then something caught my eye. And
Ginseng.
bucket, I got coon dogs, and I use buckets for water buckets.
So you saw a bucket?
Yep. So I walk over to the bucket. I picked it up, and then a feeling come over me. The sun just told me, turn around. And I'm sitting there thinking the whole time in my head, why is a 3-gallon bucket sitting here upside down in the woods? So I went with my instinct. When the feeling hit me, said, turn around. And then that's when I found what I found.
What'd you find?
Holly's remains.
Well, what specifically did you find?
The skull.
And you recognize that quickly to be a human skull?
Yes, sir.
What did you do for that?
I told my cousin, I said, please tell me, he was down the holler for me. So that's when I started yelling for him. And he was probably a good 300 yards away because it took me like 3 or 4 tries to get him.
Is he still up here by the cell tower?
He is, by this time, I'm here and he's right here in the center of the holler.
Okay.
And there's an old broke over log in this holler right in here. And he's about from right in there. And I'm here.
And he's doing the same thing you were doing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then finally, I guess it's about the 3rd try, because at first I couldn't get nothing out of my mouth. I was so stunned. And by that time, the old ticker done started bothering me again at that point. So
the old ticker.
I finally got his name out of my mouth. I said, Timmy, get up here now. And he's like, what? And I said, I found remains. And he said, no, you didn't. You're lying. As he's picking across the log at me up there. And I said, get up here now. I'm being serious now. Get up here. Because we joke around a lot in the woods. But, this day, it was not a joking day, So finally, he seen me. I just started bawling. 'Cause I thought, well, he's not going to come. And so finally he come up there and I looked at him. I said, please tell me that's one of the things they use in school. It's not real. And he kind of looked at it and he said, it's real. And then that's when I looked at him. I said, you know who this could be, right? And he looked back at me. He said, who do you think it is? And then that's.
Your Honor, I'm going to jump to the hearsay.
All right, we've got this conversation. He can say what he said. He can't say what his fellow hunter was saying to him.
So that's
Fellow
what I said.
hunter.
I think this is Ollie. And
But you didn't know that, obviously.
I didn't know it at that point.
At that point, the only thing you saw was the skull.
That's
right?
it. That's all I seen.
You didn't see any other remains or anything in that area. Is that correct?
Not at the time.
Did you call the authorities?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell us about that.
I was so tore up and emotional. I told him that who I thought I'd found. And I just broke down. I couldn't talk or nothing. So I handed my phone to my cousin. And I was telling him what to say and where we was, because he didn't even know really. And finally, when I told him, when they said somebody was on the way, to have him out by the road waiting for them to get there so they know where we was at. But
So your cousin went out to the roadway?
he went out to the roadway.
Okay. And did you stay back?
I sat back down by the same tree I sat down beside is where I sat until they got back down there to me.
Do you remember who arrived or?
It was the Benton County Sheriff's Department and then Decatur County Sheriff's Department. The sheriff, they said.
At some point, did some TBI special agents arrive as well?
Yes, there was Joe Walker and Agent Booth, I think, showed up.
Brent Booth?
Yeah, Brent Booth, sorry.
And you did what? Did you show them what you found and where it was?
Yeah.
At that point, did they take over the situation, the scene?
Yes, they did.
Did you give a sort of a formal statement to them, tell them?
Yes, sir.
And they took it down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This area that we're looking at right here, the area where you found those remains, that's Decatur County, Tennessee?
It's the little gnome that goes back. If it'd been any further back, it'd been in Benton County, but it wasn't. It was Decatur County.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, Mr. Stone. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. You can either come back in the courtroom or you may be excused, okay? Okay. Call your next.
Good. Laura Hodge.
So I don't want to have an awkward stop with this. So, yeah, this man has definitely been haunted by what he found there. He seems like a very, very soft-spoken and soft-hearted man, but he is a ginseng hunter. I didn't even know that ginseng needed to be hunted. But since I have a hard stop at 4:00 and I don't want to be messing everything up for the guests coming to the Demeanor household, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, share with other friends, and make sure to join tomorrow morning. I have to say, this was way spicier today than even I anticipated. If you are over with Cat Not Williams tomorrow for any sort of live stream and you want to pop over here afterward, I have fixed it so you can do the redirect and come on over. And we will continue. This was, I have to consult my notes. This was the first section, the first half of day 3's testimony. I'm going to look here. We have less than an hour left of day 3, part 1, and then we'll start in on day 3, part 2 tomorrow morning. I am planning on 8 a.m. Central Time again tomorrow. So if you're in the Eastern area, that's going to be 9. If you're over on the West Coast, I hope Melissa is driving safely. She is on the West Coast. It's going to be 6 a.m. again tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm wanting to get through tomorrow, all of the rest of day 3, all of day 4, and the first half of day 5 tomorrow. So that's kind of the plan. So if we need to do a little bit of overtime tomorrow, we can do that. I want to thank you all for joining me on this lovely journey today. I am thankful for all of my jurors. Tell me what you're thinking so far, because I have some questions now about Shane Austin. I didn't have questions about Shane Austin, but now I have questions about Shane Austin. Some of the stuff was found in front of his place. And I hope we get a map at some point, because I need to see where all this stuff is, because it feels like it's way far apart. Am I the only one that thinks these things seem like they're being discovered a long distance away from each other? So I'm hoping we get some sort of map that will make it make sense for me, because it doesn't make sense yet. So as I always tell you, it doesn't cost a penny to be kind. So find someone to do something nice for today if you haven't already. And remember,